Welcome, welcome, welcome. Last minute live, I threw up. I planned on doing it all along, but I forgot to actually make the stream. So hopefully people find us. I tagged everybody, and
At least I thought
we're
you
so
said you were
happy.
going to. I thought you said you threw up before. Sorry.
No,
I just threw up. I'm like, whoa.
I didn't literally throw up. No, no. I threw it up. Like I threw up the stream on the internet really quick. That's what I mean. Um, I'm a bigger mess than usual, but I managed to get it up at least at the last minute. I just used an old thumbnail too. I didn't even make a new one. I just used a nice generic thumbnail. I figured we keep it since Doug is back from his trip and I'm swamped with trying to keep up with covering 3 shows right now. I figured I'd take a break from the rewatch this week and we could just chat with Doug, and then when he's ready to head out, just do some theory talk, some from theory talk. I mean, we can always do that any time of year. It doesn't matter if the show's on or not. Doug, welcome back. We missed you. We really missed having you on.
Well, it's good. It's great to be back. It's great to be back in my own time zone too. Still not getting quite enough sleep, but we're getting there eventually.
Yeah, I mean the 6-hour time difference. That's a big that's a big change. So
yeah, usually coming home isn't that much of a problem. Usually after about a day or so, I'm fine. But this time it's been a little tricky. Partly because I've had some stuff I've had to do, and one of the things that happens is you wake up like way too early, and then you're like wide awake and can't get back to sleep. And usually when that happens, I can get back to sleep. But this time it's like, no, I just got to get up and like do some ironing or something. So, it's taken a couple of days longer than normal, but I'm pretty much back on this time zone now, I think, more or less.
wow, that was pretty quick. I mean, well, you've been back since Friday, right? You came back Saturday because Friday you had to stay an extra day.
That's right. Flight got canceled.
That sucks. Well, you got an extra day in Spain.
I did, but I wasn't really able to do anything with it because we sort of found out it was like mid-afternoon when the flight was officially canceled. So they shuffled us all off to this airport hotel that wasn't too far away. And the first thing they did was feed us lunch, And so then I had to go online and get a bunch of stuff organized. And then before I knew it, like there wasn't really enough time to go into town because it's quite a schlep from the airport into the center of town. And I wasn't going to have time to do that and make it back in time for dinner, which was at 9:00. So I just ended up hanging out at the hotel. I mean, I had a bunch of stuff I had to do online because of the cancellation, so that kept me busy, but didn't really get to enjoy. I mean, I could have been in, Baltimore for all the difference it made, sitting in a hotel room,
Yeah.
And the next morning, very early, we were back at the airport and on our way. So, but that was fine, no big deal.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot worse things that could happen. At least, like your luggage didn't get lost, or any number of other travel nightmares.
Yeah, like the plane ending up in the middle of the Atlantic, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's about the worst case scenario.
It's always a downer when that happens. I hate that.
Yeah, we don't need
that. Crash and there's a Lord of the Flies situation you have to handle.
What was that? Sorry, Scarlet.
What?
What did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
I said you when you crash and then it develops into a Lord of the Flies, situation. So
yeah, that kind of sucks. So that didn't happen.
You don't want that. Anytime like we knew you were traveling or something, everyone was in the chat saying, well, I hope he's safe. And people fly all the time, and I mean it's people always think of flying as so much scarier than driving, but driving is really a lot. Statistically, it kills a whole lot more people than flying.
Absolutely. And that's I'm always fascinated by people who are afraid of flying, and yet they'll get into a car without even thinking about it. And it's like you have a much higher chance of, and people think, oh yeah, there's a higher chance of an accident. No, there's a higher chance of you being killed in a car by far, every time you get in one than in a plane. And yet we do it without giving it any thought at all, you know.
Indeed. Hey,
I think
hey,
it's more.
Grant.
I think it's more so the fact that if you have a plane accident, it's usually pretty fatal, where you can crash your car and be all right 9 out of 10 times. But I mean,
Yeah,
that's just my personal experience.
But even so, your chance of being killed in a car is still infinitely
Yeah.
higher than
I agree.
in a plane, you know.
No, I guess that's true. Also, the small amount of control people would perceive being the one that's driving makes them feel a bit safer. I can see that. But anyway,
Yeah.
I'm glad that you got back safe and you didn't have to recreate the movie alive.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, we followed all of your adventures on Instagram via the Mini Man in Yellow, and all of your beautiful pictures too, just beautiful photos you took along the way. Yeah, you packed a lot into those 3 weeks.
Yeah, it was a busy time and potentially a very fruitful time too. So I was very happy about that. You know, I before I went, it wasn't looking too promising in terms of like how many people I was going to get to meet and that kind of thing. But it actually ended up being a lot more productive than I thought it was going to be. There's a theater company in Warsaw called Teatr Kwadrat. They do the kind of stuff they do is very similar to the stuff that Marcia and I write. And they've got a couple of well-known Canadian playwrights. They've had plays of theirs playing there in rep for several years. And we've never been able to get the time of day out of these guys. Well, my last day in Warsaw, I managed to have a meeting with the literary guy there. And he was really interested in our work. And he had already, he got his hands on a copy of Sucker. I think he might have got it from our translator. I can't remember if we sent it to him or whatever, but he had already read the first 20 pages when we met and he loved it. He thought it was great. So that was cool. And our translator sent him a copy of one of our plays, and I also sent him a copy of Deadline. So he's got lots of our stuff to wade through now. And it's a matter of, waiting to hear back of, whether or not they decide to produce something. Now, even if they do, that kind of thing doesn't happen overnight. Theaters typically have at least their next season, if not their next 2 seasons, already planned out ahead of time. These are repertory theater companies, so they don't operate by quite the same rules. So if they are interested, we might see a production happening there sooner rather than later. But it's all out of my hands now. It's just kind of sit back and wait and see if anybody gets back to us.
Well, that's awesome.
So if it was to go ahead, how long would it be, you reckon? Sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to interrupt you off.
What, Grant?
Sorry, I was saying, if let's say, for instance, right now they went, yep, it's all good, 100% ready to go. How long does that normally take?
Well,
for the first show?
At the earliest, it would be sometime next year, I would think. But it depends. I don't know the details of this particular theater company's programming, but generally, yeah, they've got their schedule mapped out for at least the next year. So we'd be looking probably at this time next year at the earliest. But still, knowing that it's coming would be huge. That would be a big deal. So
it would be amazing. And that would be for Sucker, right? So and then after.
Actually, no. This place wasn't so much interested in. Well, I mean, it might be Sucker, but they tend to do more comedies and stuff like that, and mysteries. I mean, I think our best bet with them would be one of the comedies or Deadline. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Deadline has the both elements, the mystery and comedic elements. So that would be a good fit, I think. Yeah, and it would be amazing.
Our first murder mystery, Party to Murder, would be a good fit, and I was going to send that to him, but I didn't want to overload the guy. I mean, he's got 3 scripts now to go through, so that'll keep him busy for a while. And I'm just going to sit back and wait and see what his response is, and if he wants anything more after that, we'll happily send him stuff. See where it goes.
Oh, that's awesome. It sounds like you've got some great prospects out of this. And it would be amazing to get a production of Sucker so that you can then get it published once you have the first production done. And that would be cool to see. So, yeah.
I mean, ideally, we would prefer to have it in English somewhere in North America. But, I will take a production in Poland if it means getting to go back over for another visit. Yeah, sure. I was talking to Mars about one of the companies in Madrid that we sent a copy of Sucker to. And I think I sent them Deadline as well, if memory serves. And this is the biggest commercial production company in Spain, I think. And they're based in Madrid. And I mentioned to Mars that, I'd sent a couple of scripts to them, and she said something about how she would prefer the first production to be in English. And it's like, hey, if our first production happens to be hosted by the biggest production company in Spain and it's in Madrid, I'll take that any day of the week,
Yeah.
They would almost certainly be flying us over for the opening. So hell, yes, by all means.
Oh,
It has
yeah.
to be Spanish first. I will take that happily. Thank you very much.
Can't turn that down.
No, indeed.
And Doc was first in the chat here. Hey, Doc, nice to see you. I would invite Doc on, but I think he's still at work, texting from work. Hey, Alexis is here. Nice to see you.
And Dieter. Good morning, Dieter.
Jay. Hey, Jay. What else here? Hey, Nene, nice to see you. Here's a name I haven't seen before. Hey, 12 Brothers. Welcome. What else is here? Dieter. There's Dieter. Good morning, Dieter.
And Nina is new to me as well. I've never seen her before.
Who is? Oh, who?
Well, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. I'm guessing it's Nina. Nesha Rochelle.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's been here. Maybe she hasn't caught one of the streams with you on, though. But she's been here.
She doesn't call. She doesn't write. What can I tell you?
Hey, with Alice. Nice
Hi, Alice.
See you. Here's another new name, Beauty Gurus STL. Welcome, by the way. I'm not sure the stats are true today that you died quicker. You're more likely to die in a car than in a plane crash because look at all the planes. It's just falling out of the sky now. We've had a bad track record lately for plane crashes around the world.
Yes, but
true.
Still, when you compare that to the number of flights that are happening every day, it's a drop in the bucket, if you'll pardon the expression.
Oh God, yeah, yeah. It's all these messed up Boeing airplanes with the, I feel like they're probably going lax on the safety protocols, maybe to save money. The crazy incidents with doors flying off the plane in midair.
And I was a little concerned because my flights with Air Canada from here to Madrid were on a 787, and people have been warning. Some of the engineers at Boeing who are no longer there have been warning that there are issues with the 787s, and it's only a matter of time before something nasty happens with one of them. So I thought, yeah, trust Air Canada. Loading up on those 787s. Thank guys.
Right. God. Well, so long as the plane doesn't crash in the remote Canadian wilderness, leaving you stranded with a team of teenage female soccer players, a la Yellow Jackets. That's the plot of Yellow Jackets.
We have the trifecta.
Is that what Yellow Jackets is all about? I just thought maybe that was one of Doc's private fantasies, but no, that doesn't make sense. It sounds more like one of mine.
I ring the bell because we have the trifecta: Lord of the Flies, Alive, and finally Yellow Jackets. We made it, everyone.
Yes. And Lost, gotta mention Lost, kind of like the grandfather of From. Hey, Umbra, nice to see you. Umbra was on our panel on Monday night talking about The Last of Us. Was an awesome addition to the panel. He and Tony were on together. Tony was on from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. in the morning with us talking The Last of Us. She was wild. Tony doesn't do that kind of stuff. He does not stay up all night. That was fun. I gotta say, that was a lot of fun, and it was good therapy for me. And we had a great conversation. And Umbra was awesome, and it was so much fun. And Scarlet came on, even though she doesn't watch the show, just to support. And I appreciated all of them. And Trace, hey Trace. Doug, Dieter's still not feeling well. Dieter cannot shake this thing. Dieter's been sick for weeks. Jeez. What's going on? He cannot shake this bug. It is not going anywhere. Sorry to hear that, man. I feel better. Take care. Hey, Robert. Nice to see you, my friend. Popping in to show support. Hello, Doug. I have a color theory, and you are not the big bad. Sorry.
Doesn't matter to me.
Well, the big bat's behind him on the shelf.
Wherever yeah, exactly. No, wherever I fit into the food chain is just fine with me. I'm really not fussed about that at all.
I just can't see the man in yellow being middle management.
I know.
Well-
I can't. To me, he feels more like big bad to me. I don't know.
Well, I suppose we'll all find out at more or lless the same time. Well, no, I'll probably find out a little earlier than you, but not by a whole lot.
Yeah. Yeah, and you'll be sworn to secrecy, but
Yeah,
but
wild horses won't drag it out of me.
I like it better that way. I like to theorize. I hate spoilers. So yeah, by all means, don't tell us a thing that you're not supposed to tell us. And Robert does have awesome theories. He has a great theory on what the colors mean, the red, yellow, and blue in From that are so prominently featured, and like the usage of color indicating like threat level. So when you see characters wearing certain colors, they're at more risk of dying. And he really analyzes the show carefully for details like this. So he's got like a threat level where I think the lowest threat level is blue, then it goes to yellow, then red, and then black. And Jim was wearing black toward the end. So there's more to it than that. There's a lot more to it than that. He analyzes it with a fine-toothed comb and an interesting symbolism related to the color theory that he has. We're going to have him on one night and have him discuss some of his theories because they're awesome. They're really cool.
Well, if you follow that logic through, the fact that I'm always wearing yellow means that I guess I'm always at a moderate threat level to myself.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I personally think yellow in the show is symbolic of hope because it's symbolic of hope in Western cultures in general. It's why people tied yellow ribbons around trees, waiting for loved ones to come home from overseas in the military fighting. And Boyd wears yellow all the time. He's like the living embodiment of the town's hope. Fatima, she was the hope, the beacon of hope of Colony House. And the night that she gave away her yellow sweater on the Colony House massacre night, she gave it away to someone who immediately got murdered. And Fatima was traumatized ever since that massacre night. And it was as if her hope got symbolically murdered. And now the way that I reason that out with the man in yellow, this clearly evil character wearing yellow, is the yellow is dirty. It's sullied. It represents the sullying of their hope.
Dashed hope. Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, when you mentioned hope, that was the first thought that I had is like, yeah, well, that's probably, if that theory is sound, that's probably what's happening in his case,
And maybe
Which
he
makes sense, again, in terms of John Griffin's origin story, like where the man in yellow came from, the real life man in yellow, that first he saw this guy who was this vision, this positive, almost an apotheosis type vision. And then the next time he sees him 5 years later, the guy looks like he's been through hell. And, there he is in his scuffed up, dirty old yellow suit that was so gorgeous the first time he saw it. And yeah, I mean, that is a pretty graphic expression, I guess, of dashed hope right there.
100%. Yeah, it just completely fits to me. It makes total sense for that to be the meaning behind it. And when you connect it with Boyd and Fatima and the man in yellow with the dirty yellow suit, it just fits. And maybe he once had hope. Maybe, because John Griffin described that man on the street as looking like a magical figure who went on a quest and was defeated. And maybe that's what the man in yellow is. Maybe he wasn't always evil. Monster, as Mary Shelley said, monsters are not born, they are made. Maybe he started off young and hopeful and in his younger years, maybe he was hopeful and he was on a quest that failed. So yeah, now we're seeing like the later version of him and the sullying of that hope. Anyway,
well, like the Joker said, the only difference between a good and a bad man is one bad day. Could be something as simple as that, maybe he was one of the quote unquote good guys, or he's a reincarnation of someone. I mean, that would sort of make sense. And the whole thing is just cyclical. He's just a cog in the wheel.
Mm-hmm. Could be. David, hey David, is it true that moose cause most of the car accidents in Canada?
No.
Yeah, they're terrible drivers. Yeah.
They're hopeless. Well, bad eyesight, and no. Let's just put it this way: you would not want to run into a moose with your car because you'll probably get the worst of that. They're huge.
They're huge,
and they're top heavy. Their legs, there's nothing to their legs. That's the problem. So you hit them with the car, and then all that weight just falls on your bonnet or through the windscreen.
Yeah. Even hitting a deer can have catastrophic effects for the people in the car. But hitting a moose, it's like running your car into a wall.
I can imagine.
Or a horse.
You wouldn't survive that. And thank you, Gabrielle. I love that theory about hope/yellow, and welcome. Let's see. David also said yellow relating to the yellow chakra, wrath/management, solar plexus, child and sacred secretion, and the gut intelligence. Well, that is a mouthful. Interesting stuff, David. Zapped and Kaboom, hello. Dieter points out here that our friend Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow, joined Cameo now. He is on Cameo. So you can order a video from him if you go to that link that he dropped in the chat. And he made a really sweet, lovely, funny cameo for me that I absolutely love. And that Dieter gifted to me. I just loved it. So,
although I should warn people, like, don't get your hopes up too high, because coming from me, they don't promise to be very interesting. So,
only one way to find out, people. Order it now.
You can request an accent.
Yeah, no, you would be lovely. It would be just as lovely. No, mine was lovely, Bunny, as expected. So, you're definitely gonna love it, I'm sure, if you order a cameo from Doug. And David said Rhode Island also has yellow and hope in their symbols with the anchor. Yeah, my state. My state has a yellow anchor as its emblem, and it says hope on it too, which I like. It's cool. Hey, Mr. Frogman.
Yeah, there's a college that's close to Michigan that's called Hope College. It also has an anchor. Anchor in front of it. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Dieter's loved the cameo too. Yeah, it was awesome.
Glad you enjoyed it, Dieter.
I loved how you made the mini man in yellow talk. That was great. And moved that menacing little arm. That arm can do some damage. Watch out for that arm. Rip your throat right out.
Yeah, it was pretty cheesy, but I'm kind of limited as to what I can do with the little guy, so I hope to have a little more fun with doing some stop motion things when I get some time to put some of those together, because the first one was kind of primitive. To do it properly, you have to take a lot of still shots, and space them very, very close together if you want it to look good. But that takes a lot of time. So, down the road, I hope to play around with that a bit.
Yeah, that one that you did of him gobbling up the cookies on Instagram was amazing.
Great. Yeah, that was great.
I love that. Oh man, but that's got to take a lot of time and patience. Yeah, I wouldn't have the patience for it myself. I don't know how people did that back in the day, making entire, animated specials with stop motion animation.
God, yeah, that was such a tedious process,
Especially like the guys who do like Wallace and Gromit, the details that they put into every little action, it's absolutely crazy, and because they have moving backgrounds and everything. It's not just the thing. Yeah, it's, if you ever see the behind the scenes thing of that, it's phenomenal. Like, I think they said it's like 100 hours per, I think it was 2 or 3 seconds or something of the film. Like, it was stupidly ridiculous.
Yeah, and all the classic animations, Walt Disney, Chuck Jones, Bugs Bunny, and Daffy Duck, and all those guys. I mean, those things took forever to do, And then you get into the 60s and you start getting stuff like the Flintstones, for
Yeah,
instance,
yeah.
all the Hanna-Barbera stuff.
Hanna-Barbera, exactly. That's what I was gonna say.
And they,
Scooby-Doo.
you know, they kind of did it on the cheap. It's, and you can see that when you watch them. But still, even those, that take a tremendous amount of time to put those together.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can't
On the cheap,
believe-
it only took 50 hours instead of 100 hours a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And now I think usually to make cartoons, sometimes they'll do a combination of hand drawn and computer animation. It's a whole lot easier. It's not just straight up hand drawn anymore. But give me that any day. I like that better, flaws and all. I liked it better before it got so polished and perfect looking. I like old hand drawn animation better than CGI. It's just so CGI, and it's just so cold, and it didn't have as much. It doesn't have as much character as the hand drawn stuff did.
It's too perfect. Yeah, there's something about it being like too polished and too clean. Like that's why I like Studio Ghibli stuff, because it's not the greatest animations, but it does enough to convey the story.
And look at stuff like, you know, the Charlie Brown cartoons, the Charlie Brown Christmas, for instance, you know, which has all kinds of mistakes in it and stuff, but it's like, it's homemade, you know, and that's part of its charm. It's kind of like the difference between digital photography and film. Like I'll always come down on the side of film, just because there's a warmth to it that digital photography never manages to recreate.
Hey, Julie.
Right.
Did you ever see? I recommended a film a long time ago to you that was called Blood, Tea, and Red String. You ever see it?
No, I that's probably on my list, and I haven't gotten to yet.
It was a one-woman show, and she did a stop-action movie, a full-length movie. You've seen it, Greg?
Well, yeah, we watched it. I watched it at film school, so that's what 2005, 2006 ish, around that time. So
yeah, it was one lady doing everything. Took her forever. How many years did it take her? Do you know?
I'm not too sure. I don't remember much. I just remember that it was the rat with a big frilly necklace thingy on.
Mm-hmm. It's got a wind and a willows kind of charm, a little darker, but it's really cool.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
But that was current, you know. It was like, I don't know what year it came out, but it was pretty current. And she's working on another movie, but it takes her like 12 years to make them.
Oh, geez.
So, all right, there you go. I just looked it up. 13 years filming.
Christ.
Because she has a little studio with a camera and everything, and she goes in there and rearranges everything and takes pictures. So it's as long as she can do that, you know. Because it's her.
That's amazing. Wow. Talk about a passion project. 12 years.
Oh,
Ease. Hey, Scotty Saturn. Yeah, Moose, fast and big. Yeah, indeed. I would love to see one. You know, I used to, like, when I went up to New Hampshire, I would see like moose crossing signs, and I always wanted to run into one. Like, it's always the kind of thing where you want to see one, but from a distance, where they're not a threat to you, far away, because they're deadly. You don't want to get too close to those things.
Well, they're generally not aggressive, you know, like, but they're just so damn big, you know.
Yeah.
You don't want to get too close, because, you know, it's kind of like sleeping with an elephant. You know, you're fine until the elephant rolls over, kind of thing. You know?
Exactly. Yeah. Robert said, I agree. Fatima was wearing yellow at Colony House, higher threat level, and gave it to Trudy. Guess what color Fatima was wearing during the massacre? Blue, representing safety. So it fits with his theory. I like it, Robert. It fits. Yeah. So
I guess all the shows that we like Severance from, they're all very color themed, which we didn't even realize.
They are separate. You know, From has its yellow, blue, and red. And the primary colors of like the, you know, I forget, like there are the primary colors, and then there are the primary colors of light. And those are the primary colors of Severance, the main ones, blue, red, and green. The primary colors of light, which fit because of the whole Lumen thing. The company is called Lumen and all that stuff. So it makes sense. But they're very color oriented. Hey, Ronnie Martin, nice to see you. Yes, we love cheese. Yeah, I'm addicted to cheese. So cheesy is fun too. Cheesy humor is fun. I like cheesy humor. We enjoy
cheesy
that.
is my wheelhouse. What can I tell you?
Intentional cheesiness is great. You know, I enjoy it. Oh my God, Grant, is that true? Your mate drowned. Are you serious?
Yeah. I mean, he didn't die. He drowned. They revived him and everything. But yeah, no, he yeah. Apparently, I didn't know if this was true or not. A lot of alcohol and night swimming, apparently they don't go well together.
Oh God, I guess not. Yeah, don't do that. Don't try that at home. Fall River. Yeah, wow, that's nuts. Well, I'm glad he didn't die of that. That's horrifying. Panda Kalima, yeah. Doug seems cool, but Mini Man in Yellow is sus. Yeah, looking at him. He's like peering around the corner at us there.
Yeah.
He's got his eye on us.
Yeah, hanging out with his buddies.
Yeah, the T-Rex or the Stegosaurus, maybe.
That's a T-Rex, and the little red guy is. Did I tell you about that?
No,
I did. Somebody gave me this as a little gag present for Christmas or something years ago. It's a thing you use like to hold a wooden spoon if you've got something on the stove and you want to hold the spoon in place. You use this little guy, and the reason they got it for me is because his name is Hug Doug.
That's cute.
So I've got Hug Doug here, hugging the man in yellow.
Cute.
All right, Doug, hear me out. We slightly appropriate that pattern. We make it yellow. We put a little signature on it, and then we can market it for the man in yellow.
Because he loves to hug your neck.
Exactly. Yeah, he's an aggressive hugger.
Yeah, overly affectionate. That's his fatal flaw.
Oh yeah. 13 years. Wow, I have socks older than that though. Yeah. That's a long time. It's a long time. Zapton, my favorite stop motion is the skeletons in Jason and the Argonauts.
Classic. Epic.
Yeah. Mr. Frogman's cell animation was amazing. Look at the animated Hobbit. That's cool. Speaking of stop motion, David Allen's The Primevals was finally completed and released like 30 years after the filming was completed. Wow, Doc, that's crazy. 30 years. That's crazy. Scotty Saturn, never seen Superstar, the Karen Carpenter stop motion with Barbie dolls. Watched that in art school.
Yeah,
What a concept.
I've seen it. I think it has a Sonic Youth connection, if I'm not mistaken. The band Sonic Youth.
That's wild. Quirky. Very quirky. You need a yellow hug, Doug. You need a yellow hug, Doug.
I'll have to try and track down the manufacturers and get right on that.
That fits, yeah.
We can put him in a little yellow suit with brown shoes. It'll be perfect.
Yeah, and he could be hugging Jim's neck. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. You get a spoon that looks like Jim. It's a perfect match. Yeah,
indeed. Not everybody in the fandom hates him, Gabrielle. Not everybody does. Muncher Luncher is he's an avid Jim lover. Or Muncher Luncher loves Jim, and I don't hate Jim at all. I don't hate Jim. I had my criticisms of him, but I was very empathetic, and I still am toward Jim.
I'm a big Jim defender. Always have been.
Yeah.
Season 1 Jim was my favorite character. Season 2, not so much.
Jim got a raw deal. He really did. I have a lot of empathy for him.
Ever since Tilly interrupted him when he was looking at that light, he was a different person.
Yes, and you know something? We just did a rewatch of the episode where that happened, and something clicked in my head, and I think what that was about. Think about it. So in season 1, right as he was going down the stairs with his family to help them dig the hole in the basement, a yellow light started flickering, and the camera stayed there with nobody left in the hallway, just so we can see the yellow light flickering. So first off, I think that was the man in yellow warning Jim, because he had no other way to warn him. He couldn't come into the physical world. The radio hadn't been put together yet. I think that was a warning. Then he warned Jim on the radio, Tabitha, you shouldn't be digging that hole. Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole. And once she dug the hole, Jim's fate was sealed. Everything was set into motion, and there was no way out for him. There was going to be no way out. And then what happens in season 2? Jim notices a red exit light flickering. And he gets up and he starts to investigate it until he interrupts him. I think that was foreshadowing that there was going to be no way out for him, because his wife already dug that hole and set all the events into motion that were going to lead to his demise. I think it was just genius foreshadowing. Of all things, a red exit sign, red representing evil in the show, the exit, and the fact that the light wasn't working right and it was blinking, so there's no exit for him. I love finding details like that. That's why I'm enjoying the rewatch so much. And I think that was probably intentional. Whenever there are flickering lights, we're going to do a live where we talk about things like that. Like Robert suggested it. What do the flickering lights mean, and the jukeboxes playing music on the radio, and all the police radio static, and what forces could be doing that, and what could it mean. And I think that'll be a fun thing to dive into. Samuel had asked, Doug, ever ride a moose? What in the world? I've seen pictures of Canadians riding them. What?
No, never had the opportunity, and the concept, frankly, has never crossed my mind. It's weird. I moved to London, England when I got out of theater school. I lived there for a little while, and I remember being at a party, and it's astounding when you talk to people in the UK, and this is true to this day. It's not as bad now as it was back then, but they are unbelievably ignorant about Canada, just as a concept. And I remember being at a party and this woman saying to me, "Oh, you're from Canada? Yes, they have a lot of bears there, don't they?" And it's like, yeah, in downtown Toronto, it's a huge problem, like
bears.
Getting in the middle of intersections and stopping traffic, it's a nightmare.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I mean, Jesus.
I get the same thing about kangaroos, Doug. Don't worry.
I bet. Yeah, and I get a lot of people who don't know that Rhode Island is not actually an island. Because it's named Rhode Island, it must literally be an island. So people have a lot of misconceptions like that. We have islands, but it's not all an island.
Although it's an understandable mistake. I mean, when it's in the name, it's an assumption most people are going to make, and
who knows why the hell? I don't know why we named it that way in the first place. It doesn't
next
make
thing
any sense.
Next thing you're going to tell me they don't even have roads there.
Yeah. We have some beautiful islands that are part of the state, but that's just a tiny little sliver of it. Hey there, Scott. Nice to see you, Scott. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for asking for likes. Yes, please like the stream. 30 people watching. Thank you so much. Please like the stream. It helps people find us. We would appreciate it. Doc lives in Fall River. Grant.
Oh, there you go. Don't go swimming with booze in your system, mate.
Of all things, yeah. That's a funny coincidence. He happens to live there. Yes, Fall River is a city. Indeed. Indeed. I don't know why they'd name it that either. Again, why are we naming places after, if it's an island, but it's not an island, Fall River, and it's not a river. I don't know. I don't understand that.
Are the Rocky Mountains even rocky?
No.
Yeah.
They're made of cheese.
Okay. I knew John Denver lied to me in the song. God.
John Denver. Yeah. Gabrielle. The jukeboxes are an enigma. The jukeboxes, are they controlled by a good power, an evil power, or both? Sometimes it seems like it's something good that's helping them. Sometimes it seems like it's something evil. I mean, Celebrate Good Times Come On to Kenny after his mom had just passed. He literally just got the news. That's nothing more than evil trolling, and nobody can convince me of anything other than that.
That's one of the things. Well, I love the whole concept of the jukeboxes, but one of the reasons I love it is because whatever the connection is with the song, they always seem to be laced with irony.
Oh,
Mhm.
absolutely. Yeah. And in some cases it's just so fitting to the situation. Like, we've got to get out of this place, which the series opens with.
Yeah.
And my cat agrees.
Mhm. R.I.P. Megan.
R.I.P. Megan. Yeah, it foreshadowed her death right as the lyric was going, and that what is it? You'll be
Girl, you're
dead
so
before
young and pretty. And one thing
you'll
I
be
know
dead.
is true, you'll be dead before the night is through.
Yeah, right as the
And it's under
camera,
the swinging. She's on the swing.
she's on the swing, and it's saying you'll be dead before your time is due. It's a little on the nose, but it sure does fit.
Oh, time
Um,
is due. Oh, it works both ways.
yeah,
I just threw. Time is due.
Yeah.
it,
And
She's
Hard
dead
Rain is
now.
Gonna Fall was another pretty on the nose one too, but absolutely apropos, you know.
oh, absolutely. And that song that played when Jim was in the aftermath of that horrific night in season 2, the night of the massacre happened. Well, not really a massacre, but I mean a bunch of people died from the bus when the bus people were there,
Yeah.
and Tom died, and they're going out to get Jim from under the house. I forget what song played, but that one was really fitting too. It was haunting.
Oh yes, yeah. What was that? Yeah, because I had the same reaction, but I can't remember what it was now. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Which one was it?
You know the song that played, it was very haunting song that played when at the end of season 2, episode 2, when they're going out to collect Jim from under the house, and well, it was before
Was
they
that
realized,
was it the Lauren Cohen one?
maybe, yeah, there's one they found Tom's body, and it was the end of that episode. It was this really beautiful haunting song.
Yeah, it was a cover of a Leonard Cohen song, and I can't remember the name of the song right now.
The way things are.
Oh
That
yeah,
one?
I believe that's it.
Hmm.
That sounds right to me. Yeah. Yeah, the way things are. I think that's what it was. Anyway, yeah. Great song choices all around. And I when the song Blue came on, it seemed like it was trying to manipulate Jim and Tabitha's emotions in a good way, bringing them closer together. Their mood completely shifted. All of a sudden, like Tabitha started opening up to Jim about her feelings and connecting with him more, and Jim changed his attitude, and it was like that was their song, that was their couple song, and it definitely seemed like it was trying to help. So I think maybe there could be a helpful entity and a harmful entity, and they in turn take control of the jukeboxes for their own purposes. And that's the if I had a boat one. I still believe that was not a helpful thing at all. That was not a Boyd getting his sign that yes, you should go do this, because look what happened as a result. It turned out it wasn't a good idea to go out there at all. He brought back the worms, unleashed that whole threat on the town. So
Maybe the best way to think of the entity controlling the jukeboxes is that it's like a trickster entity, you know? Like it's like the
right.
Loki of
Yeah, like Loki.
Like Loki. Yeah, I like that. That's an interesting way to think about it for sure.
Well, you've also got a character like in there with one eye, like Odin. So I mean, there's also another similarity.
Yes.
well, there are a lot of sort of Norse mythology nods, I think, in the series.
That's for sure. Yeah, let's get the likes up. Doug's here. Let's go. Yes, thank you, Panda Kalima. Thank you. Welcome, Billy's. I like the new avatar, Mr. Grant, he says.
Yeah, I got Julie and Doug Simpsonified, I guess you'd call it. So there's that one, and then there's
what in the world? Yeah.
there's that one, and this one.
Nice.
Oh my god! I didn't even.
I've actually got the picture. I've actually got the picture shared. I just took a screenshot, threw it into ChatGPT, and said, "Turn us into Simpson characters." So I don't know if you can share the picture. I've got it just shared in the background.
I'm gonna have to come up with a new voice for that guy. The animated version of me.
That's crazy. I didn't even know what that was, Grant. That's hilarious. I didn't notice it. I just I vaguely noticed that you had a Simpson looking avatar. I didn't even realize it's me. Oh my God, that's so funny. Chat GPT is crazy. The stuff it can come up with. That's nuts. Oh my God. Amy's here. Hi, Amy. Amy says, hi, Doug.
Hi, Amy.
Hope, Amy, you're doing well. Yeah, okay, but why isn't Rhode Island an island? Yeah, Gabrielle, I don't know. You got me. I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah. The road part comes from the red clay, I believe. Dutch explorer, I think. Oh, interesting. That's something I didn't know.
Oh, like Rhode Island red chickens as well. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's our state bird.
Oh, it is?
Maybe
Michigan's the
Gabrielle.
robin. Robin's like a real basic bird.
Oh, yeah. Gabrielle says maybe the jukeboxes were trying to say that if she died, she got out of Fromville, so don't worry. Yeah, could be.
So Abby was right then.
Yeah, man, maybe she was right. That would get rid of all the emotional impact of those who died. So that I'd actually rather it not be the case. As much as it sucks, that people get killed off on the show. If you're gonna do it, then you gotta make it meaningful. If we find out, oh, never mind, all these people that you grieved and the people on the show grieved, they're all alive at the end, and it would just be, it would cheapen that impact, I think. I feel that it's simply too much of a troll for the monsters, Gabrielle. Yeah. Well, I think the evil entity likes to troll. The evil entity, that was some expert trolling that it did on Kenny, if you ask me. Boo always has to make her little cameos on the live. She was doing it the other night too, at perfect moments too, when we were talking about a very depressing episode of The Last of Us, and she was howling. So she was not happy either. Robert says Megan Pratt was wearing a red sweater on the swing set. Oh, there you go with the colors again. Robert, I think you're onto something here. Let's see. Hey, Jay Sleek. Jay Sleek says, hey, Julie. Hey, Doug.
Hey, Jay Sleek.
Let's see. And Jay, hey, Jay. I think the jukebug was trying to get more pregnancies. What? On the island? Wait, what? What island?
That Lost?
Yeah, Lost has an island. Lost has an island, but Zapton, yeah, that was a good show. I wasn't as good as the Twilight Zone, but Rod Serling's Night Gallery had a haunted jukebox. The episode was called The Tune and Dance Cafe. There were a few great episodes of that series, but it was no Twilight.
There were. I'll never forget the one with who was the actor? He was in oh God, it'll come to me. Anyway, this guy who was having an affair with this other guy's wife, and the other guy found out about it and strapped him to a bed and put an earwig in his ear.
Oh God, yeah.
And in the episode, the earwig makes its way right across and comes out the other ear, and the guy survives. And just when he thinks, he's going to be okay, the guy who is strapped into the bed comes in and says, "Oh yeah, I see the earwig made it out. Did I tell you that's a female? And those earwigs, they lay eggs." And that was the end of the episode. I thought,
Yeah, Brian Ahern.
That is so disturbing. I forgot about that one. That was probably one of the most disturbing episodes of that show I've seen. And there were some very disturbing ones. That's not the only one. That one was very, very dark. It was a lot darker and more morbid than the Twilight Zone. Much more horror. And that's what Rod Serling wanted. That's why he, ended the Twilight Zone. He wanted to try something different. And so he ventured more from fantasy. I don't know what exactly you would classify, how you would classify the Twilight Zone, but it wasn't horror, psychological horror maybe. But it was different. It was not, there's a word I'm looking for. It was not macabre. like the Night Gallery was. And
Surreal.
yeah, the Twilight Zone was
Yet somehow sort of grounded as well. It was one of those weird ones. It was so off-putting that these things might happen as well with a lot of them.
Grant, I just saw your comment that you said it was Brian Aherne that was the actor. He wasn't the victim, was he? Was he the husband? Because
I think it's the husband.
I thought the husband was Jack Palance.
I might be getting mixed up then.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it was Jack Palance because I remember when I saw him, I was kind of surprised seeing him on a TV series like that because he was known mostly as a film actor at that point.
There were some major actors on that. Actually, who was it? I think it was who was that woman? The pilot episode of Night Gallery. It was like it was an extra long episode, and it was epic. I absolutely loved it. There was one that was called The Cemetery, and it was starring Roddy McDowell. That was amazing. He played this asshole who helped cause his elderly relatives, made his demise more sped up.
Joan Crawford.
Yeah, Joe. And then in another section, there were separate stories to that episode. And in another section of it, it was Joan Crawford, Eyes. She starred in an episode called Eyes, and she wanted to basically somebody was so desperate for money that he paid to give up his corneas or something so that this woman could see and she'd only be able to see for 24 hours, but she was willing. He was willing to give it up because he was that desperate for money, and she wanted to at least be able to stop being blind and be able to see for 24 hours. And it winds up just completely backfiring on her, and she gets hers in the end. But yeah, it's a big name.
That was the father from Happy Days. I can't remember the actor's name, but he was the father.
Tom Bosley.
Tom Bosley. There we go. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
In the original the original Twilight Zone, there were so many famous film actors that showed up there. I think Robert Redford was in one, if memory serves me right. But a lot of because back then there was a lot more crossover between TV and film than we generally see now.
Yeah. There was also a haunted doll episode that was like one of the most disturbing things I've seen. And I mean, a lot of people don't like haunted doll stories. I happen to love them. The Night Gallery had one of the best I've ever seen. Anyway, hey, AAMM, nice to see you. Let's see.
Martin Landau. I'm trying to remember the episode, but there was one I used to watch as a kid, and it had Martin Landau in it. Just trying to remember that one.
That isn't one of the library of the glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know the plotline. I can't remember the title. It's like where he sits down to read all the books and breaks his glasses.
Oh, Burgess Meredith.
Yeah.
Oh, Burgess Meredith.
Yeah, he was in a few episodes actually.
Yeah, he was in several memorable episodes. That one was the most memorable. Time Enough at Last. Yeah, that one was a classic. Burgess Meredith was a legend. He was amazing. He also played the devil in another episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played a guy, and he also played a guy who was in a dystopian society where if they decided you were obsolete, they would just execute you. He was a librarian, so he was scheduled for execution. The Twilight Zone was, for my money, the best TV show ever made, if you ask me. Just a work of genius, masterpiece.
It can't be remade. That's the problem. It was of its time, and it's also timeless.
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's why I think where Jordan Peele's one, it just didn't work.
They did remake it twice. They did that movie too.
They did. They did.
Yeah, I mean, the movie, man.
Failed.
My God, I mean, that's probably one of the most cursed movies of all time.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some bad things happened in the making of it. I think I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a whole episode of Haunted Films devoted to the Twilight Zone movie.
Yeah.
recommended by me.
Oh yeah, William Shatner. Yeah, that's right. William Shatner was in 2 episodes of
Yeah.
the Twilight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the one with the goblin thingy on the wing of the plane.
Nightmare at 20,000 feet.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Dennis Hopper did
Yeah,
one.
Dennis Hopper. Yeah, Charlie Bronson was in a few as
Yeah.
well.
Yes, and Elizabeth Montgomery, who starred in Bewitched.
Oh yeah, Bewitched. Yeah.
Carol Burnett.
Yes, Carol Burnett. Right, good catch.
She's in one of my favorite ones. One of my favorite episodes.
Oh, Dick York was actually in one as well. He was in one of the
Yes.
earlier ones. Yeah.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Tony's here. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Julie B, you're supposed to rock with the Dawn. LOL playing. I've been drinking. No
Thanks for the
worries.
warning, Tony.
Welcome to come on.
It was a good stream you did earlier, Tony. Very heated and very passionate, I should say, when it comes to whether you believe Joel's in the right or wrong. Go watch it if you haven't seen it.
It was great. Yeah, Tony had an awesome debate earlier with Gray Area, who's got an amazing channel of her own, and they've been collaborators in the past. And they debated on a major moral issue in the Last of Us. It was awesome. I was able to catch the whole thing, and I really enjoyed it. So yeah, go watch the replay if you like anybody out there who likes The Last of Us. Go watch the replay. It's awesome. And Tony, you're always welcome to join too. If you want the link, I'll give you the link. You're always welcome to join us. But I figured I would have asked, but I figured Tony did his own stream that was like 2 hours earlier, and that's, I figured he's probably all good for the night and all set with streaming. Anyway, what was I gonna say? But he knows he's always welcome. All he's got to do is ask, and link will be sent. Hey, Real Cinema Therapy. Nice to see you. Our friend Lori from Real Cinema Therapy is here.
Hey, Lori.
And what else? Yeah, let's see. Amy, I saw something from Amy. Yeah, fairies are tricksters too. And fairies are popular from theory as well. It's a good point. Yep.
And I've been reading a book on fairies that was actually written back in the 19th century. And one thing that we forget is that fairies in their time were considered, like, people were afraid of them. Fairies were considered to be evil and potentially dangerous. Quite a different concept of, of course, we had Walt Disney, do what he did to the whole concept of fairies. So it's changed quite a bit. But yeah, back then, like, people were genuinely like, they believed that they existed and they were terrified of running into them.
Yeah, these were not.
I still am. I don't buy all that propaganda that they're good. Something that little and that magical can't be good by nature.
These are not fairies were not Tinkerbell. This is not Tinkerbell we're talking about. Like, the fairies were no joke. Fairies were scary, scary beings. Oh, Lori says, hey, back to Doug. Yeah. So the Fae theory on From, I get it. Like, there are parallels. The monsters, they're kind of like tricksters. They make you think that they're people, and then they transform. They take people's stuff and bring it down to their cave. Fairies would steal people's belongings. So I can see the parallels. I can totally.
I mean, it's in the name. From is a translation of the word fairy, or fae, I should say, but versus fairy. But I mean, if that's what it turns out to be, I would not be surprised. Either that, or they're giant cicadas, depending on what part of the world you live in. Anyway, Julie, I've got to head off though. I did promise someone else I'd be on their stream, and they've just started. So thank you for having me. I'll jump on after this other stream's finished. If I don't see you, Doug, have a good one. Glad you're back safe, and look forward to more streams.
Thanks, Grant. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you, Grant.
See you
Thanks for coming. Bye, Grant. And make sure you subscribe to Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel. When the stream ends, if you're listening on the replay, I'll have the link to Grant's channel in the description of this video, so you can find it easily. And in Real Cinema, yeah, that was a great debate Tony had, and I loved having him on here. Tony was amazing. I couldn't believe it. He came on my stream Monday night at 1 a.m. and stayed until 4 a.m. and broke down the entire episode of The Last of Us with me. And I really appreciated that. That was awesome. And I had so much fun. It was a pick-me-up that I really needed. So I appreciate you, Tony. And anytime you want to come on here, I'm just thrilled to have you. That was awesome. That meant a lot to me. Really. I mean it. It meant a lot. I needed that pick-me-up. Did you hear that the people who are doing From are now doing a Star Wars series or movie? Not sure, been drinking. What?
Just in my head.
I hadn't heard anything of the sort. No.
There's like a
Not
there's
either.
like a smiley Yoda. It's like a Yoda, but it smiles like smiley. You know, if you know, you know.
So
Wow.
Julie, the last time we were chatting on here, I think I said something about telling the craziest story that I've ever experienced, which is not one that you know a little bit of this story. We've talked a little bit about it privately, but I don't think we've told the bike story on here, at least not the whole version.
Nope.
So I don't know. You interested in hearing that?
Well, we would love to hear it, please.
All right. This was back in 1998. It was my 4th year at the Shaw Festival, and it was the middle of July. And our dark day, of course, was Monday, as it usually is in the theater. And I had biked into St. Catharines to see a movie that night. And I got home, and I was living on the 2nd floor of a house. My landlords had the main floor, and I had an apartment upstairs. And I went in, and I was about to go up the stairs to my apartment, and I found this little note on the stairs that my landlords had left me, saying that a Constable Harrison of the Niagara Regional Police had been by to see me. And I thought, what's that all about? So I knocked on their door, and they answered, and I said, what's with this? And they said, oh, we don't know, but you better call him. And I'm like, well, yeah, you know. So I go running upstairs, my first thought being, you know, family emergency or something like that. So I checked my machine. No messages on the machine. And I thought, well, it can't be that because someone would have called. So then I called the police and I said, hi, this is Doug Hughes. This is where I live. This Constable Harrison has been by to see me. Can you tell me what this is all about, please? And they said, no. And I said, what do you mean, no? You came to my house. You left a note on my step asking me to get in touch. You can't tell me what it's about. And she said, no, you have to talk to Constable Harrison about that, and he's left for the day, so I can't help you. So I'm starting to get a little concerned at this point, so I go back downstairs. I knock on my landlord's door again, and I said, did this guy not say anything about what this was about? And they said, well, he said that it wasn't really serious, but things will go easier on you if you come in voluntarily. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm freaking out. I'm pulling my hair out trying to think, what can this be about? What, you know, I couldn't think of a thing. And I literally had to wait like 24 hours before I could get this guy on the phone. I had to go back to work the next day and do a couple of shows with this hanging over my head, having no idea what it was all about. And I was playing phone tag with him during my show that evening. Finally, I get home the next night. It's about 11:30 at night. And I get this guy on the phone and I said, would you please tell me what this is all about? And he says, yes, some neighbors who live down the street from you have accused you of stealing their son's bicycle. And I said, boy, have you got the wrong guy. I said, I have a bicycle. I have a really nice bicycle. It's custom made. I really don't need another one. So I'm sorry, but somebody's got their wires crossed. And he said, well, they say they have an eyewitness. And I said, well, their eyewitness is mistaken. And he says, look, I'm not saying you took the bike. I'm not saying you didn't. But if they get the bike back, they're willing to drop the whole thing, no questions asked. And I said, well, I'd love to help you. But if I didn't steal the bike in the first place, I can't very well give it back to them. Now, can I? And he says, well, I'm going to have to call them and see what they want to do. But if they want to press charges, I'm going to have to come and arrest you for theft. And I said, I'll be here. So I call my stage manager and I say, Carolyn, the cops just called. They think I stole some kid's bike. And she says, you? I said, I know, call me crazy. She says, why the hell would they think that? I said, I have absolutely no idea. Oh, shit. She said, what? I said, I just figured out what this was about. The week before, I'd had a friend visiting from Wales. And on the Friday, she wanted to go and do one of the wine tours because this is wine country, you know, where the Shaw Festival is. So we went downtown. She rented a bike. We biked out to one of the wineries, did the tour, you know, had some samples. And then we biked back to my place. And now we've got this rental bike. We've got to get back to the place downtown, which is like 2 miles away from where I live. And she's tired. We've been biking all day. She doesn't want to bike downtown and have to walk all the way back to my place. I said, don't worry about it. I can ride in on my bike and steer the other bike with one hand. I'll take the bike back. So I go riding up the street with the 2 bikes. And I said, obviously, these people must have seen me with the 2 bikes. They found their kid's bike missing. They put 2 and 2 together and they got 5. I'll explain it to the cop when he calls back. So he calls back a few minutes later and he says, well, they want to press charges. I said, look, I can save you a trip. I can explain this whole thing to you over the phone very easily. He says, well, I'm almost at your place anyway, so why don't we just talk about it at the foot of the driveway when I get there? And I thought, yeah, I know exactly how that conversation's going to go. Because the whole time I'm talking to this guy, it's like, look, you'll feel a whole lot better if you just, you know, admit it now, you know, all this kind of stuff. He wasn't hearing anything I had to say. So he hangs up. I call my stage manager back and I say, well, I'm going to jail. And she says, well, I don't know, I guess we'll bail you out in the morning, whatever, you know. And I said, I guess I'm going to take a book, eh? So a couple of minutes later, he pulls into the driveway and I go out to meet him. And I said, so this is it, eh? You're just going to slap the cuffs on me, throw me in the back of the cruiser and haul me off to prison. You're not even going to listen to a word I say, are you? And he says, no, I'll hear your side of the story. I said, okay, here's the thing. And I tell him about taking this rental bike back to the rental place. And he says, when was this? I said, about 3:00 on Friday afternoon. And he says, oh, no. The bike was stolen on Sunday afternoon. And I said, really? What time on Sunday afternoon? He said, about 3:00, actually. I said, well, I happen to have a really good alibi for 3:00 on Sunday afternoon. He says, oh, yeah? Do you have any witnesses for this alibi? I said, yeah, about 850 of them. I was doing a matinee at the Shaw Festival. Oh, well, can somebody confirm this? I said, how many names do you want? There's like 50 people backstage. I said, here, call my stage manager. At least I know she's still awake because by this time it's like 12:30 in the morning. So I give him the phone number and he's got to check to make sure it actually belongs to the person I claim it does. Meanwhile, another cruiser pulls up and all the neighbors are out on their front lawns, you know, gawking over like what's going on over there, you know. And finally, these guys are messing around for about a half an hour. They finally call my stage manager and she confirms that, yes, I was doing a show that afternoon. And so the cop hangs up. And despite the fact that I have now been absolutely exonerated from this thing, this guy doesn't say anything about that. What he says to me is, well, it doesn't seem very likely that we're going to get a conviction here. And I said, no shit, Sherlock. What was your first clue? Did you not stop to think about this rationally for like 5 seconds? What is a 40-year-old man going to want with some 10-year-old kid's bike? Do I look like I'm working on a circus act? Secondly, why did I steal it from them in broad daylight while they're home? And then thirdly, you tell me if they get the bike back, they're going to drop the whole thing, no questions asked. Like I'm going to say no to this? Does any of this make any sense to you at all? And he says, well, you know, I've been a cop for about 16 years now. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that people do a lot of things that don't make any sense. I said, well, if you've been a cop for 16 years, there's something else you should have learned by now. And that is that eyewitnesses are notoriously unreliable because their eyewitness was their 12-year-old daughter. And he says, well, she was a very credible witness. I said, well, she got a couple of facts wrong, didn't she? So anyway, he goes away and I'm thinking, well, you know, that's the end of that story. I'll have a nice story to tell the guys in the dressing room tomorrow night, but you know, I guess we're done with this. Well, no, not quite. The next day, the father gets on the phone and he calls my stage manager, Carolyn, and gets her on the phone. And of course, they know each other because they're both locals and it's a small town. And this guy is a freelance journalist of all things, which, you know, as you hear the story, you'll think is pretty hilarious. And he's calling me every name in the book and claiming that I stole the bike and all this stuff. And so she pretends like she doesn't know anything about this. And she says, when was this, Phil? And he says, about 3:00 on Sunday afternoon. And she says, well, I hate to tell you this, Phil, but at 3:00 on Sunday afternoon, Doug was here doing a show. And the guy says, well, is there any way he could have gone home during the show and stolen the bike and gone back to the theater. And she said, Phil, in a word, no, there is no way that could have happened. And he says, well, did you have any understudies that went on Sunday? She said, Phil, it wasn't him. Goodbye. Click. The next day, the guy comes to the theater, buys a ticket for the show, which ironically enough was a production of You Can't Take It With You, sits through with a stopwatch and times my entrances and exits. And he figures out that there's a 23-minute window when I'm not on stage. So now he's solved the crime. So he gets back on the next day and he gets this woman in publicity on the phone who he also knows. And he's, saying, I got it all figured out. I know how he did it. She said, Phil, get a grip. How is this guy going to leave the theater in the middle of the show? There's like 50 people backstage. Don't you think somebody's going to see him leave the theater? Not to mention come back 5 minutes or 10 minutes later or however long it takes him, covered in sweat in his biking gear. Because this is the thing. She obviously saw me when I was taking the rental bike back, where I was wearing my bike shorts, So it's like, what did I do? Like change out of my costume and get into my bike shorts just so I could go home and steal your kid's bike and then bike back to the theater? And it's just like insane, And one of the other things was I was sharing a dressing room with like 5 other guys, one of whom was black. And he said, Jesus, can you imagine what would have happened if I was accused of the crime? So we wrote a skit about this, which we did we had one of our Saturday nights at the George that particular Saturday. So we did this little comedy skit where I said to the crowd, I said, for those of you who haven't heard the story yet, here's a little shortened version of the conversation I had with the cop at the foot of my driveway, just to sort of set the whole thing up. And then we said, here's how we think that conversation would have gone if Garnet Harding had been accused of the crime. And so Garnet, the black guy, comes out and he says, what can I do for you, officer? And he's like, down on the ground, dirtbag now. What did I do? Oh, resisting arrest. Hey, and all this. And then we had a couple of other scenes where, Garnet was being totally mistreated by the police. And it was really interesting hearing the crowd's response to it, because there was a lot of laughter, but there was a lot of like, this is a little too close to home for my comfort. But these people were absolutely convinced that somehow I had managed to steal this bike. And for weeks afterwards, they were going around telling everybody in the neighborhood that I was a thief and that I should stay away. They should stay away from me and stuff like this. There were a couple of gals in the company who lived right across the street from these nut bars. And they were very happy that all this happened, because until this had happened, this woman was like trying to be best friends with these two. Every time she saw them coming down the street, she would burst into song because she knew they were in the musical. And, she was always pretending like she was really into what was going on in the theater, and when she had no clue at all. And of course, the minute they realized that I was a friend of theirs, they stopped talking to these two girls who were like, thank you very much. But this went on literally for years.
Oh my God.
Like anytime anybody crossed my path, they would go after these people and say, stay away from that man. He stole our kid's bike. And in fact, I had it out with them on the street one day. And I told them that if they didn't stop, I would sue them for defamation. I actually had my lawyer send them a letter warning them of the same thing. And I had an argument with the father out on the street one day. And, and I said to him, I said, okay, how did I manage to steal your kid's bike on an afternoon when I was doing a matinee at the Shaw Festival? And he said, well, I came and saw the show and I sat through the show with a stopwatch. I said, yes, I heard about you and your Columbo routine. And you figured out what? That I had 23 minutes to do this? He says, that's right. I said, okay, here's a little reality check for you. The day you saw the show and I checked, we had an extra long intermission because we had a lot of people there in wheelchairs that day. And it took longer to get them back into their seats. So we had I think it was an 18-minute intermission rather than the usual 15 minutes. And also, there's a places call at the top of Act 2 for all the people who have to be on stage at the beginning of Act 2, where I have to be on stage 3 minutes before the curtain goes up. So this 23 minutes that you think you had was actually more like 17 minutes, in which you claim I managed to get off stage, go into my dressing room, change into my biking gear, go outside, unlock my bike the 3 kilometers to your home, steal your kid's bike, stash it somewhere, bike 3 kilometers back to the theater, lock my bike up, get back into my dressing room, put my costume back on, and get on stage in 17 minutes? Are you out of your fucking mind? And he said, well, maybe you didn't take the time to change out of your costume. I said, according to your daughter, I was wearing my bike gear. So which is it? You know, did she have the story right? Or did I, in fact, bike home in a bow tie, a short sleeve shirt, and wingtip shoes? Because you can't have it both ways, pal. And I could see that, you know, after this discussion, the wheels of doubt were starting to turn in Dad's head. You know, he was no longer completely convinced that I was the guilty party. His wife, meanwhile, was a complete nutbar, and like there was no talking to her. She was absolutely convinced. And the worst part about this story is they had 2 kids, and she was homeschooling the both of them. And I thought, those poor fucking kids are going to be in therapy for the rest of their lives. So this went on for the next 10 years. Like, I didn't see them very much. In fact, a couple of years after that, I moved to a different place, not because of them, but because the place I was in was no longer available. But I was living just around the corner. And one day I was on my way to work, and the wife, passed me in her car. And I got home from my matinee that day, and there was a card from the police who had been by to visit me. And I thought, what the hell now? So I called this cop, who was a different cop, and he said, do you know why I'm calling? And I said, this wouldn't by any chance have anything to do with the people that live at number 2 Wycliffe, would it? And he said, yes, as a matter of fact, it does. And I said, you better come over. So he came to the house and I said, sit down. I got a story to tell you. And I told him the whole story. And at the end of it, he said, have you ever considered getting together with these people and a mediator and just trying to, you know, work this whole thing out? And I said, no, that would never work. And I'll tell you why. The whole idea of mediation presupposes that the people involved in the mediation are rational. These people are not rational. They're batshit crazy. You can't mediate batshit crazy. So, as luck would have it, the very next day I was in a supermarket and I was just about to get in this line that was opening up as I was approaching it. And the wife happened to be in the next lane, and she saw this lane opening up. So she scooted directly in front of me. She didn't see me coming. So I ended up standing right behind her. So as she was paying for her groceries, I just looked at her and I said, so, had any conversations with the cops lately, freak? And she got her away. And the next day, there were 2 police cruisers at the foot of my driveway. And I walked up and I said, have I committed a crime? Did I assault somebody? Did I threaten anybody? Did I use any foul language? No, I don't think so. So if you'll excuse me, I'm just going to go in and have my dinner now. And the other cop was this young hotshot who's like, you want me to arrest you, fucker? I'll arrest you right now. You know, he's getting all in my face and stuff like this. And the other cop was the old guy that I had just sat with the day before. So he pulls on this other guy's leash and says, come here, relax. And he says to me, tell him the story. So I tell this guy the whole friggin' story, and he's laughing out loud when I'm about halfway through it. And by the time I get to the end of it, this young cop says, you should sue the fuckers. And I said, believe me, at this point, I'm seriously considering it. Anyway, they finally went away. And that happened to be my last season at the Shaw Festival. So that ended up being the end of the story. But just unbelievable.
Oh my God.
And the people, and this just was known as the bike story. I mean, it was around the festival in about 5 minutes. And like, I remember the following year, we have this annual, they used to do this annual fundraiser for the cricket team. They would have a golf tournament in the summer. And I was in a foursome with another actor in the company and somebody else, and this other actor's landlord. And the bike story got mentioned at some point, and this landlord turned to me, he says, are you that guy? He said, you got to come over to my house. I'll cook you a steak dinner. You got to tell this story to my wife. And it turned out that they lived like basically across the street from these people. And these people were like, you know, nut bars. I knew this, but this guy said to me, yeah, I said, the wife and I, we don't even watch TV anymore. We just watch their house because these guys are better than cable. So he had me over. tell the whole story to him and his wife. Yeah, that the story just kind of took on a life of its own. And the techies were the funniest thing. One of them said to me, says, "You know what you should do, Doug? You should go over at like 4:00 in the morning and we'll come with you and we'll carve up their lawn for sod." I said, no, don't do anything. I said, if their house gets hit by lightning at this point, they're going to blame me for it. And the technical director said, no, I got a much better idea. Here's what you do, Doug. Just put a sign in your window that says "bike for sale, cheap." I said, "Oh, that's genius. Thank you. That's the one. That's what I'm going to do." So
That's amazing.
So that's the bike story.
That is one of the most epic stories, and you've told a lot of awesome stories, hilarious stories. But yeah, that one is epic.
That is easily the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. And you know, the scariest part about the story was, you know, this whole notion of presumption of innocence. Forget it. If I had not been able to categorically prove my innocence to that cop, I would have spent a night in jail without question, for nothing. Yeah. Because some 12-year-old kid pointed the finger, you know, like that's how easy it is.
It's crazy. Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, that's nuts. And like Amy said, it sounds like a Jerry Springer episode, like some of these idiots you see on Jerry Springer.
Yeah, totally. They would have fit right in. And believe me, they would have been frothing at the mouth to appear on Jerry Springer, just so they could tell their side of the story. There was a part of me that was actually really tempted to take them to court just so I could watch the judge's face as they told their side of the story. And I could just sit back and laugh. But I thought, yeah, too much bad karma, you know. And there wasn't any point in suing them. They were not in good shape financially at all. They were in pretty dire straits, and it would have been like trying to get blood out of a stone. And I just thought, no, I don't need that kind of bad karma. So I just let it slide.
Yeah. I mean, after all of the hassle that you went through, just better to leave it alone and move on. You don't need the hassle of a court case on top of it, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, damn Mounties, Tony said. Oh, man.
Well, these were just regular cops, because the Mounties are they're an interesting organization. It's sort of hard to explain to people because they are like a federal police force. And in a lot of provinces, this isn't true in Ontario, but in a lot of provinces, when you get, like, every town has their own police force, but when you get outside of the town limits, like the provincial police are the RCMP. That's not the case in Ontario and Quebec. We have our own. In Ontario, we have the OPP, the Ontario Provincial Police. In Quebec, they have the Sûreté de Québec. But in most of the other provinces, once you get outside of the cities and towns, the RCMP are the cops.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Know how that works. Yeah, people were loving that story in the chat. Many LOLs, laughing emojis. Scott said Douglas the Great bicycle thieving empire.
And my mother, I had to laugh because my mother, God bless her, this is not the kind of thing my mother would normally do. But that year for my birthday, she got me a copy of the videotape of the famous Italian movie, The Bicycle Thief, which for my mother was like the height of wit. You know, I thought, wow, Mom, you nailed it.
That's great. Muncher, your wife shouldn't have cut me off in line. Oh, man. Panda Kalima says, this is all deflection. I can see the bike handle in the background, Doug. You know, you really stole that little girl's bike. Panda Kalima also pointed out, we have in the background of us right now, Jade riding. He just happens to be riding a bike. Very fitting for tonight's story.
Indeed.
Jade riding a bike. He said Jade framed Doug. He solved the case. Jade's the one who stole. Jade stole Clara's bike. He stole a lady's bike. He's the thief. Yep. Doc, yeah, Jade framed him. Maybe that's a real Man in Yellow origin story. Clara blamed Doug and he became the Man in Yellow. There you go.
That's right. I was so embittered by the experience that I transformed into a supernatural demon.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh man. Yeah, Jay, but where was the bike? Yeah, what the hell?
Well,
I mean,
and here's another thing. One day, a couple of days after this happened, one of the actresses said to me, "You know, I saw a kid's bike ditched in, literally in the ditch just up the road from the theater. You should go and check it out, see if it's that kid's bike." I said, "No, I don't want to know anything about it. If that's the kid's bike, the last thing I want to do is be the one that finds it. Like, are you kidding? I'll never see the end of it." But and this is the other thing. Like, these people were convinced it was me. When bike theft in this town was rampant. I mean, this is a small town with a bunch of bored teenagers in it. And one of their favorite things to do was to go around and steal bikes. They used to steal them from the theater all the time. I would have to be very assiduous about locking my bike up because, you know, mine was a very expensive bike and I wasn't going to lose it to a bunch of loser teenagers in Niagara-on-the-Lake. But one day they were walking out of the bike parking area in one of the theaters with like 4 stolen bikes in their hands, and our dialects coach happened to come around the corner heading for that very area beside the theater, and she got all school marmy on them and said, "You put those bikes back right now." So they put them all back, and it turned out that one of the bikes that they put back didn't even belong at the theater. I guess they'd stolen it from somewhere else, but they just thought, "Oh, we got to cut and run here." So they just left all the bikes with us. I mean, that kind of shit goes on. The guy who lived across the street from me did landscaping. Some kids came by one day and stole all the tools out of the back of his pickup truck. You know, shovels, rakes, shit like that. I mean, useless stuff, right? And these people were convinced it had to be me because people didn't normally steal things in this town. It's like, have you people not been paying attention? Anyway, it was pretty wild.
It's nuts. Oh my god, yeah. Montreal had a funny comment too. Where am I? In the thing I highlighted. Oh yeah. Bro, the man in yellow, not after throats anymore. Dude just wants bikes. Yeah. Just wants little girls' bikes. It's so ridiculous. It's so preposterous. Like, what in the world would you want with this little girl's bike? I mean,
well,
maybe a child in your life to steal it for, but
it wasn't the girl's bike. It was their son's, actually. She was the older of the two. She was about 12, and I think he was about 10, but he was very small for his age. He looked like he was about 8. And it was a little bike with friggin' training wheels on it. I mean, you know, what the hell am I going to do with this thing? You know, it was just, they're just nuts, you know. But I think
to me, the best part of it. No, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I think about those kids every once in a while, and I think, you know, I can't imagine what their lives turned out to be after growing up in that crazy house, you know, and being homeschooled, for God's sake, you know.
Oh no, they had no chance at all in life. No, being raised by nutbags and homeschooled, you got no chance.
Yeah.
And for me, the best part of that story, for the most nutty, ridiculous part, is the dude actually showing up to the show with a stopwatch and timing his exits.
Yeah.
Like,
awesome.
The height of absurdity. I mean, this guy thinks he really thought he was Sherlock Holmes or something. Like, what the hell? Oh my god, that's nuts! Absolutely bonkers.
There are lots of other, you know, sordid little details, but I think that story was more than long enough as it was. So I'll spare you the rest of it. But yeah, it just went on and on and on forever. Just unbelievable.
With Alice, Doug, the neighbor from hell.
No, I think they were the neighbors from hell, quite frankly.
Yes, clearly they were.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, Amy, I would laugh my butt off. Doug riding a kid's bike and his tall self. Yeah, you look pretty tall too. How tall are you, Doug?
I'm 6'1".
Yeah, you looked tall on the show on From, so but you know it's hard to say just from that.
Well,
but
it's hard to tell from there because of course they were looking up a hill and I was standing at the top of the hill, so it tends to make you look taller than you actually are. But
yeah. Yeah, the image of you riding a little girl's bike is hilarious.
It's like
Just
Artie
me.
Johnson in Laugh-In.
Sorry, what was that?
I said it's like Artie Johnson in Laugh-In riding that little tricycle. I'm dating myself. There's probably like maybe 2 people on this live who would even understand that reference.
I've heard of it. I mean, I've just never seen it. I've watched loads of classic TV, and I'm starting to watch more classic movies. So, you know, it doesn't have to mean you're dating yourself. And Just Me wanted to say, hey, everyone, and yay, Doug is back. Just
Hi,
Me is
Just
happy
Me.
you're back. Yeah. Just me read all of Doug's plays. And incidentally, anybody that wants to check out Doug's play Deadline, as always, I have the link to find Doug's play Deadline in the description of this video, where you can actually read a 32-page sample for free. And if you like it, which I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't, you can order an e-copy or a print copy from playscripts.com, and hopefully Doug will have a new production of it soon, based on maybe some of the connections he made on his trip. We'd love to see it.
To God's ears.
Yeah, we would love to see it. Tony said, "Are you 6'1", you mother lover? I thought maybe 5'7".
Don't mind him. He's been drinking.
Yeah, he warned us about that, so we know about that. Nothing wrong with enjoying himself a little bit. That's all good with friends here.
And Amy's mucho caliente. I don't know. I have no idea what she's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Because Amy said tall men are hot before that.
I didn't.
Hot chili pepper. Yeah, I always had a thing for tall men too. I'm with Amy on that. Tall men are hot, indeed. Scott, when the desire to help a poor little girl becomes greater than the desire to accept the truth, crazy things happen. Yeah. The Michael, the father, lost that argument. Yes. The father was out of his mind, bonkers. And hi, Michael. Yeah, that was also, Zapton Kaboom said, now we know who stole Pee Wee Herman's bike.
I'm trying to use the phone.
Yes. Yes. Tony says, I don't want a review or anything. Please just want to know, did my book arrive for Doug?
Yes, Tony, I wanted to say thank you very much for sending it to me. I didn't get it when it arrived because I was in Europe at the time, but it was waiting for me when I got home. So I haven't had a chance to get very far in it yet, but I'm working on it. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
That was very kind of you.
And that's still on my reading list too, Tony. I'm planning on reading your book as well. And Dieter dropped the link to Tony's book, Darkest Before the Dawn, in the chat earlier on Amazon. So I encourage everybody to check that out and support our friend Tony.
Tony, if you're interested, I can return the favor. I could send you a copy of my first book if you're interested. It hasn't been published though, so I can only send it to you in PDF form, but let me know if you're interested and I'll send it to you. Or maybe we did that already. I can't remember. Anyway, let me know.
It's awesome. I still have to finish it. I keep saying, oh, things are going to calm down with my channel and I'll have time, and then I'll have time, and then I start a new series. And right now I'm covering 3 series. I didn't know what to cover at first. Now I wind up covering 3 things at once. The Handmaid's Tale, The Last of Us, The Residents. I'm barely even doing that. I haven't had any time at all, but I want to finish your book so bad, Doug. I will finish it soon. I will have to make time in somewhere, even if I have to read it on the treadmill, which I had started doing. It's awesome. Doug's book is amazing and it should have been published. And I think it's a crime that it wasn't. And it's hilarious. It's so enjoyable and entertaining. Hey, Quan. Hi, Doug. He says, hi, Doug.
Hi, Quan. There's a lot of people on here I've never seen before.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, we've been getting some new names popping up. It's cool to see. The family is expanding. New people are finding the channel. Quan, I don't know what that means. Julie giving me Nax headroom vibes for real. What the hell is that? Is that there are many things I've never seen. Maybe it's a reference to something I've never seen.
I think that should be max headroom. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but thank you for
It was
liking
a
the
TV
stream.
show back in the 80s, before your time.
Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, thanks for liking the stream. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. We have had a great turnout tonight. It's awesome. Thank you so much for showing up and hanging out with us. And Doug, we really missed Doug and his awesome stories. Like we were having withdrawals. That was a long 3 weeks. It felt like a long 3 weeks.
Well, after today's, it's all downhill from here, because there's nothing nearly as crazy as that's happened in my life. So, I'm sure I'll be able to.
Hard to top that.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, but no need. I mean, yeah, you've got a million other entertaining, fun stories and interesting things to discuss. So, yeah, we just missed it. A lot of people would always say in the chat the last few weeks that we missed Doug. How's Doug doing? And watching your progress on Instagram with your trip and what's going on with Mini Man in Yellow. That was fun. The shot of him looking at the Picasso painting, that was pretty epic. That was cool.
Yeah,
I was glad
I was able to do that, because I didn't think they're very there's very tight security around that. And I asked the woman, I said, is it okay if I pose him here? And they have like this rope that you're not supposed to step over, and I was going to put him in front of the rope so I could lean him against the rope. And she's like, no, can't be on that side of the rope. It's got to be on your side. So I just leaned him up against the pole instead. But yeah,
nice.
I really love that shot. It came out really well.
I loved that too. That was epic. Oh my God. Yeah, that was nice that they let you do it. I could imagine, they'd be very, you have to be very careful not to get too close to it. A real Picasso. Yeah, that's awesome. Max Headroom was a TV commercial that became so popular they tried to make it into a show. Oh, okay.
And they did. It ran for a couple of seasons, I think.
Oh, okay. Interesting stuff. Yeah, I'll have to look it up now, because I don't know why Quan says I'm giving him Max Headroom vibes. Hopefully that's not a bad thing. I don't know what that is.
Maybe your image is freezing on his end, because Max Headroom, it's like 80s computer animation, and it's intentionally glitchy and jerky and stuff like that, and his voice kind of hiccups a lot when he talks. It's like a bad connection,
That explains it, because I've noticed that there's something wrong tonight. There's a lag, and I keep freezing. My picture keeps freezing. I think maybe I have too many tabs open, but hopefully my audio is okay. Have I sounded okay to you? Coming through okay?
Yeah, and like only now, there's a bit of a lag going on. I haven't noticed it up until now, but
yeah, it's been pretty bad tonight. It's not usually like this, but anyway, Alexis says you're awesome, Doug, with heart hands.
So are you, Alexis. Thank you.
Yeah, we're happy to have you back in our community, and for as long as you can be here. Who knows? You still haven't gotten any news about when they're shooting from, right? So we don't know when that's happening. So yeah, I'll close some tabs. But yeah, there's still no news. We're all kind of waiting with bated breath, hoping for something. Like maybe June was just a rumor, but because it's almost May, we haven't heard anything yet. But hopefully.
Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking, if it was going to be June, I probably would have heard something by now, but I don't know. I'll know when they get done,
Yeah, because they've got to do like an availability check with you and make sure you're available. So you'd hear something soon, I would think. But they may not need you in June. That's the thing. Like they shoot for a while.
I was just going to say, I may not be in the first episode or 2 episodes or 4 episodes, or who knows, in which case, I wouldn't hear until quite a bit later. So yeah, there's no way to know. at this point.
Yeah. And what was I going to highlight? Tony, let me see. There's my Chromebook's running a little slow. I'm trying to highlight it. He says, I'll definitely take the book, Doug. I truly appreciate it. Your PDF of your.
I will send it forthwith, Tony.
Yeah. You're going to love it, Tony. It is so entertaining. It's a great read. I need to make time to actually finish it myself. And then I want to read his second. He has two of them. There are two of them. They're a series. So yeah, it's awesome. And the main character is very much like Doug. It's kind of like a pseudo autobiography, but turned into a fantasy thing. It's not literally an autobiography, but you get to actually put your real experiences in there, and that makes it so fun because it's taking elements of your real life and incorporating it in an entertaining way. So.
And that was the whole point of the book from the beginning anyway, was finding a way to take some of these crazy theater stories and put them into a book that wasn't just a boring memoir, and so for those of you who are curious what the book is called The Poor Player, and it's about this young theater actor who back in the early 1990s gets recruited by CSIS, which is the Canadian Security and Intelligence Service, to work for them as a spy. So he's leading this double life as an actor and a spy at the same time.
Yes, yeah, it's such a great concept. Yeah, it's such a great concept for a book. I love it. Anyway, yeah. Lots of other projects going on right now, though. Huh. Oh, I don't know if some of the actors on From are doing other projects right now. I know right now Scott McCord has been doing a show in New York City, a 2-person show, and they're just wrapping it up now.
Blackbird.
Other than that, I don't know. Blackbird, yeah, it's awesome. It looks like a pretty heavy one, but heavy topic for it. But I'm sure he's killing it. Anyway,
actually, Marcia,
I don't know.
Marcia directed a production of that at Theatre Aquarius, which is in Hamilton, where she lives, a few years ago. It's a great play.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I mean, and it's got to be a challenge to act in a play with only 2 people. That's huge. You're in the entire thing. Then you're like that's an enormous part. I don't know how long the play is, but I'm sure that's a big undertaking for an actor.
It's a full-length play. Actually, I did a 2-person play many years ago. I did a production of Sleuth, which is a very clever play. It's a murder mystery that has 5 characters in it, but you don't realize, well, depending on how well the production is done, you don't realize that, in fact, there are only 2 actors in the play. One of them plays the central character, and the other guy plays the other 4. Only 3 of whom actually 2 of whom actually appear on stage. One is an offstage voice, and the other one just gets mentioned, but you don't actually see him. And it's fun when they do the play. They'll usually put like fake resumes in the lobby for the actors and headshots for the actors playing the other roles, when in fact there are only 2 actors in the play. But yeah, it's a lot of text because there's just the 2 of you, and it's a full-length play. So
it's got to be a huge challenge to undertake, to have to remember that many lines and carry it yourself and do it live. There are no reshoots, blooper reels. Like you're doing it live, so
that's right.
I'm sure that's really challenging. Yeah,
I had to rescue the other actor one night. He dried on a line at the beginning of a speech that he had to give, and I had to find a way to get him back on track. And that's always scary when that happens, because your heart's just like in your throat. You think, okay, how the hell do I fix this? But fortunately, it was a place where I was able to help him without it making it look like I was helping him. So we got through it.
Yeah, that's amazing. You've got to be able to really perfect that ability to think on your feet when you're doing theater like that. You've got to like find ways to help each out and cover mistakes as best you can. And but even when you make mistakes, I mean, like you've said, the audience eats it up. Audiences love it, find it highly entertaining when people make mistakes. I've always enjoyed it in concerts when people stop. It gives the thing more character, and I don't know, there's just something about it. Everybody loves it. So, you know, but I'm sure it's like you're hard on yourself as an actor if you're screwing up, you know, even if the audience is enjoying it, it's got to be like frustrating.
And generally, if it's just a question of, sorry, I was just going to say, if it's just a question of like going up on a line and then there's this uncomfortable pregnant pause, the audience generally doesn't enjoy that. That everybody just gets, you know, it's just awkward, right? So yeah, that's not a lot of fun when that happens. I mean, if something unforeseen happens on stage, you know, like a prop goes haywire or something falls over or whatever, I mean, yeah, those moments can be kind of fun because then you have to deal with it, you know. But if it's just a question of somebody forgetting their lines and then it gets like, okay, something's clearly gone wrong, that's not a lot of fun for either end, you know, for the actors or for the audience.
Now that I understand. See, that would give me secondhand embarrassment to watch it as an audience member. I would feel, I get that on TV, just watching a TV show. Sometimes when someone is embarrassed, I feel secondhand embarrassment. So I would feel that as an audience member. Yeah, that makes total sense. I would not like that.
Yeah.
Well, I found the problem. I know why my image is lagging. I have 684 screenshots from The Last of Us. I forgot to clear off my Chromebook. That's why my my image has been glitching this whole time.
Yeah, that might be slowing you down.
Just a little bit, yeah, but it's all right. Hey, technical difficulties or not, I'm just you know, at least my audio was good. That's the more important thing. It's fine.
Martin's
anyway, sorry, I think I cut you off. You were gonna say something?
I was going to say I'm
Martin's
going
here.
to have to bail, unfortunately, because I've got to get up in the morning, as you know. So
Yeah,
hate to you know, chat and run, but I'm going to have to bail and hit the hay.
yeah. No, this has been great. This has been great. I mean, it's like it's way longer than the average amount of time people come on lives anyway. So no, we're just happy that you were able to come on and chat with us for a while. And after 3 weeks of being away, it's been awesome, and everyone really enjoyed that story. Tony did play well. Tony did 2 plays: Fiddler in School, Fiddler on the Roof, and I Am the Captain of the Pinafore. That's cool.
The HMS Pinafore? You did what's their name? Gilbert and Sullivan, eh? I'm impressed. That's serious stuff.
Yeah, nice. Classic.
Well,
Classic.
not actually serious. It's comic stuff, but I mean that's you got to have chops to pull that stuff up.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Well, we appreciate that. I didn't even know if you'd be up for coming on this week at all, because I wouldn't blame you if you're just beat from that long trip and the jet lag and whatnot.
Oh no,
so
no, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
So yes,
Well,
I'm sure we will
having you
see
back.
one another again soon.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of buys.
Hope so. Yeah. Everyone say good night in the chat. And Scarlet, you managed to come back in time to say good night. We're having technical difficulties.
Yeah, but then I advertised the Agatha Christie thing before I came back on, because I can only do one thing at a time.
Yeah, with the iPad, it kicks her off a lot. Real Cinema said, "Good night, Doug. Look forward to hearing your adventures in Spain." Yeah, I'm sure. You can share more with us the next time on the trip. And Panda Kalima says, "Thank you, Doug. I'm glad you turned your life of crime, bicycle thievery, into something positive."
Yeah. I really straightened things out, I think. Anyway, well, good night,
Turned your life
everybody.
around.
It's great to be back. Great to see you all, and I'm sure we'll do it again very soon.
Awesome. Good night, Doug.
Hey,
Take care, Julie. See you, Scarlet.
see ya. Have a good sleep. What do they say? What do they say? It's
Just in
I
time.
can't remember. Dream sweet.
Dream sweet.
Miss my time. Miss my moment.
That's it. Dream
Dream
sweet.
sweet, Doug,
Yeah.
wherever you are.
Yes. And Doug always looks at the replay after, so I'll highlight all of these good nights to Doug. Can't wait to hear about Little Man's adventures. Yeah, just me. I'm sure you'll have more stories to tell us next time that he comes on. It was just so nice to have him back. He popped in a couple of times to say hi while he was away in the middle of our streams whenever he was able to. One time last week, he actually was able to come twice before and after breakfast one day, and the second time he was on for almost an hour. So we had a nice little check-in, a little visit, and that was cool. But this was the first live we got to officially, we knew he was coming, and we got to just chat, and so it was nice to have him back. Oh geez, Amy. Pause. Yeah, I walked right into that one. He came twice. Oh no. Yeah. I'm always doing that kind of stuff. Damn. Always walking into those things by accident. Yeah. Did anyone ever listen to Doug and the Slugs? Doug and the Slugs. What in the world is Doug and the Slugs, Juan? What in God's name is that? As we speak, I'm deleting the 600 something images off of here so that my camera can stop glitching. But I wish I had thought to check on this sooner, so I could have fixed it early in the stream, because I think my picture, like my image, was glitching the whole time, and then it just looks weird, because then your face will get frozen on weird facial expressions. Like, I hate when that happens. It's happened to me before, and one time I got kicked off the stream completely because of my Wi-Fi, and my face was just frozen, and at least I got lucky. It was frozen with me smiling, so it wasn't like a weird random facial expression, me and my technical difficulties. I should have used my laptop and not my Chromebook tonight, but I was in a hurry and I grabbed the nearest thing, and that was the Chromebook. So, happens when you're in a rush. But it was just nice to have Doug back and hear the famous bike story. He considers that, he has a lot of great stories, but he considers that his best story of them all. That is the top tier. Like, you can't top that one. And I gotta say, yeah, I think that is the best one he's ever told. It's pretty epic. God, just imagine these nutcases who were convinced that he stole their little girl's bike and had a grudge against him years after this happened. Years. Wow. Scary how many nutcases there are in the world, isn't it? It makes for a hilarious story, but at the time, I'm sure it was annoying as hell. Canadian police must be nicer than, like they must be nicer and more tolerant of things than American police, because the way that he said he spoke to that cop, yikes. I meant to highlight this when Doug was here, but Dieter had said, "Wow, Doug, did you get arrested for talking to a cop like that?" Because at one point he was mouthing off to the cop, and if you do that here, I don't know, I'd be afraid. The cops here, I don't know, I'd be afraid to do that. And like Umbra said, it would have been 10 times worse if the brother were accused. Doug's friend, his black friend who got the idea to do that skit where it was him in that position. Yeah, I mean, that's the scary thing. Yeah, it would have been 10 times worse if it were him who were accused. Unfortunately, even in Canada, and I remember Doug told me some of this story before privately, and I thought, and I said, wow, so is it really, it's that bad in Canada too? The police and, how they are with black people, unfortunately, like much more eager to accuse black people of crimes and pulling like you see a black man driving a fancy car and assume they must have stolen it and all this bullshit that black people have to deal with in the US. And he said, oh, it happens in Canada. This shit happens in Canada too, unfortunately. It's not just the US. So yeah. But sometimes gallows humor can be helpful to deal with even unfortunate things like that. So I'm sure his friend was engaging in some gallows humor with that skit that he came up with. Around here, the cops steal your bike. Oh, jeez, Jay. Oh man. Thanks, Panda Kalima. I appreciate it. It's just I didn't really feel up to coming on camera, so I wasn't planning on doing it. I wasn't really feeling in an on-camera mood right now with what's going on in my life, in my family. But at the last minute, I decided, since Doug is back for the first time in 3 weeks, I wanted to actually just show my face and it's good for me actually to have face-to-face contact with people, even if it's through a screen. I don't get a lot of it. I'm very, very isolated. So I thought about that too, I had a chance to do that face-to-face contact. So I thought, you know what, screw it. I didn't have time to put on makeup. I don't like going on stream. I've never been on stream without makeup on. I don't have any on at all other than some lip gloss, but I just thought, screw it. I could use the face-to-face interaction. It's psychologically good for me. So I did. And, because right now, it's just me and my mom. I don't interact with another living soul these days. So, you can kind of go crazy sometimes. And my mom keeps very different hours than me. She goes to sleep really early, gets up really early. Tony, as long as it doesn't get frozen like Kanye and his cousin. What? What happened with Kanye and his cousin? I didn't hear anything about that. Kanye is, oh my God, yeah, he's a trip. That guy is batshit crazy and psycho. I'm sure it was something psycho, whatever it is. Jesus, yeah. Thank you for all the kind words in the chat. I see all the kind words, and I appreciate it. Amy and Panda Kalima and with Alice. Pick me up, Julie. I'd love to. Yeah. Doc lives not too far from me in Fall River, and so I wanna go get together soon and drive out there. Yeah, hopefully we can do something to get together, and I think it would be really good for me. Yeah, because like I said, I don't get much face-to-face interaction. It's just me and my mom, and it's very bad psychologically. It's not good. Like I went like a month without even leaving the house until this week. I finally left the house. My mom took me to the beach, and I'd practically be dragged there. I didn't want to go anywhere, but I love the beach.
Peanuts the other day. You went and got peanuts a couple weeks ago.
Peanuts? Huh?
Yeah, you went and got peanuts. You told me you went out and got peanuts.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, yeah, I went to the store and got peanuts. That was the one time I went out in the last month. I forgot about that.
See, and you said you enjoyed that, so you should do more of this.
Yeah, I did enjoy going and walking near the ocean. It was therapeutic. But I love the ocean. It's just I've I've been extremely depressed, and so I didn't want to leave the house. And
But you get
and I
less
hadn't
depressed
gotten it.
if you leave house, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Leave
yeah,
house, less depressed.
yeah. It's like it's tough for me because it's like an all or nothing thing. I feel like, well, what's the point of going anywhere like the beach, places that I love, when I'm in so much severe pain all the time that I can't enjoy it nearly as much as I used to, and I can't walk on the actual beach because it hurts too much, which I loved so much. That was my therapy, but now I can't physically tolerate walking on the sand. It hurts too much. I have to walk on flat pavement. So I found thankfully we have a seawall in Narragansett,
Nice.
and there's a sidewalk that runs right along the seawall, and the ocean is right next to you. And so I go there to walk since I haven't been able to walk on the beach anymore, and it's nowhere near as nice. I'm trying to learn to accept that something is better than nothing. I'm still in a lot of pain while I'm doing it, but at least I'm getting something out of it. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. So I'm trying, it's difficult. And anyway, and I associate these places with sad memories too that I'm trying to break free of. So that's another problem. But it was good for me. I went out and I spent so long walking. I got sunburned. You can see my forehead is red, but it's not a really bad sunburn. It's just a little bit. It's nothing compared to my body pain. So I'm like,
Should
this
carry
is
a
fine.
parasol.
A parasol.
I do.
Yeah.
It burns.
Yeah.
I am strawberry blonde and blue eyes with pale skin does not take really well to summer weather. I'm just going to tell you that straight out.
I bet.
I'll burn in like 5 minutes.
I should have thought to wear sunscreen, but the thought didn't even occur to me. It was only like 60 degrees. The sun was out, but I couldn't feel the warmth of the sun because there was this crazy wind blowing. So I didn't even realize. It never occurred to me that I could get burned. So I'll be careful next time my mom wants to go every week. Now it's every weekend to the beach if the weather's good enough. So I'm gonna try to get down there and at least get whatever modicum of therapeutic value and pleasure I can get out of it, even though it's not the same as walking on the sand, and I can't sit on a beach chair for hours on end and enjoy the beach in the way that I used to, because that hurts too much. Basic things like that hurt too much. But yeah, it was nice. It was nice. I was glad I went. It was beautiful down there, and it's only 35 minutes away from me. So why not take advantage of it? There are people in landlocked states that never get to see the ocean.
I don't know how I could not live in one of those states if it wasn't for water, and I can kind of consider Lake Michigan a pretty big body of water. Not an ocean, but it feels like one.
Right,
salty,
right, because like Doug lives, I believe Doug lives on Lake Ontario.
Yeah, Lake Ontario, yeah.
And it's so huge that when he takes pictures near it and he's posted them, I thought it was the ocean at first until I realized where it was. It's you can't see the other side of it when you're standing next to it, he said, but when you get up high, he lives overlooking it. You can, when you're up high where he lives, you can see the other side of Lake Ontario. It's so beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, when I first moved to California, like everybody was like, so how do you like the ocean? Isn't it great to live by a large body of water? I bet you never have been to such a large body of water. And I'm like, I was 30 minutes away from Lake Michigan. Does that count?
Yeah.
Dunes. You've never seen dunes. I bet you've never seen like I've seen dunes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's it's not exactly a pond. Like that's a Doug Doug shared pictures of him and some of his castmates from a long time ago, one of his productions that he was in, at a beach on one of the lakes, and you would swear that they were at the ocean. It looks so much like the ocean. So at
Yeah, I
least
mean, if you
you've
look
got
up the
that.
Great Lakes up on a map, they're not, they're not tiny.
The only thing I would really miss, though, I mean,
Salty sea
ocean
air.
waves. The ocean waves are just spectacular for me. It's just an amazing therapeutic experience
people
watching the
that
waves.
surf. They have people that surf on Lake Michigan, which is crazy.
Well, I guess if the wind is strong enough, you could do that. Yeah, that's
I mean,
cool.
they call it like Michigan, the third and fourth coast, depending on which side that you're doing the team thing on. Like the Sunrise Coast is supposed to be on the east, but then some people call that the third coast, and the other side the fourth coast. But then some people on the more Lake Michigan side call that the third coast, and the other side the fourth coast. So it gets confusing. But it's like they're acting like it's like the two next coasts that are big,
Oh, okay.
Apparently, Michigan has more coastline than California does as far as like water goes. Haha. California.
Yeah.
I miss California though. I mean, I miss like the salty sea air when you can smell the salt of the ocean from like about 15 minutes in.
I love that. I love the smell of it. But one thing that's not so nice, we get some really nasty smelling seaweed. It is gross.
I thought you were
really
gonna say
gross.
jellyfish.
It's all like,
you get any jellyfish?
oh yeah, there's some. Occasionally, there's a jellyfish. It's not common though.
Yeah,
it's not common. God, I'm still glitching. I deleted a bunch of images and I closed a bunch of tabs. Why is my screen still freezing? What the hell? Thank you for all the kind words though in the chat. Thank you, Martin and Scott. I appreciate it. I don't like I don't do like pictures or video without makeup normally, but I just decided, what the hell, I'm gonna do it because I needed the face-to-face interaction. And I just didn't have time to put on makeup and stuff. For one thing, I was too busy watching Tony's awesome live earlier. I got pulled into that. I wanted to watch his debate with Gray Area, and it was great. It was really enjoyable. It was entertaining. They both made great points. It was fun. I liked it. Google it. Tony said Google it. Kanye West, what was it? Kanye West and what was the other thing he said? As long as it doesn't get frozen like Kanye West and his cousin Frozen. Oh, geez. Oh, God. Are you kidding? Oh, my God. So, yeah, the latest disgusting news about Kanye West, which never seems to end. Kanye West makes shocking confession about childhood sexual acts with his cousin. Oh, my God. That's disgusting. What the fuck? Oh, my. I'm not going to even say what he says he did with his cousin. Oh my lord, this guy needs to be locked up like in a psych ward. If anyone needs a 5150 psych hold and a conservatorship, it's him. Not I mean, like Britney Spears got put under a conservatorship for how many years, and she wasn't nearly as batshit crazy as him. Poor Britney Spears was abused. I mean, seriously, I do think Britney has a serious mental illness. We've seen since the conservatorship ended, she's kind of gone off the deep end again, and it's sad. She needs some kind of help, clearly, but her family was abusing their authority over her. He's a whole other level of crazy and hateful. I mean, who openly admits to being a, I can't say the word on YouTube, but, begins with an N and ends with an I. He openly says he loves them. German soldiers from World War II. He loves them, and he self-identifies as one. The guy is mental and hateful too. It's just sick. It is sick. He is a sick person. And he's been saying Diddy should get released. He's been advocating for Diddy to get out. Like Diddy was set up. He's R. Kelly was set up. He thinks both of them, like, it's all a big conspiracy. This is how his sick mind works. It's all a conspiracy to take down R. Kelly, Diddy, people, people like that. It's false accusations, and he's mental. He's severely mentally ill. And I'm hanging in there. Thank you for asking. It's a really difficult time right now, and I'm handling it as best I can. My mom has been in pretty rough shape. I mean, she spent like the whole day crying on Sunday, and I mean, my parents have been split up since I was 15, but she would always, she was always still going to love my father in some way, even though it was a terrible toxic marriage and it didn't work out. She's a caring person, and she was devastated and cried all day. I don't know if it was Saturday. I think it was probably Saturday. She cried all day. It was the day after we found out. And I can't let myself do that kind of thing, because crying just gives myself a headache. So I did some crying, but then I reeled myself back in, and I'm able to talk about my feelings and try to process the grief and talk about it with people, but I have to hold back actually crying too much, because it causes me more pain that I don't need. I don't need a headache on top of all my other pain. But what's been helping a lot is doing these streams, working on the channel. It's so therapeutic, just like it's always been therapeutic for anything going on in my life. My pain, my breakup, everything. This is therapy for me. This amazing community is my support system now more than ever, because the only person I have left in my in-person life now is my mom, now officially, and lost a lot in the last few years. So like everybody else who was really important to me in my in-person life, and now it's just me and my mom. So I appreciate this community more than ever, and that's why I keep doing these streams, and I didn't take a break, because I really needed this. I needed this interaction with kind people, and a distraction, and it helps so much. And Tony and Umbra coming on Monday night was so helpful, especially since I had to break down an episode of TV about a girl losing her surrogate father. Bad timing, and I was dreading that live, but they made it so much fun. Scarlet was making me laugh with the goat noises, and it was just it was
hey, you want to
great.
scream?
Yeah.
You want to scream and goat noise so I can get it?
I love the screaming goat. I love the screaming
Probably
goat.
named this goat. I was gonna say, come over here. The only name I could think of was Elroy. Come over here, Elroy.
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 That's great. That's great. Elroy. Yes. Oh, I missed this. I didn't get to highlight it before this. Before Jay left. Good night, you all. Rest easy and live well. Be kind to yourselves. It's great that you do this, Julie, and I genuinely hope your tomorrow is better than your today. You're a badass. Oh, well, that's really sweet. That's really sweet. I wish I had seen this 10 minutes ago, but if you do happen to hear it, thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. And it's stuff like this. This is why I haven't taken a break. I took one night off, which I needed to do. I took last Friday night off for obvious reasons, but I needed to get right back to this community, because this is amazing. This is my support system. So I can't thank everybody enough. And Monday's stream was like pure therapy for me. And it was cathartic. I had to break down an episode with a girl losing her surrogate father because of another girl grieving her own father. And obviously it hits home, but it was cathartic to face that kind of subject matter, and also to have Scarlet and then Tony and Umbra here. It helped immensely. It was so nice, and Tony was so kind to stay for 3 hours, not only stay for 3 hours, but from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Tony doesn't do that kind of thing. He doesn't stay up all night like us nutcases over here. He goes to bed at a reasonable hour. He streams for a reasonable amount of time, usually 2 hours, and that's it. But he stayed on, and having the support of all of you guys and Tony here, that was such a distraction and such a joy to experience, and I really needed that. We had a really fun conversation, and we found a lot more common ground than we thought we would too regarding The Last of Us. We have different opinions, but Tony and I found a lot of common ground, and then when we disagree, it's always friendly. It's all love, and so it's awesome. So I can't thank him enough for doing that. I kept looking at the clock thinking, oh my God, he's still here. I can't believe this. It's the middle of the night. And it was really kind of him to do it. It took my mind off of things, and I felt very supported by the panel and by the community, by the chat. I just felt surrounded by love and support, which is exactly what I needed right now. And rather than feeling so alone. Anyway, let me try and catch up with what you guys have been saying in the chat here, because I missed some stuff. I missed saying goodnight to Amy. I'm rambling here. Good night, Amy. Let's see. Yeah. Every now and then we get jellyfish in the area. That's right, Doc. Sometimes, what is that? A man of war shows up and everybody has to scramble out of the water. Oh yeah, it happens. It happens. Every once in a blue moon, there will be a shark too, but that's very rare. Very, very rare. One time there was like some really big dead. Oh, I think it was a dead seal. It was so sad. I think, was it a dead seal? It was this really large dead sea creature washed up on shore. It was awful, and all these ghoulish people were walking around taking pictures of it, including my ex. He wanted to get up close and take pictures of it. Like, I don't know. I thought it was weird. Like, I mean, I wouldn't want to do that, but I stayed far away. I didn't even want to look at it. That's why I barely remember what it was. I don't remember if it was a whale or a seal or what the hell it was. But anyway, yeah. Kanye. I think Kanye really went off the deep end after his mom passed. He had no one to look after him, and that's when things seemed to go south. God, Kanye 2028. God help us all. Kanye 2028. Oh no. Dieter, no, nothing arrived. Not that I know of. Nothing arrived other than my ordinary, boring mail. So no, I don't know what that would be, but yeah, Panda, he said that. He said that. I looked it up. Kanye, he is a freak, even bigger freak than I thought. I know people think the clone theory is far-fetched, but that's not Kanye. Ooh, Kanye said it almost 2 years ago. If he goes MIA and comes back doing weird things like this, it's not him. Oh my God. Maybe it's the clone.
It wasn't me.
God. Yeah. Maybe it's not him. I mean,
That's the best excuse ever. It wasn't me. It's a clone.
Illuminati.
Obviously.
I'm pretty sure Kanye believes in the Illuminati for real, and thinks, yeah, he definitely does. I remember when I first heard about the conspiracy theories about the Illuminati, I went down a rabbit hole just out of just pure entertainment and curiosity, and I started watching all these conspiracy videos about it and laughing at it because it was just so crazy, some of this stuff. How like they were pointing out all of these popular musicians are all Illuminati and all like Disney cartoons. Like, I will admit there was some weird shit. I will admit, like in a lot of Disney cartoons, if you pause it at a certain moment in a certain frame, they're doing this. And I believe this is the thing, and that is like I think it means like devil horns or something, and why are they doing this? I do find that hard to explain. In Beauty and the Beast, I saw one video where there were like these three voluptuous women are singing to Gaston, and all of a sudden, if you pause it, they're all doing this. It's like, what the hell are they doing?
That's like the fig symbol.
It's a what?
That's like the Italian fig symbol for a woman's something something.
Oh, is it really? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
you have to raise the pointer finger to get the horns, but if you put it down, then you've got the figure.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Italians use sometimes as kind of like, I shouldn't say like kind of like a swear with the hand.
Oh, yeah. It's a curse, like it's a voodoo curse. They do this.
No, it's not. It's not the evil eye. It's just a figure. It's a different thing. It's a woman's private parts.
Oh, because there's also this curse thing that they do. I saw it on All in the Family. There's an episode of All in the Family.
You get your voodoo information from All in the Family.
Yeah, there is
That's a good source, Julie.
There was an Italian guy on the show, and he was like, he did this at Archie and said something in Italian and made Archie think he was cursed for the whole episode.
Yeah. So he's gonna have to get a bowl of water and some olive oil and a pin.
Yeah.
So you get rid of it.
Oh.
You gotta put up some olive oil and some water and hit that sucker with a pin.
Oh, yeah. I forget what it's called. There's a name for it, but
Or the evil eye.
Huh?
Or the evil eye.
Other than the evil eye, yeah, there's a name for it. But
Yeah, it's Italian for evil eye. It's like Mikado or something like that. I can't remember exactly.
And I remember seeing a lot of videos where there are many like world politicians who, would do that. And like people would be like, what are they doing that for then? I don't know. I mean, it has different meanings in different contexts and different cultures. And like I think George W. Bush did it because that's like some kind of it's associated with some sports team. It is some sports team in Texas.
The Longhorns probably. Longhorns?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about sports, people. Longhorns, I'm gonna say Texas Longhorns.
Yeah.
Am I right? Am I right? Did I guess?
I believe you're correct. Yes.
I have no idea.
No, I believe that sounds right. And then there's all this other stuff, like pyramids and all-seeing eyes and popping up in music videos and stuff like that. And
Mm-hmm.
there were all kinds of videos on YouTube. Now, since YouTube has been cracking down on disinformation and stuff, I don't think there's as much of that on there anymore. But I mean, yeah, obviously there's still freedom of speech. People can post things, but I think they get rid of some of the really obvious disinformation stuff. Kanye's trainer was threatening to send him back to Zombieland when he was trying to expose everything a couple of years back, meaning putting him on a cocktail of drugs or something maybe worse. I will say, yeah, like something was weird going on. Like he claims that they forced him to go on all kinds of medication that he didn't need and diagnosed him with stuff that wasn't really an issue. But I mean, he does seem like he's mentally ill. I don't know. But I don't know. Like, who knows? I keep an open mind. Now that Kanye was out of the public eye for the amount of time he comes back off the rails, it's not him. If it's not a clone, it's a body double. Everyone has a twin somewhere in this world. I've heard of that. Actually, everyone has like a twin somewhere who just happens to look just like them. There is a popular conspiracy theory that Britney Spears was replaced by someone else too. That it's not really her.
Bot. I saw she was a fembot in one of the Austin Powers films, so it's obviously true.
Yeah.
Or one of her videos for Austin Powers, anyway.
And I saw some interesting stuff online. Some interesting little tidbits. I don't remember what they were, but Anyway, Doc says, I'm sorry I wasn't on. I just know myself well enough to know I wasn't in the state for it. Oh, the Monday live. That's okay. I was too fiery that day, so I just lurked in the chat silently. I totally understand. No apology necessary at all. No apology necessary. I completely understand. I had people who were okay with coming on and they weren't like I would never want you to come on if you're feeling upset like that. Absolutely not. And it's not like I was here by myself. I completely understand, Doc. So no apology necessary. I was really pissed about that episode of The Last of Us too. Don't get me wrong. Like I was pissed, but I'm in this for the long haul. I'm covering the show. Samuel says Tony is right. Joel sucks. Samuel is, I'm too big, way too big. Unless Scarlet comes back, I'm turning my camera off. AA says, I'm not a Kanye fan, but I think they want us to think he is crazy and needs to go away. That's why I think they use a double to tarnish his likeness and image. Some people think the real Kanye is dead. Well, hey, it could happen. I mean, we live in a crazy world and we have a lot of technology that could make something like that possible. So, hey, I will not discount that theory. Whoever the hell he is right now, he's a piece of shit, but that's all I know for sure. I can tell you that for damn sure. I think we could agree there. With Alice thinks Kanye is a clone. Hey, maybe. If I ever start acting crazy, it's Doc Kaiju possessing my body from Planet X, not me. So I am not guilty. Noted, Doc. Noted. Morgan Jones and all these other deplorables putting him on the air are a disgrace. Isn't there real news to cover? Yeah, Samuel, that's messed up. They should keep Kanye off of their shows. That's just irresponsible and disgusting. They should not have these people give someone like Kanye West a platform. That's unacceptable. I don't give a damn about free speech, whatever, but he is a self-proclaimed N-word, and I don't mean the black slur. I mean N-A-Z-I. I don't think I can get in trouble for spelling it on YouTube. I don't want to get taken down for saying it, but he says he is, so people should not be giving him a platform. That's just irresponsible. People laugh at clone theories, Illuminati, because it seems so far-fetched. It seems crazy until it isn't. Look, I'm not discounting it. I'm not belittling it at all. Hey, honestly, we've had there have been real life conspiracies that were true, and who knows what could be true. I mean, look at what the hell is it? MK Ultra. It sounds like a wild conspiracy theory that you'd laugh at, but it's true. The US government really did experiment on people with the CIA. The CIA did this MK Ultra experiment, and they desensitized people to the point where they would dissociate and split off into multiple personalities and stuff. It was crazy, and you would think this is made up, but it's true. It's documented. It is real. MK Ultra really happened. So who knows? I didn't mean to sound dismissive. I'm sorry if I sounded dismissive about those kinds of theories. Yeah, honestly, you never know. You just never know. Martin, I started thinking I don't F with Kanye when I seen his new girl looks exactly like his ex. That's weird as fuck. Yeah. His what he's doing with his new girlfriend is just fucked up. I mean, like parading her around mostly naked. And people say, okay, it's her choice and she wants to do it, but how do we know that for sure? How do we know he's not pressuring her into doing this? And the man, he claims to be like this devout Christian. What is he doing parading around with his fiance mostly naked all the time in front of? I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with the naked body. It just seems a little strange for someone who's devoutly religious to do, and it goes against his own supposed principles. it's just crazy. And he says crazy, messed up stuff about the mother of his children, and he's called Beyonce's kids the R word. Yeah, he's really screwed up. I mean, have you seen Kanye's girlfriend? Like, she's mostly naked all the time when they show up together places. It's wild. Anyway, Dieter, I think Dieter's talking about the mail. I didn't get anything in the mail, if that's what he's asking about. I'll type it in there. Oh, okay, Martin wrote it. Never mind. With Alice, I was taught that clones are really demonic angels. The Bible writes about angels being magical and capable of manifesting as anyone. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Proof the Illuminati is real. 42 out of 43 presidents, with the exception of Martin Van Buren, are linked to him through common ancestry. You have to be part of the club to be someone. Yeah, that's true. They all seem to have like ancestry connected to each other. So yeah, I will give you that. Yeah, they're 42 out of 43 are related. Yeah, you know, when I was going down that rabbit hole and watching those videos, there were some things that I thought to myself, huh, this is weird. I don't know how to explain this. Like the stuff they planted in those Disney cartoons. What are they doing this stuff for? It's just weird. Yeah. I always tend to keep an open mind about things. Please like, subscribe, share, and ring that notification bell. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. Yes, please, if you're so inclined, do all of those things. That would be awesome. Dieter, no, I don't want to be gigantic like that without makeup on. No, thank you. If Scarlet comes back, then I'll turn the camera back on. Dave Chappelle put on a ton of muscle and people thought he got cloned. I don't buy it. Yeah, Dave Chappelle disappeared for a while, so there were conspiracy theories when he came back. Hey, I heard the Britney theory too. Yeah, I feel bad too. I feel bad for her. You know, she's really messed up. She needs help, but she needs help from people who are not going to exploit her. I think right now it's clear that she needs some kind of help, but her family took advantage of her and forced her to work when she didn't want to anymore. They forced her to perform like a wind-up doll. There's a lot of future earnings to be had by someone. A lot of great stars have died in the last few years. Oh, Scott. Wow, yeah, it's true. Anyway, hey, KP. What's up, KP? Nice to see you. Teeter. Sorry, I missed your poetry earlier. I was highlighting, I was like starring stuff, but I didn't get to read any of it. I meant to. Lights up, it's time to go. This amazing show's got that flow. Twists and thrills, laughs non-stop. Hit play now, it's about to pop. Dieter and his AI poetry. Okay, sure. I'll post the link if you guys want to join for a bit. I'm not gonna make this a marathon live because it won't be good for me. My pain will suffer for it. I'll suffer for it and stuff. But here, I'll put the link in the chat. I just can't be on for a lot of hours tonight. I'm gonna have to get up and exercise and stuff like that. But there you go. There's the link. You can see one of the dwarves hang themselves in the background of one of the scenes of the original Wizard of Oz film. Yeah, I heard of that. One of the people who played the Munchkins. Are they called Munchkins? Wait, is that what they were called? I think they were called Munchkins. Why am I always exercising? For therapy, because of my pain condition. I have to every 2 or 3 hours. I try to get on the treadmill and walk because my pain gets really bad. Burning pain down my legs, and nobody knows why. So I have to do whatever I can to keep it under control, and walking on the treadmill helps keep it under control. Believe me, I'd rather not do it. It's a pain and it's boring and I don't like it. Anyway, So we've been talking about random stuff, but we were going to get into some From theory talk, and somehow we went down some rabbit holes. Clinton family and the Bushes are related. Yeah. Even Obama. Even Obama has some kind of ancestral connection to some former president. I forget who, but yeah, even him. And, his father was from Kenya, for God's sake. Hey, KP. Scarlet dropped off. I don't know what happened. Scarlet was going to leave early anyway because she needs to get some sleep. So, but her iPad probably failed her. So I'm guessing that's why she dropped off. And she was.
Good night, everybody. Good evening. How is everybody going? Well, good morning, rather. So 1:19 p.m. over here. How is everybody?
Same. Doing all right. How are you doing, KP?
Where's Scarlet? Is Scarlet not keeping us company tonight?
Something's wrong with her iPad keeps kicking her off StreamYard. And
All right, cool. Well, I'll stick around and I'll stick around for a little bit and keep you company. I ain't got nothing. I have nothing going on. I saw Tony's stream earlier today. That was fun. I just got home, so I think Doc Kaiju's in the house. What up?
Hey, Doc.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, everyone.
What's happening?
Getting late dinner ready for the puppers.
Nice.
Oh, nice. So what are we talking about tonight? And are we talking about From? So what's the topic? What episode are we talking about? Or just talking about From in general?
Well, we didn't do the rewatch this week because I didn't have time to do it to fit it in. So I just thought we would talk general From theories, like biggest unanswered questions on the show, and just have a conversation about that. Nothing specific. Like what are some of the biggest unanswered questions? Well, I mean, for one thing,
what questions have they answered at all?
they've answered some. They answered
What is this place? Why are these people here? Is this a punishment? I mean, we have this kind of story about them sacrificing children and people being stuck in this infinite loop, having to repeat time over and over and over again, which is cute, but like that doesn't answer any of all. Like when we got the answers, it was nice. It felt good, but like after letting it sink in, I've realized that we still have no fucking clue what's happening here.
Yeah, there's a lot we still don't know, but I think I was surprised by the amount of answers we got in season 3, though. Like we got a lot of answers. We found out who threw the rope to Boyd, but the bigger answers were the monsters used to be human, but they sacrificed their children to become immortal. All those angry kids were kids who were sacrificed, and Jade and Tabitha were reincarnated many times over, and they had a child in the original story who was sacrificed. That's a lot.
Are we sure about that? I don't think we know that for a fact. We know that both of them in their original states were there, and they had children that were sacrificed. But we're not sure if they shared a child. I think we infer that, right? But we're not sure if they shared a child. It could be that Jade had a child called Francine, and the other woman had a child called Jonathan, and they all got killed. So we're not even sure about that.
Well, Tabitha, when she told Jim, she said that we tried to save the children, and she said one of them was ours. So I'm pretty sure that means.
Oh, okay. She said that. Okay, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. But if she said that, then all right, cool. I guess that's a mystery solved.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she did.
believe And I believe the one that was theirs was that little girl that came up to her and knelt down on the ground in front of her. It felt very much like that was her child. She smiled at her. She didn't look creepy like all the other ones. She had a little smile on her face, and I think that was their daughter. So that's a big answer. That's a huge thing. I thought they revealed a lot in season 3. I wasn't expecting that kind of a reveal. I know there's still a lot of unanswered stuff, like why specific people are being chosen. How are all these people ending up here? Are they going through wormholes? And what was the entity that made those monsters immortal in the first place? Like what? Like it's Fatima said she said they sacrificed their children because it promised them they would live forever. Well, what is this it? That's a big question mark. Was it the man in yellow, or is it something else? That's a huge one. So we got answers. The answers lead to more questions.
You're damn right, and it's interesting because I want to believe that the man in yellow will be a very humongous part of this show. I really do, and I think he will be. But it could also be misdirection. The man in yellow, it'll be horrible if season 4, episode 1, the man in yellow gets killed. Done. Something happens, man in yellow's done.
Man.
Doug wouldn't like that. I'm sure Doug wouldn't like that, But I don't think it will. But I'm just thinking, of how they could mess things up. If they did that, it would mess things up.
Yeah, that would be really depressing. I would hate that for Doug. I would hate that. I think they're going to make this a really important part of the show until the end. I can't imagine him being around a lot. I can't really figure it. Like, what is he going to do? Just hang out with the townspeople? It's hard to imagine where he comes into play, but I do think we'll see him more than we did for that last little bit in season 3.
We have to see him a lot. And we have to learn a lot about it. We have to learn his, how do I say? We have to learn his backstory, like what is he? How did he become whatever he is? And given that we know Doug a little bit, it'll be really interesting to give him like a sweet granddad kind of backstory. And then show how he breaks bad. You know what I mean? Like that would be a part that Doug could really sink his teeth into.
Oh, I know he would love that. I really want that for him.
We have like some shots of him, like he could have been the granddad in the village, and like he has his grandkids, but all the other kids are kind of his grandkids too, and he's playing with them and he's showing them how to do things, how to ride bicycles and whatever, and then something happens and he just gets mad. He goes off the deep end. Maybe he's responsible for the death of the kids. Maybe he's not responsible. Maybe he's a direct response. He saw the death of the kids and he's mad at everybody he's mad at everybody who did it, and he trapped them inside this village. He condemned them to death. He condemned them to this perpetual hellscape. Doesn't that sound fun?
That would be great. Yeah.
Because what I don't want them to do, I don't want them to make the man in yellow like just another finger on the hand of the evil entity. I want him to actually be the evil guy. Yeah, like the ballerina. Like saw her once, never saw her again.
Right. I think that was just
that was it.
That was just a delusion, part of the music box. I think he was only seeing her because he had the worms under his skin, and that was it. And we'll never see her again. But the man in yellow, so like this is an example of answers that create more questions. So the man in yellow shows up. Okay, now we know who was talking to Jim on the radio. We can pretty much assume it was this man in yellow telling Jim your wife shouldn't have dug that hole. But now we have a million more questions. Who or what the hell is the man in yellow? Why is he there? Why did he do this to Jim? And what is his role here? Is he the big bad, or is he something else? So many questions.
He's next in line for Tabitha's hand.
I hope not. I hope not. That hand is getting very, very, very occupied.
Uh-huh. Yeah. She's gotta have 3 wedding rings on for her 3 husbands now.
Listen, probably more than that, right?
Yeah. Oh God, yeah, you're right. All the other cycles, she's probably had a husband in every one of them.
Probably. And they probably all get killed like Jim got killed.
Oh man, yeah, maybe.
Oh my! There's so much they could do with this story. Like I am hungry. I am thirsty for answers.
Right. Oh God, yeah. Well, we know one of her husbands didn't get killed, Henry, because Henry was her husband as Miranda, and Henry stayed back. But I bet in other cycles, she probably had a husband who came there with her and wound up dead. As long as they don't go with her, they're okay. But yeah, you go with her, and you're probably gonna end up dead. And Jim never had a chance. Like the worst thing he ever did was marry Tabitha. Like,
He has to Rudy.
No.
But this is a topic I always bring up when I talk to Tony about From, and I'm going to continue bringing it up because if this doesn't make sense, then the show is weird. Why is she from Colombia? Why is she from Colombia? If they just picked her because they thought she was the prettiest actress or whatever, that is going to piss me off. I want her being Colombian to be a part of the story. I want there to be a reason why she was born into a Colombian body. Does that make sense?
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, actually.
What, Doc?
Yeah, I think it makes sense, and I think it would provide a lot of flavor to the character.
Yeah, and with reincarnation, you can be reincarnated as anything, you can be reincarnated as a bug, as an animal. So she could be reincarnated as someone from Colombia. She could have been reincarnated as a man, actually. There could have been like a male version of her somewhere in there, but I doubt it.
Or like a female Jade.
Yeah. Yeah. The character of Jade was originally supposed to be a teenage girl in a bikini, and they
That's
sure
interesting.
treated, right? How does that even work? I mean, they really changed the story around, because if he was supposed to, I mean, I guess, yeah, you could be reincarnated as a teenage girl in a bikini, but it just doesn't work. It's not as good for the story. Like, it still needs to be a man and a woman who lost their child in the original cycle for it to really feel right. It would be weird if you were like, maybe back then they weren't planning on making him reincarnated. Maybe that wasn't part of the original plan for Jade. I don't know.
Maybe like who from Game of Thrones, we kind of know that original plans die horrible deaths. So the original plans sound really good, but sometimes they aren't necessarily very good. So I don't know, but I would like to think that Jade being female is still a possible. Like the sex change thing was. I would like to think that Jade being a female is still a possibility, and the show would still make sense if he was a woman. Which would kind of mean that they, I guess, couldn't have a child together. But then, what's the rules of reincarnation? Can you be reincarnated as a different gender? I don't know.
In some
I think we could.
spiritualities, yes. Also, in some spiritualities, you can have concurrent incarnations because time is supposedly not linear. So you can have reincarnations within the same time period. So you could interact with a reincarnated version of yourself theoretically.
Yo, that is wild.
That's a head
That is
trip.
wild. That is mushrooms and DMT, ayahuasca kind of wild. But it will be very interesting to see what they do, because I think they have a really good writers room. I think they've proven that they have a really, really good writers room,
Mhm.
and they certainly have a feel for what we kind of like, because I haven't been disappointed yet.
Yeah, me neither. I'm really happy with the show. I think it's a masterpiece so far. I don't understand the people who attacked the show and wanted to just abandon it after season 3. Season 3 made me appreciate the show more than ever. Now going back and rewatching it, I'm finding so many things that they set up that you can tell they planned certain major plot points from the beginning, and they planted clues and foreshadowing. I think it's a brilliant show, but I think the people who are abandoning it are the straight up horror fans who only were watching it for the gore. And the show was marketed wrong if they're trying to say, okay, this is just a straight up horror series, because it's really so much more than that. And if you're in it just for the horror, then yeah, maybe you are going to be disappointed. It's really not about the blood and guts. It's not what the show is about at all.
Yeah, definitely. It's not a blood and guts show. Even when they show blood and guts, it's not grotesque. It's not gratuitous. It's very kind of it's very subtextual, as like English professor might say, subtextual kind of thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I really enjoy the interpersonal relationships, and I want to see more of that. I want to see more of Jade and Tabitha's discussions. I want to see more of the two kids, Tabitha's two kids. I want to see more of their discussions. I want to see more of the discussions between what's his name, Harold, and the woman from Colony. I'm forgetting these people's names. Jesus Christ.
Boyd and Donna.
Boyd and Dot. Yeah, I want to see more of their conversations. So I hope they give us more interpersonal relationship stuff, character-based stuff, in collab on top of the answers and the new plot.
I'm sure they're going to do that. This show it's not just about the mystery, that it's really more about the characters' journeys. So I'm sure we're going to get a lot more of the character development. Michael says, I personally think the Man in Yellow will be monster middle management or an enforcer of some kind, and there will be a bigger bad monster entity that's the final boss. No evidence for it though, but I do hope they do a vision quest and are able to more clearly see their past lives and show us their backstory in more detail. Yes, then they can do more exposition about who the Man in Yellow was, who the monsters used to be originally. Another way that they could do that, Michael, is if Julie story walks. I think Julie will story walk and see various cycles in the past, and hopefully give us a glimpse into the original cycle eventually, because they set this up that way that it can easily happen where Ethan told Julie, you're a story walker, you can visit chapters but you can't change them. You can't change a story that's already been told, so they can use her as a device to show us things that happened in the past without having to do a bunch of exposition, which is not a good way to do storytelling. You want to show, not tell. like Fatima gave us some exposition briefly when she had that epiphany, saying that the monsters that they used to be human and they sacrificed their children because it promised them they would live forever. That's exposition, but at least it was short and it was a revelation. I was happy with it. But it would be nice to actually see some of this stuff in the end. They can't
To see
show
what
us.
that really means, right? Because the idea that, first of all, if I have one little thing I don't necessarily love, it's that the idea that people are going to sacrifice their children to quote unquote live forever is so kind of dumb that who falls for that? You know,
Right.
anybody who's read any kind of grim tales or any kind of fairy tale kind of story would understand that that is a promise that will not play out well for the person that accepts the promise. So
Mhm.
they really need to sell me on the fact that these people, without being possessed by some sort of external entity, decided amongst themselves that they were going to sacrifice children. They need to do something, like there
Yeah.
needs to be. It's kind of like the discussion about that we were having today about Last of Us and Ellie being, should they given her a choice whether or not she was willing to die or not? It's like,
Yeah.
you have to tell me why I should believe that these people were willing to sacrifice their blood children so that they could live forever.
Right. Right. It made me, you just made me think of that too. You know, like at least with The Last of Us, we know why. We know the motivation for why you would sacrifice this innocent 14-year-old girl. But this is another example of From giving us an answer that also just sparks more questions. Why, what the hell would make a whole group of people what would motivate them to actually be willing to sacrifice their children for immortality? Why would they do that? And also Victor's little epiphany when Victor remembered that he was a kid and he heard the boy in white telling Christopher that those children were born in the dark and they were murdered in the dark. And what the hell does that mean? Does that mean that the kids were kept in the caves for their entire lives? I mean, if you look at them, their hair's falling out, they're really pale. That could be severe vitamin D deficiency. And there are cages down in the caves. There are cages where Tabitha saw the first kid when she
Yeah,
first saw.
they kept the kids down there. The kids were kept down there. That is fact. You know, that's fact. When they were going to sacrifice the kids, they were already being kept down there, and they had the ceremony down there. And the only time they saw sun was when they looked up into that while they were on the slabs, and they looked up into the hole, that little well thing. That's the only time they got any sunlight.
Which is, it makes it even crazier because these kids were like, they looked like maybe 8 or 9 years old, if I had to guess. And
They were not newborn. Yes, they were born. They 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. So these parents had 10 years old to love these children, and still decided that, you know what, we're going to send them down into the dungeons and keep them in cages and then sacrifice them. Like, what makes you make that decision?
yeah. How long were they kept down there in those cages? Their entire lives? Or was it just part of their lives? Like maybe they were. I don't understand any of that, and what would motivate people to do that. I have heard some people say that maybe there was another motivation, that like it was not just immortality they were bargaining for. Maybe they were in dire circumstances and starving to death. But I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Like we were told simply they did this because they were promised they could live forever. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I don't.
Well, it's not straightforward because there's a lot of subtext to living forever, right? Why did they want to live forever? Was it the answer to a problem? Because Taran Mataru, who gets By the way, Taran gets very, very mad when people kind of don't agree with his little theories, but whatever.
Oh,
One part of his theory that I think kind of still probably holds water is that these people were stranded on this island or in this place, and perhaps sacrificing the children was a way to get out. Because we see the scene with the guy that has the one eye, and
yeah.
he's bleeding out the eye and whatever. That that scene kind of resonates to me. An idea of like frontier life, like pioneering life, like what was it? What's the game called? Is it Oregon Trail? Like
Yeah, yeah.
they were pioneering this area. They were the first people to live in this area. They were taming the land, and somehow, some way, they got caught in this vortex and couldn't get out. And perhaps somewhere along the line, somebody thought that by sacrificing the children, they'd be able to get out of this place, this evil hellscape. So that is an answer that can make sense. Now, how that gets turned into, and you also get to live forever, and then that being able to live forever becomes the overarching thing more so than being able to escape this place. You have to convince me of that, because I would think that anybody that was inside of here for 5 minutes would want to get the fuck out of here. Living forever inside of this place would not be an answer.
Exactly. Like, to me, if they were already trapped, you would bargain for, you would wish to get out of that place. I could see sacrificing their children to get out of that place. Now that I would now it's still horrific, and I wouldn't ever condone it, but I could understand why they would do it. What I don't understand is why they would do it just to live forever if they were not under any dire circumstances. And I don't get why they would bargain for immortality if they were starving or already trapped. Like, no, your idea would be to ask to get out. You would want to get out. That's all you would want. That's all you would need.
Exactly.
I don't think they were trapped.
And we've proved that there is a way to get out, right? That's been proven with Tabitha and the whole thing. So it's proven that you can get out of here. So
yeah.
To me, there's a lot of writing necessary to get me to believe that they were in here and they sacrificed these children and so that they could live forever, and that caused them to be trapped here, or they were trapped you have to do a lot of writing to get me to buy into that, but I'm sure they can.
I would say that this was a normal town, and probably like Camden, Maine. It could have been maybe Camden, Maine, or like somewhere near, not Camden, but near Camden, Maine. Just a normal place, and because they sacrificed their children, they were cursed to live forever. And this town that they lived in, this space was severed from their reality. A pocket dimension was created. It has to be some kind of godlike entity that would have that power, that to be able to transform them into monsters. Well, if you could do that, maybe you could also create like a pocket dimension and trap them in there, like a cosmic prison for as punishment for their crime, and then keep drawing people in there. The question is, why are you continuing to draw people in there, though? There's a really interesting theory I saw that actually Doug pointed out to me. Someone had this theory that everyone who is drawn to the town is drawn there because they were descendants, or no, they were reincarnations of the original townspeople. So the ones who participated in the sacrifice became monsters, but then other townspeople who just lived there but failed to stop it from happening are all reincarnated, and they're all being brought there from all over the world they're being reincarnated over and over again. So that's an interesting theory as to how everyone else gets chosen. I don't know.
Say that again. Say that again.
So this person's theory is that the people who sacrificed the kids, the ones who actually did the sacrifice, they became the monsters who are trapped there. And that there were all these other townspeople who failed to stop it from happening, and their curse was that they get reincarnated over and over again, like Tabitha and Jade. And so all these people like Boyd and Donna and all these other people, they're also reincarnated and brought there because they're descended from the original townspeople. That's somebody's theory. I don't know who it is, but somebody on Facebook posted.
That's interesting. I mean, I don't know if I believe it, but it is interesting.
Yeah, and it would explain why they come there from all over. It doesn't matter where they are in the world. Somehow they always end up there. Maybe that's how they get picked. Personally, I don't think everyone is reincarnated. I think it's just Tabitha and Jade. I think it's just the two of them, and there are two entities.
What about Boyd? Do you think Boyd was reincarnated into this place, or do you think he was just randomly trapped here, like like the rest of folks?
I don't think it was random at all. I don't think he was reincarnated. I think that there are two entities bringing people there. An entity that's trying to cause pain and harm and hurt people, and an entity that is trying to help and stop the cycle from happening over and over again. So I think a helpful entity brought Boyd there, because Boyd is Mr. Fish and Loaves, and it seems awfully coincidental that of all people he would wind up there. He just got done with a 30-year career in the military, making do with the smallest of resources and all kinds of hellholes. He said this specifically, and then he retires and he winds up there. I think some helpful entity brought him there to try and help these people. And I think it was the point.
So many entities in the back office of From that it's a little bit. I need answers to that as well. I need answers to what are these entities, who are they, and what. And please do not tell me this is another good versus evil playing a game of chess using human beings, because that was Lost and that sucked.
Sorry, I think it is.
I think it is too. I think it is too. I think it is. I think that is the part that I think they want to do Lost properly. I think that's their kind of mission, to do Lost, but the right way. Because Lost, what happened with Lost is that up to season 4, every season after season 4, they thought was going to be the last season, and they got 6 seasons, if I'm not mistaken. So they were ready to end it even at the end of season 3. They were ready, they did final last 2 episodes as though in a way such that they could end the series on those last 2 episodes. So all the last 2 episodes of Lost from season 3, 4, 5, and 6 have a kind of terminal feel to them. If you've watched them recently, Julie, you'll probably agree with that.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm watching KP. When I talk, I'm gonna just mute you, because when I talk, I hear feedback. So I'm just gonna mute you, and then I'll unmute you. With Lost, it's weird. On Lost, it feels like a different show. Starting in season 4, it just did a 180. It veered into totally different territory, and I'm enjoying it a lot. I really like it. But it's got a feel like, okay, yeah, they know where they're going. They know where they're going to end this now, and they didn't really have a plan for an end game on Lost until season 4. Then that's when they started to put everything into motion and set up their end game, and you can tell, okay, they know where this is going now, and they're setting it up, and it gets very confusing, and I'm having a little trouble following it, but very much enjoying it though. And with From, I do think it's two entities basically bringing people to town like chess pieces. Chess is prominently featured as a theme in the show, and I think our two entities are the boy in white and the man in yellow. And that's my theory, that each of them, I put out 2 theory videos on that, and one of them is actually linked in the description of this video, the one on the boy in white. But I have one on the man in yellow, one on the boy in white. I think they're each bringing people to town. The boy in white is bringing people to help, like Boyd and Khatri. And he's not purely good, because by bringing them there, he's also harming them, but it's helpful to the people. And he wants the cycles to stop. He's trying to help the children too. I think he wants to get their souls freed or whatever. And the man in yellow, I think, is bringing people like Sarah and Elgin to town to manipulate them, trick them into causing harm. Now, the thing that I can't really figure out, and I'm having trouble with, are the voices in Sarah's head. There's more than one voice in her head. So I'm not sure about that. That might just be spirits of the deceased who are trapped there talking in her head, though. And let me see.
Spirits of the deceased, like spirits of like the deceased.
Yeah.
Because nobody dies technically, right? Nobody who would, because everybody who dies is reincarnated, right? So who would be these spirits?
No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but I think it's just Jade and Tabitha getting reincarnated every time they die, not the rest of them. I think the rest of them die for real. In my opinion.
So you think so then who are the monsters? Do you think the monsters are people from the town who did the sacrifice? Because I think that's implied, right?
Yes. So they're the ones that they can't die. They're trapped there. Their bodies are rotted out. They're just transformed into these creatures, and they're stuck there. They're the ones who actually actively participated in the sacrifice. Yeah. And the man in yellow, the man in yellow, I'm gonna just mute you while I talk here, KP, because of the audio feedback. Scott said, the man in yellow is an entity appearing as a man. So yeah, and so it's probably not the it that promised them that they would live forever. I mean, he does appear as a man, so that's a great point. And when he comes, there's usually hell to pay. Indeed. Tabitha with Alice. Tabitha is Victor's Black Widow drawing. Maybe. I mean, Victor was drawing some weird black figure after his adventure with Tabitha in the cave. And he said to Ethan that he was drawing things they saw, that he and Tabitha saw. He was drawing this black figure. That's a really interesting point with Alice. Like, maybe it was a vision because Tabitha was fated to lose her husband. I think Victor has visions. There's no way that he has actually seen with his own eyes all the crazy shit in his drawings. There's just no way.
No way. Yeah. He definitely sees things.
Yeah. He's had visions. Like there's a vision of a flood. I doubt that that's ever happened. I think that that's coming later, like Tony says.
Well, like Kaiju says, time doesn't seem to operate the same way inside of this place, right? So can we tell the difference between the past and present and future?
I mean, it's tough because it's not linear right now. So who knows? I mean, it opens up a lot of possibilities. The fact that it's non-linear.
And I think that was purposeful by the writers, that they purposely left it kind of open to suggestion so that they could kind of plug things in that made sense later on for us.
Yeah.
Are you still hearing echo on when I talk?
When you talk, it's fine. It's only when I talk there's audio feedback.
Oh,
that's all.
Weird. Okay.
It's happened with somebody here before. I don't know, StreamYard is weird like that sometimes.
It is.
So when I talk, I'll just mute you, and when you talk, it's fine. With Alice says, I think Fatima is sus, so I'm not sure her story is true. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, we don't know a lot about how she wound up there. We just know about her story that she told about when she was a kid and her father died in Iran. So yeah, who knows? With Alice, yeah, did Fatima show up by herself? Yes. Ellis said that he saw her show up and he proposed to her at the spot where he first saw her drive into town, and she drove around in circles for hours trying to get out. But we don't know anything else about her background before she got there and how, like, where she was going, how she wound up there. That's a good point with Alice.
Yeah. Yeah, Ellis has been underwhelming. Was underwhelming this season.
Yeah.
I was hoping that he would play a bigger role, especially given that his wife is, like, was being possessed. His wife's womb was being possessed by the smiley monster. Yo, that part is kind of 80s B movie kind of, that part,
Yeah.
the fact that it's Smiley, and it's funny because they brought Smiley back and they had him attack, I think it was Victor's mom before she got into the tree. So that was like a good excuse for bringing him back, so that, because like there was somebody that interviewed him when he came back and he did that episode, and then the next episode we see that, he's also like back, you know. So they can, and it was a nice way of them showing that they can't die. However, I wonder if every time they die, do they have to impregnate a random woman in the village to be able to come back? Because that's a really efficient way of getting back, of like reincarnated.
Yeah, it is.
Suppose there are no women in the village.
Yeah. Imagine if they killed a bunch of monsters at once. Like would every woman in town get pregnant at the same time? Like, how do they do this magic trick? At what point did Fatima become pregnant exactly? This immaculate. It's basically what it is. It's kind of like they do a lot of biblical themes in the show. Essentially, I think she had an immaculate conception of a monster. Essentially, that's what happened.
But didn't she do a pregnancy test?
Yes, I believe Christy did one, and it was positive. Yeah.
Right. So that whole thing, I don't think they. I mean, I could give them a pass for some of the like, because there are some threads there that just kind of aren't really connecting properly. But I can give them a pass on that one. I won't dig
Yeah.
too deep.
Yeah, and
Right. Like, how
like
did she all of a sudden know she was pregnant?
right. Yeah, exactly. When did it happen?
Well,
Real said,
I think it happened the same exact episode that Smiley died in. I think coming down to the end of that episode is when they got the food. Something happens that lets you know that, she's pregnant.
the weird thing about it is, I think that she believed she was pregnant before he died already. I got to go back and look at it again. We're not at that point yet in the rewatch, but I think she already, if anybody in the chat knows, correct me if I'm wrong, but did she take the pregnancy test before Smiley died or after? Because I think it might have been before, which doesn't really make any sense if that's the case.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was after, but it was like immediately after almost, or like the next day.
I think she suspected she might be pregnant before, though. There was something going on, but
I think
I'm
you're
not
right.
sure. Yeah. Wait a minute. Trying to real cinema therapy here says I would be interested to see the backstories on some characters like Fatima, Christy, Sarah, Donna, to actually see it, not just hear about it. Me too. And especially Donna. Donna needs more of a storyline. She's an amazing character, but give her something more. Like, give her a storyline to work with here. Like, it would be cool actually if Donna really is a mole, because at least then she would have a storyline that's her own. If you think about it, I mean, she's the leader of Colony House, but she hasn't had any supernatural experiences. We don't know much about her background. Just her sister died. That whole graphic story about her sister, and they were hunting together. But it would be nice to give Donna more to do. Give Liz Saunders something more to work with. I would like to see that.
How did she become the leader of Colony House? You know, because it's not obvious that this older white lady would be the leader when you have a lot of strong young men, you know, in their 20s and 30s that could lift things and move things around. Why wouldn't they, you know, why didn't Porn Stash Guy become the leader of Colony House? You know, like that's an open question. I don't think anybody really thinks about that, but it's an open question. So you're right. They need to tell us a little bit more about Donna and her origins.
Yeah, seriously. They really need to, because this show is phenomenally written, and for a show that has such great writing, that was an unusual amount of exposition that they did, having her tell that graphic story about arriving with her sister and her sister getting her face ripped off. That's a big reason why a lot of people don't believe that story, because it's weird that they don't like, they could have interspersed her story with flashback clips, and that would have been more effective, and that's better writing. So you would see, okay, like you see shots of her arriving with her sister, like they could have shown that, and they didn't, and so a lot of people don't believe her story. We saw a flashback story to Boyd arriving. We saw a flashback to when Kenny had just recently arrived, but with Donna it was just a story, and it's weird. I know they don't have time to show us everybody's backstory. I get it. They get 10 episodes per season. They don't have time, but they had time to have her sit there and tell this long ass story. They could have put a few flashbacks in there, you know.
Yeah, and I think the reason they did the Donna flashback was because it didn't fit in with the rest of the story. Because um, like for example, the Matthews family, you can tell the story of four people by telling one story with the Matthews family. Same thing with Boyd's family. You can tell the story of three people by just showing you one flashback clip. They were all driving to a lake house. He had bought her a boat. They were both in the military. They retired. No, they're going to the vacation with their son, and that makes sense. You've told three people's story. With the Matthews family, if you have a family that lost a son, a baby, and you know, they are on the verge of divorce, and they've decided to take one last trip as a family before they sign those divorce papers and they split up their family forever. And whilst doing that, how he found a Colombian woman in Massachusetts randomly makes no sense to me. I'm going to always bring that up. I'm going to always bring that up because I really hope they didn't just pick her because they thought she was the prettiest one. I really hope that the reason why she has a very, very distinct Colombian accent is because there's a tie to Colombia, whether it's Santa Muerta or something like that. There's a tie to Colombia that makes sense. I really hope they do that. But you can tell the story of these four people that are very important. All four of them are very important to the story by showing one flashback clip. With Donna, she's an isolated item. She's out of all the people in the story, she's the most important person who's not a Matthews and not part of Boyd's family.
Right.
So you have to tell her story. You'd have to show a lot. You have to spend a lot of camera time, and you only tell the story of one person. Whereas with the others, you can have one flashback scene that tells you the story of 4 or 3 people. Does that make sense?
Right. That makes sense, just
Mhm.
I get that. But I mean, it didn't have to be a long thing. Like I don't need long flashbacks of her showing up to town and like a long drawn out thing like they did with Boyd. But it would have been nice when she was telling the story to show brief clips of her and her sister.
Didn't they?
No.
They didn't show a clip of them like in the car. We never see it like whether it be like a flashback or a photograph or something where she's with her sister. Do we not see that?
There's a photo.
There is a photograph of her and her sister that she has. Hold on, I'm just gonna mute you for a second. There's a photograph of her and her sister that she keeps in a frame on her dresser, and so we have that. And a lot of people think when they think back, they think that she told that they saw a flashback because she was so descriptive, but there was no flashback of her and her sister in the car. It was just her being really descriptive. And Scarlet said her network is back up. Her network went down. That often happens. She's having some Wi-Fi problems lately, but yeah, good night, Scarlet. Thanks for being here. We understand network problems, believe me. And Scarlett says, please come to our Agatha Christie Towards Zero party over at Sci-Fi Vision, followed by a live of the second episode Thursday at 11 p.m. Eastern. And there's the link to that. I'm going to see if I can manage to, if I can get my videos done in time and I can manage it, then I'm going to try to make it. But it sounds like a great series. I still need to watch the first episode to get caught up too. But it's an Agatha Christie show. It looks awesome. So at Sci-Fi Vision's Discord, they're going to be doing a watch party tomorrow night. Not tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? Yeah, Thursday night, and then a live at 11 p.m. Thank you, Dieter. You're sweet. And I don't know why you wanted me to you wanted me to say your name. I say Dieter. Hi, Dieter. Hi, Dieter. I hope you're feeling better and taking care of yourself. And anyway, Real Cinema says that's why I don't believe Donna's story. I think she is a mole, but she is hiding something. Yeah, that's why a lot of people don't believe her story. Oh, and Scarlett says,
Are you close to the ocean, Julie?
what?
Are you close to the ocean? Because I saw Dita say that you should close your eyes and listen to the waves. I just wonder if you're close to the ocean.
Oh yeah, my state is nicknamed the Ocean State. We actually have an enormous amount of coastline. Like almost the whole state is just like nothing but coastline, and so I live only 35 minutes.
It's a peninsula, right? It's a peninsula. Rhode Island is a peninsula, right?
Not really. No, it's not a peninsula, but it's got like a kind of a cutout in the side of it. So like there's this one part of the state that's connected to Connecticut, and then there's the Narragansett Bay that comes up to the east side of Rhode Island, and then there's another part of Rhode Island that's connected to Massachusetts on the other side. And that part's a peninsula, sort of. Part of Rhode Island and Massachusetts together.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I haven't been to Rhode Island. I've been to New York and Miami and LA and Oregon. I've been to what do you call this place? Portland, which is Portland looks like a dystopian future city. Everybody is living in tents on this high street. It's so weird. It's another kind of poverty that was shocking to me when I saw it. But yeah, I probably will never go back there. But I like the States. I'm a little bit afraid of it now. I mean, the way they're deporting people. I am trying, so I'll probably stay away for a while until they
Oh
figure that
yeah,
out. I'll probably be.
yeah.
I'll go to Europe and Africa, and I'll chill around in other places. I went to Jamaica the other day. That was fun.
Oh
Um,
wow,
yeah,
nice.
I mean, it's Jamaica is very close to Trinidad. It's pretty close. I mean, all the Caribbean is just one big long, you know, it's just one big trail of islands that we're all on. But it took 7 hours to get there because the plane stops at every single island and drops people off and picks people back up. It's like a bus. So it took 7 hours to get there and 7 hours to get back. So it's a pretty long trip for
Wow.
for having to get there. But when you get there, it's a different vibe. Like Jamaica is very touristy. Trinidad is not touristy at all. We don't care about tourists. We have oil, we have gas. That's what we make money on. We don't. Our tourism sector is really underdeveloped. But Jamaica like they're so nice and polite and like like they make you feel they make you feel at home there. It's a really it's I loved Jamaica's probably my favorite island, even though my home island is Trinidad. Jamaica's probably my favorite island.
Mm. Oh, it sounds amazing. You said it's like paradise. It sounds like paradise where you get to live. I mean, I love living in the
It is.
I'm
it.
I'm actually gonna say goodnight.
Okay, Doc.
Good night, Kaiju. Have a good night.
You too. Have a great night, everyone.
Good night, Doc. Thanks for
We'll keep
joining.
chugging on. I'll probably chug along for another half an hour or so till about 3 o'clock.
Cool. That sounds good. Now would be a good time for me to get off anyway. Don't go too crazy with the marathon streaming. Yeah, I love like living near the ocean. It's wonderful. I love our beaches, but our water, our ocean is extremely polluted and nasty, and it's nowhere near the beautiful ocean. I'm sure where you are. I mean, I've seen pictures and it's absolutely stunning.
I mean, Trinidad, Tobago, we have. I think I can send you. Yeah, I think I can send you pictures over YouTube. Or are you on Instagram?
Yes, I am. I am on Instagram. It's my handle is just at JulieBDeepDives. My link is in my description of the video too. All my social media.
At JulieBDeepDives.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get
All
more
right,
active.
I followed you. I'm following you. I'm following you now. I'm gonna send you some pictures of I'm gonna send you some pictures and some videos from our Jamaica trip.
Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to get more active on social media. Good night, Real Cinema Therapy. Everybody check out Real Cinema Therapy's videos. She released a great video on The Last of Us this week. Make sure you check that out and subscribe to our friends, Real Cinema Therapy. She has really great psychological insight into the shows that she covers. So,
Ooh. Oh yes, I saw her comment on Tony's thing.
yeah, she's a licensed, I believe she's a licensed clinical therapist. So like that's her profession, and so she really has great psychological insight, like Tony was saying.
Nice. It's good to know we have experts around so that when we get a little crazy, they can reel us in.
Right?
Because we do tend to get a little crazy, let me tell you.
Yes, we do. We do.
We have some theories in our brains.
Yeah. It's easy to go down rabbit holes with a crazy show like From. Dieter dropped the link to Real Cinema Therapy's channel, so let's please help help her get her subscribers up. She deserves to get more noticed. So please give her a subscribe. We would appreciate it. Anyway, let's see.
I will be subscribing.
Nice. Yeah. And
I sent you a couple pictures of our thing, Judy.
what, KP?
Well, I sent you a couple pictures of our little trip. So anyway, you get a chance to go on Instagram, you'll see them.
Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to get more on social media.
Scott, The Last of Us. No, Joel, get up. Yeah. That was a nice. It probably sounds weird to say, but that was a very nice scene. They captured that scene really well, I thought. I mean, I know it's different from the game because I saw some clips of that, but I thought it was more realistic.
Yeah. It was beautifully done. It was heart-wrenching, but it was supposed to be. It got the job done, and it was beautifully executed and devastating, and yeah, it was hard to watch. The way that when she said, Joel, get up, and he was looking directly at her. He went from being beaten almost senseless and looking like there was nothing behind his eyes. He already looked dead. When she showed up and Ellie's laying there, pinned down, he was looking directly at her. You could tell he was conscious enough that he was aware she was there. He was looking at her, and he tried to lift his head. He lifted his head a few inches off the floor and moved his hand. He tried to get up one more time for her and saw that she was in trouble. In his dying moments, he died still trying to, even in that state, close to death, trying to save her, seeing that she was in jeopardy. That makes it even more tragic that that's the last thing that he saw as he was dying, and he tried to get up for her. And as brutal as it was, that's a beautiful thing, too. It shows how much he loved her as a daughter. No.
100%. The idea that he didn't love her, the idea that he did not have a real deep bond with this child is, to me, insane. It may not. I agree with Tony though that the love may not have been there when he was doing the attack. That attack may just have been for him. That may just have been for him, and he saw a girl that reminded him of his daughter, which it's very weird how that works because I have a stepdaughter, and she came into my life when she was 4, and she is the eldest of all my children, and we have a different bond that I have with my biological children. We just do. We just do. Different, and I think the fact that we're not biological makes it kind of deeper because we are able to discuss things that you would not necessarily discuss that a daughter, because I have a bio daughter, and we're able to discuss things that I probably would not discuss with my bio daughter. So and the fact that as a young lady, she was so pissed off with her father figure for quite some time. Let me tell you, teenage girls can maintain anger for a very long time.
Yeah.
I have been on the opposite side of that. So that whole scene resonated with me in a different, like that whole episode and the way that story kind of came together resonated with me in a different way.
Yeah. I believe that, like, at first, I think he formed a deep attachment to her because he literally lost. I mean, he found this girl who was the same age as the daughter who died. His daughter died when she was 14. He finds a 14-year-old and he's in charge of her. And he developed a deep relationship with her so quickly because she was replacing his daughter in his mind. Like, nobody can ever replace your child, but he saw in her this like this is like his daughter who died. It's another young 14-year-old girl, and this was his chance to
He
do
saw that
right.
innocence.
Huh?
He saw the same innocence that he saw in his own daughter.
And was his chance to do things differently and actually protect her. And so, like, when they were confronted early on, when they were about to start their journey, they almost didn't even make it on the trip. They were confronted by a soldier who had a gun pointed at them, and the punishment for being out after curfew by Fedra, the government, was execution by hanging. And so when he was standing there with Ellie and they had the gun pointed at them, he had a flashback to when the soldier killed his daughter in front of him. And it was like a PTSD flashback, and he lost his mind. He was so triggered, he tackled the soldier who had the gun pointed at him and Ellie and beat the man to death. He didn't even bother taking his gun and shooting him. He just tackled him and beat the man to death. And that was his trauma coming up. And this is his chance to save this young girl because he couldn't save his daughter. So it became a trauma bond at first. That's how he came to love her so fast.
I don't buy Pedro Pascal in some of those scenes because the physicality is a little bit too much. Pedro Pascal's a small guy, and Joel in the TV in the game is a very very big man. So but he does have the essence of the character. Pedro Pascal's an amazing actor, by the way. I mean, Game of Thrones really brought some quality actors, and because obviously the lead actors from Game of Thrones probably will not have very much of a career going forward. They tried, didn't work out, but the bit parts, the people that played those little bit parts, like the Viper and Bella Ramsey's character. I mean, Bella Ramsey might end up being the biggest star to come out of the Game of Thrones universe. Because she's young and she's doing an amazing job. She's done an amazing job in everything I've seen her in, and she has that marketable essence that I think Hollywood is looking for these days. She can play what they call non-binary characters as well as traditionally female characters, and I think she's probably going to have the most amazing career out of anybody that came to Game of Thrones. But when you really think about it, man, almost every show that we like now has a Game of Thrones person attached to it.
Right.
Except from.
Yeah. Good night, Scott. Thank you for all your support. Appreciate you. I put it in the chat too, because I didn't know if I'd get an opportunity to say it before you leave, but thank you, Scott. Yeah, Game of Thrones. So Bella Ramsey I never watched Game of Thrones, so Bella Ramsey was on Game of Thrones. I keep hearing that.
She had a very important bit part. So she was probably in 5 scenes in total, 5 or 6 scenes in total, over maybe she's probably more than that. She's probably like in 10 scenes over about 4 or 5 episodes. She was in like 3 episodes. She was in like 3 episodes back to back, and then 2 seasons later, she was in like 2 or 3 episodes back to back as well. She actually died in the show. She died. She had the best death of anybody. She had literally the best death of anybody in Game of Thrones, probably. But yeah, we were all very impressed with her because she played the part of Lady Mormon. So she was the leader of her house. She was like the Duchess of this very old, powerful, but not as powerful as everybody else, but powerful yet small family. But they're known for being bears. Like there's a there's a kind of their family crest is a bear. Their family
Mhm.
animal is a bear. So they're known for being very like strong, aggressive people, even though they're not a big house. So like
Mhm.
when Jon Snow goes to her and asks, and they're trying to form an army, and she says, "Well, will you come and bring your army to fight with us?" And she says, "Yeah, we'll come, we'll come." And she's like, "So how many men does House Mormon have?" 87. But they're 87 very strong men. Trust me, they're very, very strong, and they were 87 very, very, very strong players. But the fact that she was like 10 years old and she was commanding a room with
Wow.
grown men like that. Like there was a scene where Jon Snow is saying, "We're going to teach everybody how to fight with sword and lance, even the girls." And somebody said, "So you expect me to put a sword in my daughter's hand?" And she jumped up and she said, "I am a northerner and I want to defend my homeland. And I don't think anybody was going to tell me that I can't do that, are they?" And this humongous guy says, "No, ma'am, no, Lady Mama, no. I apologize. I didn't know. My bad." It was she. You can like
Wow.
when you saw her play that part, you could tell she'd be a big deal. Everybody loved her. People loved her. Which is why they had to bring her back
Wow.
the last season. They had to bring her back the last season. Because she was in season 6, and then they had season 7, and then season 8 was the last season, and they brought her back the last season to as part of the defense of Winterfell. So man, I get excited when I talk about Game of Thrones. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Bella must have been. Bella's only 21 now, so she must have been
Yeah,
little when she was.
yeah. She would have in season 6. She would have been 10. She would have been 10. That's
Wow.
2015. So she would have been 10 years old.
That's crazy. And
Yeah,
Bella
she did a
still
great
looks
job.
way younger. I mean, Bella
Yeah,
Bella was definitely.
she can pass. She can still pass for 12.
She could. She has that childlike face. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was like a viral video that was going around with her, like she was breakdancing, because and I mean in England breakdancing for like breakdancing in high school and whatnot is like a big deal, and she was breakdancing in a video and it was just the coolest thing. She was like maybe 15, 16 years old when that came out.
That's amazing. Wow. Yeah, I think Bella is an amazing actress, and
She has a fantastic career ahead. Fantastic career, I'm sure.
oh, definitely. Michael had an unanswered question to bring up, to bring it back to From here. Another. I'm just gonna mute you while I read it. Another big unanswered question: what happened to the Star Magic Motel? Was it never there? Was it burned down and just destroyed? Is it just invisible, or in some kind of dungeon dimension, like alternate space? And like David said, maybe it's like the ruins. Maybe it's like an in between dimension. And not dissimilarly, what happened to the ruins? What did it used to be? Who built it and why? Now, when it comes to the motel, in my opinion, I say it was never there to begin with. I think this is a topsy-turvy, like a pocket dimension it's not an exact copy of a town in Maine. I think it takes pieces of it over time. Pieces of it have been copied, kind of like a mirror world. And that's why we've seen a lighthouse, but we've never
From a Stephen King novel, because all Stephen King's novels are in a city in Maine, in a little town in Maine.
Yep, they are. Stephen King loves his Maine. And if you think about it, it would make sense if there's some other thing that's missing there that should be there, but it's not, because we haven't seen an ocean and there's been a lighthouse. Where is the ocean? Why didn't we see a shot of ocean? If there's an ocean, I mean, if there's a lighthouse with no ocean, okay, why not a motel sign and a pool but no motel? I think it just copies things from the real world, so to speak, over time, and things that don't really make sense and fit together. Some buildings are older than others. The church looks really, really old. Colony House looks old, but not as old as that. The houses look a little bit newer. Things keep getting added to it over time, maybe in between
The
massacres.
diner is clearly 50s Art Deco Miami style. Clearly,
Oh,
so
definitely.
yeah, you're right. You're right. It's a hodgepodge of, if you were a being trying to create a village from Maine, this is what you would create. You're not copying and pasting your actual village, but you're trying to recreate the vibe of a village. This is certainly what you would create.
Yeah. So I think that this was based on, like, this place originally was a town in Maine, but it became a pocket dimension because of the curse that was put on the monsters, and pieces of it wind up there. And I came up with that theory in season 3 that it's some kind of mirror dimension, because Tabitha wound up in Camden, and I got to thinking, well, Camden is one of the rare places in the US where you actually find lighthouses right on the coast near the ocean. That's lighthouses and mountains on the coast. Obviously, there are lighthouses near the ocean everywhere. Lighthouses and mountains right next to each other on the coast. That's unusual. I've been to Camden. I went there specifically because of that, because mountains and the ocean are my 2 favorite places. So I thought, okay, well, we saw mountains and a lighthouse in Fromville. Maybe this place is some kind of mirror dimension based on Camden, the Camden, Maine area. And it's places, it's things that are plucked out of there through time. Different pieces have been added. And that's why some places look older than others, and some things are missing. The motel is missing. The ocean is missing. And it's so yeah, that's what I think. Now how that happened, well, whatever force turned the people into monsters, it's got to be some kind of godlike force that could do something like that and create this dimension in the first place. I mean, what else could do this other than some kind of godlike entity?
I hate to say it, but it could be AI. It could be a Matrix type situation where they're plugged into something. So which would make a lot of sense, because it would mean that the town is not really real, and it would mean that when she jumped out of the town, or when she jumped out of the lighthouse, sorry, or got pushed out of the lighthouse, that it did something in the program that got her out of that it's the same way they pulled Neo out of the Matrix. It pulled her out of the Matrix in some sort of way, but then it sent her right back in. So maybe it's not actually a real place, but maybe when they cross that threshold, what actually happens is that they get knocked out and they get plugged in to this virtual world that they're trapped in, which would make some sense.
I mean, I can't deny that that's possible. That's absolutely possible that it could be
Hopefully,
some
it's not what they're doing, but it could because I think, and Tony mentioned this a lot, that I don't think that the fact that Jade is just sold a quantum computing type company, I don't think that was just passing dialogue. I think that has something to do with his purpose here and with the story in general, and we'll probably see that as we go forward. Maybe he's
Yeah,
a Sam Altman type character.
They do keep bringing it up too. I mean, they bring it up again in season 2. Jade tells, we just rewatched the episode where Jade tells Bacta that he had just sold his company when he got stuck there. And in season 3, someone brings it up again. I think Dale mentions it to Jade about his company. It keeps coming up again. So it's possible that his company could have something to do with it. I mean, that's undeniably possible. And the whole simulation thing is possible. I hope it's not, because that would, to me, building up all of this mythos that they've built, this whole mythos about the reincarnation and the sacrifice of the children. If it all turns out to be just nothing but bullshit, and it's some kind of
It's
simulation,
just ones and zeros. It's just ones and zeros, and they're plugged into it.
that would be terrible. After building up all of this lore, wouldn't that be awful though at this point? Like,
I mean, it would depend. It would depend on how they did it, and it would depend on how they revealed it. I think, because I think they can't reveal it. I think if let's for a second take for granted that is what's happening. If they reveal it in a way that is strong, that is kind of like Blade Runner 2049, because Blade Runner has that scene where you have the womb, and he punctures the womb, and a human being comes flushing out of it, and it's another version of this person that's his assistant, I think it was. That if they did in a way like that, where they showed that even though it is inside of a virtual world, there are still entities, and maybe these entities are now human beings, right? Maybe these entities are just corporations run by human beings, kind of like a Severance type situation. If they reveal it in a very interesting way, where it's not just, or they're plugged into a computer, but there's a realistic way in which they, like, for example, they stage the crash and then you see a team of like guys in black running down the crash, grabbing them, putting IVs into them, kind of like that movie Inception, and getting them. And you see a guy saying, "All right, we have 2 minutes, we have 90 seconds to get this done," and they're putting the thing into their veins, and they're getting them plugged into the thing, and then you see, and it kind of flashes back into what looks exactly like the real world, but now is inside of a computer. They can do it in a really interesting way that will grab our attention and keep us in and it would add to the story rather than take away from it. So I understand what you're saying. Where like, I could see there are 100 cheesy ways to do it that would just make the series kind of fall flat in its face.
right.
But there are a couple ways that if they got it just right, it would add to the story and not take away. What do you think?
Yeah, if they found a unique way to do it, I'm not against simulation reveals. I like simulation storylines. I watched this series that had a simulation reveal at the end of season 1, and it was canceled then, so we'll never get to know where they were going with it. But there was a reveal in 1899. That show, it was a simulation, and people were upset about it. They didn't like it because you had these characters with these really detailed traumatic storylines and history that you learn about, and then you find out that they were just plugged into headsets on a spaceship. They were plugged in instead of being on a ship in the ocean. Spoilers for 1899. Sorry, but
1899, like the year 1899.
Yeah, during the show, you think that it's taking place in the year 1899, but then I don't know if I already spoiled it, but yeah, it's
That's fine. I'm probably not going to watch it, and if I do watch it, I'll watch it with you in mind. I don't get spoiled because you can tell me what happens in that show and I'll still watch and I'll still enjoy it if I was going to enjoy it, or I'll still hate it, I was going to hate it, you know?
Yeah, well, I personally loved this show. I thought it was really clever, creative, and I think they would put a unique spin on the simulation thing if they had just been given a chance. You find out that it's not 1899 at all. It's further into the future, and they're plugged into headsets on a spaceship, and
Oh,
I loved it. And I think, and the reason I
what
have
what
faith
what
in the
what
writers,
TV like what channel is it? Like what service is it on?
it's on Netflix.
Oh, it's a
Um,
national. Shit, I have some time. I might look into that.
It's fantastic. Now, one thing that makes it so creative is that it's multiple languages are featured on the show, so you have no choice but to use subtitles. Or, I mean, you can, if you watch it in the dubbed English version, then you lose some of the quality of the show, because part of the confusion of that comes from these characters is that they're trying to deal with all these crazy things happening, but they don't speak the same language as each other. You've got Portuguese people, Spanish people, English speaking people, German speaking people. I think it's better to not use the dubbed version, use subtitles. I like it better that way personally, and it's very clever. And it was written by the same people who wrote and directed Dark, the German series Dark.
Ooh, okay. I'm a big fan of Dark. It,
Oh yeah.
Dark is the one show I can't explain to anybody ever. I can't explain it. I don't know if I personally understand it. Um, I, but I don't like, especially the last season. The last couple of episodes of the last season was so, they tie everything together so well, but it was just kind of mind blowing. I went to a place that I didn't. If you told me this was going to go, it was going to go in the first episode, I told you you're an insane person. Because the first episode of Dark is very, very regular.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is.
Very regular. There's, pardon me. There's almost no hint of this time bending, um, supernatural world that, you know, with the hint of a heaven hell kind of battle, God Satan kind of battle. There's no hint of that in the first episode. In the first couple episodes, there's no hint of that. So if you told me it's going to end the way it ends, I'll be like, you're an insane person.
I know. I know. I was actually bored with it and dropped it after that. I couldn't
Oh
get
yeah,
into it.
me too. Yeah, I didn't drop
I
it, but I was like, this is what I was like. Is this the show that Tony and they were telling me about? Because Tony got me onto that show too. I was like, is this the show Tony was telling me to watch? Because me and Tony can kind of, we have chosen a couple stinkers. In over the last 5 years that you, because I've been following Tony since at least 2017. So that's what, 8 years, at least 8 years, and probably more than that. Um, I'll check. I know I can check on YouTube to see when I subscribe, but yeah, and he would like message me on Facebook every once in a while and say, Karen, KP, check this TV show out. So one was like Constellation. There was which was a kind of a space show with where there was they went to space and they were on the space station and they were doing some sort of experiment, and it seems that in doing the experiment, the universe split, so it's split into 2 dimensions and the two kind of separate timelines, and the 2 timelines were kind of intersecting into one another, and you didn't know which timeline you were in. So we enjoyed it, but it was way too cerebral for the average TV watcher.
Oh yeah.
You know, so we had a couple of those over the years that we enjoyed them, but Tony may have done 1 or 2 episodes about it, and then kind of like, all right, it seems as there's no interest here. Nobody. Then there's another one. Oh my God, there's another one where like a spaceship crashed on Earth, and we were just, people knew about it, and just over a particular period of time, you got to see that the spaceship, the people on the the entities on the spaceship were kind of attaching themselves to, they were kind of like sirens calling people to the spaceship and then attaching themselves to them and sending them out with particular missions. And it was very interesting. It was interesting. These are TV shows that had a really good concept, but something the execution was a little bit too. It just didn't hit the mark on the execution.
Right. Yeah. Hale in the chat said Ascension. Is that one of the shows you were talking about?
That's what it was. Ascension. That is what it was. Yes, that's what it's called.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. It sounds cool. I've never heard of it.
There are a lot of really interesting, especially on Apple TV. Like Apple TV has a show called SEE. It's based. It stars Jason Momoa, and it's based in a world where everybody is blind.
Wow.
So everybody's blind, and it just so happens that there's like a group of people. There's a person who was born with sight, and if they found out that you were born with sight, they'd kill you, right? But he was able to hide it very well, and then he was able to like impregnate women, and they had children that were born with sight. And Jason Momoa, and it seems also in the show that there was like a infertility crisis. So not everybody could get pregnant. Not everybody could have kids. So when you found somebody that had kids, you kind of like, for want of a better phrase, you kind of pop them to have as many kids as possible. So Jason Momoa was with a woman romantically who had kids with this guy who was sighted, but she didn't know that her kids could see. It's a very interesting, like it has 3 seasons. It's really interesting, but it's an Apple TV. But I think Apple TV does this a lot, where they have these very, very nice, really good TV shows that are generally a lot of times based on a very popular book, that are good, but they just don't get mass appeal because they're just on Apple TV, and not everybody has Apple TV. And they never get like a critical mass where they get bigger than Apple TV. So Apple TV has a lot. Apple TV in particular has a lot of really good sci-fi-esque kind of TV shows that if you're really into that stuff, you can get lost in that world.
Oh, absolutely. Apple TV has been killing it these last several years. I mean, with Severance, Silo, Dark Matter. I loved Constellation. I know a lot of people didn't get it. You had to really work hard to understand what was going on. But I loved Constellation. It doesn't feed you the answer.
They killed it after They killed it after the first season, though, didn't they?
Yes, they canceled it after 1 season, unfortunately. Yeah.
We don't even get answers now. I hate that. I hate when they have when they give us 1 season of a show that has a particular kind of appeal, and you want the answers to it really badly. It probably has a book attached to it. I'll check and see if there's a book attached to that. They probably in the book, if there is a book, the book probably does have like the long run explanation of what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't as upset with that one being canceled as I was with other shows, because in the end of Constellation, at least they explained what was wrong. You know, the concept, I won't spoil it for anyone who might want to watch it, but the concept of it is very much like a Twilight Zone type thing, where an astronaut returns to Earth and it's not quite like the Earth that she left. There are a lot of things that are wrong, that are messed up. Her daughter, like it's off. Everything is just off, and you find out why in the end. You do find out what's going on. They leave it. There is a little bit of an odd twist at the very end, which leaves things open that they could have developed in a season 2. But I was satisfied, at least with knowing what the hell was going on. It's not the case with other shows. There are other shows that have been canceled after one season where you literally have no idea what the hell is happening, and they end on a cliffhanger and you'll never get answers. And 1899, at least 1899 revealed it was a simulation, but there was so much more to come that they had planned 2 more seasons, just like they did with Dark. It was supposed to be a mystery box with 3 seasons, and who knows what those brilliant minds would have come up with. Now we'll never know. The Society, canceled after 1 season on a huge cliffhanger. Now we'll never know what happened there, and that was a big mystery. The Archive 81, another one, canceled on a massive cliffhanger, and we'll never know. Netflix is responsible for a lot of this stuff. Netflix cancels great series after 1 season so much. Raised by Wolves, Michael. I've never watched that one, but I've heard that one's really good, and that one was also canceled too soon, from what I heard. Yeah.
Raised by Wolves was fantastic. Like that book series is a really just imagine if Christianity wasn't the big religion in the world, but instead was like it's called something called the cult of Mithras, which is a real religion that existed at the same time with Christianity but died out. So that's the big religion, right? So, and we have a lot of history about that religion. We know what it was about, right? We know what they worshipped. We know where we even know how they congregated. It was very, very similar to Christianity. So imagine if that is the big religion, and imagine if religion was secular. So there's no secular world. Everybody is under this religious indoctrination, and then we get to space travel way earlier, like 500 years earlier. So we aren't necessarily equipped for space travel mentally, but we're there because we have this technology, because of the Mithras cult. And you get to these different planets, and you realize that all these planets are populated by life forms that are non-human. But because of the religion thing, all non-human life forms are considered to be bad. So, and they know that. So now they have to defend themselves against the humans without the humans knowing why they're defending themselves. It's very, very interesting. The TV show didn't do all of that. The TV show simplified it, but it's very interesting. And you have, because the TV show was kind of about saving a group of children that had some sort of special ability. But these children had no parents, so the people that was the mother and the father were actually robots, but they were made to look like humans. But they had special powers. They could fly, they could shoot beams out their eyes and whatever. So it's a very, very interesting. I don't understand why they did not do a season 2 to that show, because a season 2 would have been enough. If they got a season 1 and a season 2, that would have been enough to tell the story, to tell the full story.
It's a unique concept. I've heard so many people loved it, so I tried watching. I turned on the first episode and I watched maybe a few minutes, and I was like, "All right, this is too weird for me. I'm not liking it." So I turned it off.
it has a weirdness to it that you have to kind of get accustomed to. And like when the ship crashes on the island on the new planet, you know, they don't necessarily tell you that the mother and the father are not human, so you kind of have to figure that out.
Right.
Through some smart inferences, and then later on, the guy who played Ragnar Lothbrok, he is sent after them, and he's really after them. Man, it is a Alt Shift X did a really good like 1 hour breakdown of like the TV show and how it falls in line with the book. And then I think if you did, I think you might, if you watch that, you might get a little bit excited to watch the entire thing and probably even read the book.
What's it? What did the breakdown? TV? What was it?
All Shift X, All Shift X. It's a YouTube channel that he does a lot of good. All Shift X. I think he's an Australian or New Zealand. He's here from Australia or from New Zealand. One of those down under places. But he has like a big following. He has over 2 million followers, I think.
How do you spell that? Do you know? What is it?
Alt so like just as on a computer. So Alt ALT Shift as in a shift key and then X. So Alt Shift X. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll look that up. I've never heard of that channel.
Oh man, if you haven't heard of Alt Shift X, and because you kind of like the same stuff we like, right? You kind of like Dune. You haven't watched Game of Thrones, but if you did watch it, you'd like it. So he does a lot of those TV shows that were books. He links the TV show and the book together. He kind of does a comparison of in the book this happened, but in the TV show this happens. And he has a lot of those, from Game of Thrones to Dune to the Wolf series to a lot of stuff, man. He's one of the big channels.
Yeah, he's got I looked it up, almost 2 million subscribers.
Yeah, very, very big. Very, very. I'm surprised you haven't run into him.
Yeah, no, I haven't, but I just subscribed, and I am. Tony and I were just talking the other night. When he heard I've never watched Game of Thrones, he said, "That's it. We gotta get you to watch Game of Thrones. We gotta watch it together." Because he said,
"Listen, if you guys are doing that, I would be so down for a Game of Thrones rewatch from season 1 all the way." From season 1 to all the way. Like you would love it, especially if you watch it with us, because we've all read all the books. Because there's not just Game of Thrones is the A Song of Ice and Fire world that George Martin built is so dense and complex. The only book or set of books that is as deep and as complex as that is Dune and the Tolkien universe of Lord of the Rings and that entire universe. Those are the only 2 pieces of literature that are as dense as Game of Thrones. So Game of Thrones you have your main series, which is the Game of Thrones, but you also have House of the Dragon, you also have Dunk and Egg, you also have then you have the Long Night Stories, you have so much deep history. You have an actual history book that tells you fake history about stuff that the maesters think might have happened in the world. Like there's a place called Battle Island that has a tower on it, and the base of the tower is made of this black oily stone. That the only other place that this stone is found is in Yeti, and nobody knows why it's there. Nobody knows why the place is called Battle Island. Nobody knows who battled there and why. But everybody has a theory. So you have a bunch of different maesters giving you their theory of what they think happened there. And then what the TV show does is it kind of tells you what should have happened. But you're still not sure because who knows what actually happened, right?
Right.
It's really dense. You'll enjoy it. If we did a rewatch of that, I want to say I would love it, but I'm almost afraid to do a rewatch of it because it will be so emotionally taxing. Because I encountered Game of Thrones randomly on a Sunday night. I turned my TV on, and there was this show with Sean Bean in it, and I was like, "Well, I like Sean Bean," and that was it. I was trapped from that in 2011. Some night in 2011, I turned the TV on, and I was trapped.
It pulled you in like
It pulled me in and never let me go.
Yep.
And it opened up because I wasn't a sci-fi person, and Game of Thrones is not necessarily a sci-fi series. It's more fantasy, but it's so close to sci-fi, and it got me interested in reading books again. And because I have horrible insomnia, which is why I'm up at this hour, right? I have horrible insomnia. So one of the things that I would do is I would buy audiobooks, and I would be in bed at this hour. This is before I was married and stuff. So I'd be in bed at this hour, and I would just have the audiobooks play.
Right.
So for maybe 4 years in a row, the guy who played Jeor Mormont, Ian Glenn, read House of the Dragon to me for like 4 years in a row, because that was the book that I would just, if I'm looking for a book to read, whether I'm taking the actual book on my iPod, well, on my iPhone now, or I have my computer. I used to have my computer on, and I used to find it on YouTube first before I bought it. Because who wants to actually spend money and buy these audiobooks, right? When they're on YouTube for free. So I would just go on my computer, go on YouTube, and just if I didn't have an idea of what I wanted to listen to, I would just go and get House of the Dragon, and I would play that. It's called The Princess and the Queen is what it's called. And with that said, it's about 3:00, so I'm probably going to sign off in about 5 minutes. But if you do get a chance, if you are like me and sometimes you have trouble sleeping, I would say put that on and just let it play. You'll find it very easily on YouTube. The Princess and the Queen. Just put that on and just let it play. It's about 5 hours long, 5 or 6 hours long. So it's not very, very long. And if you have it on for a week, if every night for a week you put it on, you'll catch the story. Because if you like me, you probably fall asleep an hour into it. So if every night you kind of remember what you got to when you play it back a little bit, by the end of the week, you'd have the story internalized, and it is such a good story. It's just straight storytelling. It's just a really fun fairy tale type story, but it has curse words in
it. I like that. I like curse words spice things up. I like
they do. And Game of Thrones opened that up to me, because I read I read all of the classic books, the classic British tales, but I never knew who George R. R. Martin was until this TV show came out, and it opened up a world of new authors that I was able to of new contemporary authors, because the only contemporary author that I knew was Stephen King. To be honest, and how old was I? 21, 21, yeah, 20, 21. So
Mhm.
at that age, just coming out of university, like the only I did economics, so I didn't have a liberal arts degree where you did a lot of um English literature reading. Like no, we did. I did economics and finance and that kind of thing. So um I didn't have like the the academic background of literature. So I missed out on a lot of contemporary writers, and then I kind of Game of Thrones kind of got me into that world where like Frank Herbert was a writer that I knew he existed. I knew about the Dune series, but I didn't know how deep it was. I thought it was just a weird TV. It was just a weird 3 hour movie that David Lynch did. I thought that was it, but no, there's way more to it. So it opened up a world of contemporary, like 20 and 21st century writers that I just love now. And anytime those writers, like there's a particular list of writers, at any time there's an adaptation of one of their works, film or TV, I have to see it. Even if it's bad, I have to see it.
Right, right. Well,
Are you a Dune person?
I've never seen Dune or read the books or anything like that. So
You have you didn't see any of the HBO series, the recent
no,
HBO series?
no,
No?
no,
You,
never
you
did.
didn't and you didn't see the Timothy Chalamet Dune 1, Dune 2 at all.
No, I don't even know anything about it either.
Oh my God. Please, please watch Dune 1 and Dune 2, please. And let's do Tony isn't a fan of Dune either. But so I have the only all Shift X and oh my God, what's his name? Um oh my God, I can't remember his name. Um um oh God, I can't remember his name. But there's a guy who did Game of Thrones stuff. Quinn's ideas. All Shifax and Quinn's ideas are the 2 places where you'll get a lot of Dune details from the TV shows to the books to the movies. You get a lot of details from those 2 guys. They're really good. Do you know Quinn?
No, no.
Oh man, Quinn is. I mean, Quinn was fantastic when it came to Game of Thrones stuff, and then he pivoted. He kind of pivoted towards Dune, and he kind of caught a lane there at Dune, and kind of grew to a pretty big size. And he has. Let me tell you what he has. He has a summarized version of all 6 of the main Dune books that are an hour and 15 minutes each that you can listen to, and you'll get the meat and bones of the book, of what happens in the book, and you'll even get some of his back backstage kind of knowledge on it. And if you watch a couple of those again, like if you're falling asleep or whatever, you'll probably love it, because it is a really they, these are worlds that you could kind of disappear into.
I like that. I like that. World building. Like a whole lot of lore behind it. I like that From has a lot of lore to it. Like I like that sort of thing. Something that you can really get lost in. I need that kind of escapism from my life. I can tell you that much. So I'd probably enjoy
Let
it.
me let me tell you, not just you. I love. I mean, I don't. I have a fantastic life. I cannot complain. I have a fantastic life, but as a man, me and Tony we've had this discussion. As a man, there's a particular amount of pressure that's constantly on you. When you're the man of the house and you have to pay a mortgage and you have to pay the bills and you have to, you're running a business and you can suffocate in your own like essence because there's so much going on. And I think for Tony in particular, part of why he has his channel was because he enjoyed escaping into these worlds, these fantasy worlds, these books, and he had nobody to kind of discuss it with. So he just started a YouTube channel to discuss it with the world. And we all found one another there. So yeah, like it is Dune, Game of Thrones, and Tolkien are three. If you spent a little time just digging into those, and the good part now is you don't have to sit with a book, because I know some people don't like that. Me personally, at this stage in my life, you can't get me to sit down and read a book like that. But I'll sit down and I'll watch a video that is basically telling me what the book is about, or I'll listen to the audiobook, which is the book, but somebody reading it to me, and it hits the same way. So yeah, I mean, some of and even that Gray Area. Like, have you watched Gray Area before tonight?
No, this is the first time I ever saw Gray Area. I hadn't actually heard of
Wow.
it.
What part of YouTube do you exist on?
My own bubble, I guess.
How did you get to this side of YouTube? So this is games like everybody I meet on my YouTube was like everybody I've met through Tony's page is a Game of Thrones person. So that is already weird that you're not only are you not a Game of Thrones person, but you haven't seen any of it. You haven't read or seen any of it.
Nope.
So you're a full Game of Thrones virgin. Which
yes.
I wish I was you, because if discovering that world, at first it's amazing, then it gets kind of weird, and then it gets amazing again. There's a part of it that where you have to there's a part of Game of Thrones, and all these books, all of these stories, really, there's a part of these stories that are so fantastical that you that if you are not accustomed to sci-fi stories and fantasy stories, it could turn you off. So for me, like Game of Thrones, the way it started was perfect because you didn't bring the dragons in until like the last episode of the season. And even then, they were kind of a non-factor until like the 5th or 6th season. They were pretty much a non-factor because they were just little baby dragons. They couldn't do anything. They were actually very, very vulnerable because they were little babies. So people kept kidnapping them and threatening to kill them and whatever. And then eventually they grew up and they started to blow things up. But if they had brought the dragons in on the first day, you'd have lost me. I would have turned the TV off. I'd be like, all right, this is nonsense. What is this? But the way they did it, and that is exactly the way George wrote it. He always wrote about dragons as we would think about them in the real world, as things that were part of myths that we have from the past, but we're not sure if they really existed. But except for in his world, you have the skulls. So you have the skulls of these big dragons. So there had to be something, right? In our world, we have skulls of things, but they're dinosaurs. And we know that they existed millions of years ago. In their world, they have the skulls of the dragons, and they existed maybe 200 years ago. So, but nobody had ever seen one for real. And then all of a sudden, Daenerys gets these eggs, and they're eggs that have been they've been petrified. So they're just eggs. They're just these little fun little things to have. They're fossils, but the magic happens and they come back to life, and it's amazing. Oh, I'm getting shivers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so down to watch it. You know, when Tony said, "Oh, we got to watch this together," I was like, "Okay, sure." I want to do it. He mentioned it when we were doing the Last of Us live. We got somehow on that tangent for a minute, and he said, "Oh,
Nice.
we got to watch this show," because he said there's a
You
show
have
coming
to.
out. He said there's a show coming out later this year that's in the same universe as Game of Thrones, and that I should
Yeah,
cover it.
Dunkin' egg. Yeah,
So
that is probably the most, because there are no dragons in that one, right? It's very it's probably the easiest path to entry, because it's very much like any kind of Knight's Tale, you know. It's two knights. It's a knight and a little child walking around this kingdom, going to tournaments and getting into fights. But and that's like the surface level of the book, and then little by little, certain characters kind of pass through. So like Duncan Egg, they meet Bloodraven, and Bloodraven, like at first you don't realize what Bloodraven is, and then you hear stories about what he did here and about what he did over there, and then Bloodraven meets Egg, and he realizes that Egg is his cousin. Egg is actually the fourth son of the king, so he's a prince. Not not even Dunk knew that at that point in time, but he's a prince, and so it is such good reading. It's really good. And I think the way they cast, like I saw a couple of things about how they casted this new show, and I think it's casted very, very well. So I think it'll probably be better than House of the Dragon, because House of the Dragon is good, but they keep delaying the battle. The battle should have happened, and there's a particular battle that should have happened by now, and they keep pushing it further and further into the future, and that kind of pissed us off.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to have you watch that.
Yeah, I would love to do it, especially if I didn't have to watch it by myself. You know, even just watching virtually people would
I
be
need
fun.
no. You tell me when when you guys just tell me when you're starting, and I will pull my old DVDs out, and I will get back into from season 1, episode 1. I'll get back into it. I would totally be down for that.
Yeah, I mean, there are even ways to do virtual things. I mean, we do watch parties in Discord all the time.
Discord, yeah, I hear that. I hear that you can do that. I hear it. I did that with Mr. Borland. Mr. Borland had like a Discord thing, and he had like a particular episode that he did solely on Discord, and I tapped in for that. It was a cool experience. I never did another one, but if we do decide to watch together on Discord, and let's say we do Saturday nights at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock, whatever. And we figure that out. So at some particular night, everybody will get together and we'll watch an episode a week. I would be totally there. I'll be 100% there. I'll be there. Like I'm pretty sure that my eldest daughter would love to be a part of that too, because she likes Game of Thrones. She likes Game of Thrones a lot, but we never really got a chance to watch together because of how I was working, and we never got a chance to really watch together. But if we do our rewatch, she'll definitely be on board.
Cool. Yeah, that would be fun. I would like to do that. I know the series went on for a long time, so definitely wouldn't have time to get through it all as a group before Dunkin' Egg, but maybe.
No, definitely no. Definitely no.
Maybe some of it.
There would be there'll be like 64 episodes to get through.
That's crazy.
We won't get through all of them, but we'll get through a bit. We'll get through a good bit.
then I could just binge the rest and
Season
yeah.
up to season 6, I think they had 10 episodes, and then season 7 had 6. Season 7 had 8, and season 8 had 5 or 6. So you had 60. It's like 70. It's like 74, 72 episodes. I think 72 episodes.
Wow. Yeah.
So that's
Quite a bit.
72 hours of. So that would, if we do one a week, it'll take us a year and a half to really watch it. And we'll miss a couple weeks, and so it'll probably take us 2 years to watch it out. But it'll be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. I would enjoy that. Yeah, 'cause, watching stuff alone, it's just not as enjoyable for me. I don't like watching everything by myself like I have to do now. So I like doing these Discord watch parties. We do a lot of fun ones for movies,
Well,
TV.
when was the last one? What's the last one you guys did?
We did we watched Terminator 1 and 2. We watched this movie that just came out this year called Companion, which is about this AI robot girlfriend. It was really good. Terminator 1 and 2, that was really fun. We watched several episodes of Fallout. So just random stuff. I want to watch the Nightmare on Elm Street movies next. The first 3 movies. That's what I want to do next. Because I've never seen them.
Which 3 movies?
The first 3 Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I've actually never seen.
Okay. Okay.
So
I don't know if I've seen a bunch of them, but I don't know the order. Like Phil knows those 80s, early 90s B movies. Phil is the guy for those movies for sure. Phil knows all those. Like I think there was a time where he was doing like a Halloween special where he did like 4 or 5 Halloween movies he reviewed in a row. That was awesome.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I would be totally down for Discord parties. I don't know. I don't know if I think I'm on the Discord. I think maybe I just don't get the messages because I got an email today about something that's happening on the Discord server. Or maybe I don't I don't have Discord installed on this phone. That's what's happened. I have to reinstall it. I'll do that.
You did. I know you did. I remember well. You joined my Discord.
And then at some point I deleted it because I don't know. I got a new phone or a bunch of stuff. But I have to reinstall Discord because I get emails. Dita sends out emails. I think from the Discord server about stuff that's happening, and I see them and I don't necessarily read them. So, but yeah.
Yeah, we usually do watch parties on Saturday nights for just random movies and shows. And I like this Saturday, I'd like to do the Nightmare on Elm Street.
If I am not out and about, then I'm home bored on a Saturday night. So I would love that. I'd jump in.
Cool. It's fun. It's really fun. And we'll start with one movie, and then sometimes what often happens is we wind up watching another movie or some random TV series after it turns into something else. It's fun. It's fun. We have a good time.
Nice. Yeah. Well, I'll be around.
And
is anybody in the chat still?
Oh yeah, there's still people in chat. There is so many movies I've never seen, so I'm crossing them off my list.
I'm surprised you haven't seen Dune because everybody and their mother have seen the new, because everybody loves Timothée Chalamet, and I won't let me tell you, Timothée Chalamet is the real deal. Like he's not a pretty face. He's a real deal actor. He's the next Leo. He's the next Leonardo DiCaprio for sure. He's really good because the character that he plays in Dune, the way Dune is written, there's a lot of inner monologue. So there's a lot of what people are thinking in their heads. And that's not easy to show up on. It's not easy to put that on a TV screen, right? It's not easy to put that on a movie screen. So when David Lynch did his version, he had a kind of a quiet voice. So like when somebody was thinking something in their brain, somebody was thinking, oh, what does he have? What does he have in his hands there? What does he have in his hands? And it was kind of weird, right? Because it was just them whispering in their own heads. So it felt weird, but it worked. I mean, a lot of people didn't love it, but I thought it worked. But the way Denis Villeneuve did it, where that doesn't exist, like they don't use the inner monologue in the scenes, but they create like little flashbacks or little mini scenes that you don't know if these scenes are like they're like visions, where you don't know if these scenes are actually happening or if this is like a hallucination that somebody's having. And inside of those those little mini flashbacks, they use the same kind of dialogue that was going on in the heads of the characters. And I mean, I don't know how he thought about that. I don't know what kind of witchcraft he did to figure that out, but it felt the way the book felt. It gave you that same feeling. And I'm very excited for the next one, Doom 3 Messiah. I think it's 2027, as they say, is when that one is coming out. That'll be awesome because it has a lot of that. Because in the first Dune, it's about Paul taking over and becoming the emperor. So that is like, that's like he's the good guy, right? You want him to become the emperor. The next, what's called Dune Messiah, he is the emperor now, but there are a lot of people that don't consider him to be legitimate. So there's rebellions on these different planets. So he has to go around the universe, sending his Fremen warriors around the universe to basically kill billions and billions of people. I think the number is 60 billion people would died at the end of the day for him to fire this thing. So there's a scene with his own mother where he says he was talking about a particular planet that he basically destroyed totally. A planet of 10 billion people. He totally destroyed. And he was saying, I did it so that people know that I can't do it. They didn't deserve it. I did it so that people know I can do it. And his own mother, in his own mother's mind, she thinks, this is the time I should kill him. And he has the capacity to do it. It's not just a errant thought that she thought, but like she couldn't actually execute on it. No. She could have done it, right? And it's so amazing that the thought process that she has, because she's Bene Gesserit, so she has a kind of her loyalty is kind of split to her son and to this other thing that doesn't necessarily agree with her son. And she had this, I should kill him now. All I would have to do is make this move and do that move and he'd be done. And everybody would be safe. Everybody would be free. And she chooses not to. And she actually sends herself into exile. So this next film will be a lot about him trying to galvanize his power, and a lot of people seeing seeing little hints of evil inside of him, and even people who love him are a little bit taken aback by how brutal he is. So it'll be interesting to see. But man, listen, I am going to try to get maybe 5 or 6 hours of sleep because I have to be at the office for 10:30.
Okay.
It's about 3:30 now. What time is it over there, Julie?
Same, 3:33 a.m.
3:30? All right. Well,
Yep.
yeah. So I'm. I don't. Honest. I don't. Is there anything in particular that we wanted to address before I jump off?
KP, Dieter said KP, and you can use my Discord for more stuff. Create AI art, listen to music, people make and share music there. Talk about series and the watch parties too. It's fun. It's fun. You should
Nah,
check it out.
I'll download that. When I get to bed, and I'm about to put my headphones in to listen to my books. I'll set Discord to download, and I'll be a more active part of the group.
Cool. Yeah, we would like that, KP. And I forgot, we also watched Terminator 3, and Dieter was happy about that because finally it was a woman's ass instead of a man's ass we had to look at with the female Terminator showing up. Yeah. So he didn't have to bleach his eyeballs that time. Well, thanks for joining, KP. It was fun having you on.
No worries. It was a good way to pass the time. We had a good old discussion. I know I went off in a little bit of a rant about Game of Thrones and Dune, so I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all right. Tangents are fine over here. You know, if we're not like breaking down an episode and really focused on that, then I don't mind going off on tangents, and the chat doesn't mind either. I mean, we've got 56 people right now. Like it doesn't matter. So it's all good.
56 people are still watching us.
Yeah, it just went up to 57. It's the highest yet tonight.
Wow. At
Yeah.
3:30, what is going on in these people's lives that they don't sleep?
I don't know. I think the Europeans start waking up and joining. That starts happening. Sometimes the numbers.
Oh, right. Yeah, because it's just about 8:30 in England right now. In London, it's just about 8:30. So yes.
Yep.
The Brits and the Swiss are probably just now joining in with us.
Probably.
Isn't it awesome that you could know people from all around the world and have real-time conversations with them on these little phones and these little tablets? Like that is, I remember when the internet was brand new, and that was just the most amazing thing, being able to have chat rooms with people from Nebraska and Japan and like Chinese kids and Taiwanese kids and people from Russia and people from India. I mean, it's an amazing, this technology really is amazing. And hopefully the tech oligarchs don't take it and use it for evil. Hopefully Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Did I tell you? I don't know if I told the story here. It might have been on Tony's channel, where I told the story about when I met Peter Thiel, and he was going to introduce me to Elon Musk because I was working at an investment bank in San Francisco, and I made my mission that I wanted to meet. There's a certain list of people that I wanted to meet in the tech industry, and Peter Thiel was on that list. It was 2012, and when I met him, he was a fantastic guy. Kind of weird in terms of like the things he wanted to talk about, like neotech feudalism and the idea that government. You guys should be afraid of this guy because his belief is that government should not exist.
Oh dear, yeah, no, that's a problem. Anarchist. He's an anarchist.
Correct. Neotech anarchism type, or neotech feudalism is what he calls it, where corporations would replace the government, and you would have Microsoft, and you'd have Google, and you'd have OpenAI, and you'd have these corporations and these guys who are heads of these corporations, and everyone has their little sphere of influence, and they all have their money, and they dish out public services like free Wi-Fi and free internet and free light and electricity to people. so that they give people these things. They slow drip people with this technology to kind of quell them, to calm them down, to keep them stupid.
Well, sounds
While
like
they
George Orwell's 1984.
yes, very much so, very much so. Except even under the Orwellian idea, there's a government.
Right.
There's a hierarchical structure. Somebody's at the top and somebody's below that and somebody's below that. There's no actual structure. So this week, Bill Gates could be the guy that has all the power this week. And next week, it's Peter Thiel. And the week after that, it's Sam Altman. And the week after that, it's another guy. And it goes back and forward. And his belief is that corporations will fight so hard to have power that nobody will be able to have power for more than a couple of weeks at a time. And nobody will be able to do anything that bad because nobody will have enough power to do anything really, really bad. But I think he's wrong. First of all, I think if you give certain people a week of having unlimited power, they will do unlimited damage.
Oh God, yeah.
A week is a lot. A week is you know how many nuclear bombs you can drop in a week? Like that's a long time, bro.
Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. And with the profit, the problem with corporations and privatizing things is if there's a profit incentive behind literally everything, they don't give a shit about people. All they care about is their money. That's why I'm against privatizing everything. It's a problem. Like that sounds like a recipe for disaster, having corporations in control. Absolutely not.
Even that, even like the having of the money doesn't really create the power is the control of the technology. So somebody could be very, very rich, but not have any control over any particular piece of technology that matters. And their power would be blunted. Now, they could use that money to buy control of the technology. But if people are smart, they won't sell it to them, or they won't sell them the actual real version of it. So you have a lot of underhanded kind of deals that people will be doing, because people will be able to, if there's one thing you'll be able to do under his structure, is you will be able to get very, very rich if you want to. There'll be so many opportunities for very young people to get very, very rich very quickly. And then the idea would be to turn that wealth into power by buying technologies. And what the other side has to kind of understand is to not sell it to you, because today you might have the money and you could buy it today, but your money will go away soon. But this technology will always be here whatever the technology is, it will always be here. And he wanted to introduce me to Elon Musk. And I said, nah, I'm good. This was 2012. Elon Musk wasn't a big deal. Elon Musk was not a big deal in 2012. He was a weird guy. He was number 15 in the PayPal mafia. He was the guy that got kicked out. He wasn't somebody I wanted to meet. He wasn't on my list. And I do wish I had met him. Just to kind of get a taste of the guy, because I can tell you what I learned about Peter Thiel scared the hell out of me. And and it's very, very surreal to see him putting all of that into action.
Yeah.
Because he's the reason why Trump is where he is. Whatever you believe about Trump, he's the reason why he's there. People see Elon Musk, right? They see Elon Musk. They know Elon Musk, but Peter Thiel. The reason why J.D. Vance is your vice president is because of Peter Thiel. They went to school together.
Wow.
So
okay.
it's very, very scary, because I understand it. These guys really believe these things, and now they actually have the money and the power to get it done. Will the people stop them? We'll see.
Yeah. It's kind of
Anyways,
scary.
everybody, have a fantastic evening. I hope everybody gets to bed at some point. Julie, I hope you are able to get some sleep tonight. What is your sleep schedule like, Julie?
It's messed up right now. Lately, I've been staying awake all night and all morning, going to sleep in the early afternoon, waking up in the early evening. It's bad.
Wow.
It's really bad.
Well, it's no worse than mine used to be. Like having a now that I don't necessarily. I mean, I have a real estate business, and we sell houses to people. Like, I have the most boring business ever, and I love it. I buy land, I build a bunch of houses on it, and I sell those houses to people. Very, very simple business. Doesn't require a whole lot of brain work. It really doesn't. So I get into the office at about 10:30. I do whatever I had to do, and then about at like 2 o'clock, I'm kind of out for the day. I'm kind of done for the day. I recently hired a manager, a business development manager, so she takes care of like all my new construction sites and whatnot. So I don't have to be there very much. So I'm spending a lot of time with my children, with my wife. If you have me on Instagram, you'll see my wife. And I'm learning this. I just turned 37, and this is the first time in maybe 20 years that I don't, probably longer than that I don't have like a set rigid structure to my life, so that I can kind of make my days whatever I want them to be.
That's nice.
So the kids have school, so that's good. But I try to like for example, no, they're off school this week and last week. We'll be back in school next week. But I tried it for 2 weeks back when they were their last week of school. I tried to pick them up from school every day that week, and I was able to. Every day when I picked them up, we did something different. So we'd go to the cinema, or we'd go get ice cream, or we'd go to KFC, or we'd go we'd do something different. And I'm really because I know a lot of us. Let me tell you. I mean, I know a lot of us suffer from. I myself suffer from bipolar and some very, very deep, dark, depressive kind of episodes. And one of the things that has helped me in recent times has been having some time to really just enjoy my family. My mother is around these days. She's actually in the same. She's actually asleep in this house that I'm in right now.
Nice.
Everybody's here right now. We have 8 people in the house at this point in time. So we're, I'm getting to spend a lot of time with people and rediscover my own children, my own family, and like the things that they like to do. And
Nice.
it's been a really fun. It's been really good for me personally, because my life has been one big business project after a business project. Since the age of 17 years old to now, I've been in some sort of business. I was in banking. I was focused on some kind of set goal. Like, okay, I have to make this money. I have to do this. I have to get this done. And I'm finally at a place where I could kind of chill on that and actually enjoy like the day-to-day existence that is life. And I have to say that it has really lightened up my mood. I've become a happier, lighter person. It's not easy. It still isn't easy sometimes, and which is why I'm very, very excited when I see you or Tony or other people on, because I know I could, even if I'm feeling weird, in that time, I know if I see you guys on, I know my tribe is around. So I can dip in, even if I don't stay for very long. I can dip in, I can listen, and I'm very, very often, I don't even see anything in chat. I'll just dip in, I'll watch for an hour, and then I might, and you know, I get my dopamine hit from that, and then I'm able to fall asleep or whatever. But I
That's
just want to say
awesome.
thank you for having me on. You know, I love doing this with you guys, with you and all the Scarlet and Doc and Dita and everybody else. And I hope everybody gets some good sleep. Julie, I hope you get a good rest tonight. And like I
Thank
said,
you.
if you can't sleep, The Princess and the Queen, go on YouTube and find that. And trust me when I tell you, that man's voice, that Ian Glenn's voice, if that doesn't send, if you put that on your phone, you put the earbuds in, and you close your eyes, if his voice doesn't send you to sleep, nothing will.
Thanks,
So have a good
KP.
night. I'm out. Bye bye.
Have a good night, KP.
Move to Jamaica. Yeah, I wish, Dieter. I wish I could. Yeah. Yeah, you can hear the treadmill, huh? Trying to talk more quietly. Trying to talk more quietly, but yeah, KP is awesome. KP is awesome. Yeah. Oh, Jamaica sounds like well, Trinidad sounds like paradise from what he said. Better than Jamaica. Better than Jamaica. Now I was gonna just respond to some stuff I starred from Michael earlier and didn't get a chance to address. Let me see. Where was this? Oh, it was further up in the chat and I started. He wanted to know what I thought about his theory on the boy in white. Where is it? I starred it. Where'd it go? Oh, here. I found it. Now, I don't know if you can still hear me well enough. I might be too quiet. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Dieter. Okay, hold on. So Michael said, if the original faraway tree is a magical tree that's part Bodhi tree and part, I have no idea how the hell to pronounce that. What if the boy in white is a kind of avatar or manifestation of the tree? That's interesting. That's interesting. He could represent the tree in some regard. Let me see, where's the next part? There's more to it. I missed the other part of it. Hold on. Where'd it go? Here we go. And that's the reason that he's able to push Tabitha through the veil between worlds, having that kind of function of bridging the realms of existence. Oh. And the roots connect several of the realms of existence in Norse mythology. Could also explain why he doesn't want the tree cut down if he's its avatar or something and draws his powers and knowledge from it. Just something I was thinking about just now. I really like that. I like that theory. Because the boy in white, like the nature of what the hell he actually is so confusing and hard to theorize about. Like what exactly is he? I think I know what his function is, what his mission is. Like, you know, I think it's made pretty damn, like, I wouldn't say obvious, but I would say we are given hard evidence that he's helping. I think we're given some pretty solid clues, I guess I would say. Maybe not hard evidence, but solid clues to say that he's filling a helpful role and so I think I know what function he serves and what his mission is, but what's harder to theorize about for me is what kind of entity he actually is. That would have been a great question, a great unanswered question to discuss earlier. So I wish I had been able to get to that when Michael was here, because we got off topic, but that's okay. Off topic tangents are fun and we enjoy them. And we have all the time in the world to talk from theories. I mean, we have a lot of time to kill between now and season 4. So we can do plenty of theory chats. There are going to be weeks, like especially right now, I'm covering 3 shows at once. I'm going to be honest, I'm probably going to have to Dieter, you're sweet. I got off the treadmill temporarily because I think I'm going to wrap up now anyway. So I just decided to get off, so I can talk at a normal volume. And anyway, I'm covering 3 shows right now, technically. I'm in different ways, not on the same level with all 3 shows, but it's still 3 shows. I'm doing so lives every Monday night for The Last of Us at 10 p.m. Eastern, and then episode breakdowns for The Last of Us, which actually I'm currently working on my breakdown, and it's close to being done. I'm hoping to get it out later today. So there's that, lives and videos for that show. And I'm doing videos, deep dive videos for The Handmaid's Tale every week, but no live streams for that, just videos, but that's still a lot of work. Then there's The Residents, which I'm only doing live streams for every Friday night, 2 episodes. So you got one show that's just live streams, you got another show that's just videos, and then a third show that's both. That's a whole lot. So I may have to continue doing more of these From Theory chats on Wednesday nights and less of the From Rewatch until The Last of Us is over and I can have some more time, because I take the rewatch very seriously. Like I treat it like it's a new episode, basically. I dissect it like it's brand new. I take screenshots like you would not believe, well, you've seen it. Many screenshots and lots of notes, and we spend hours on that every Wednesday. So I mean, it's not that I don't really like it, Dieter. Like, it's not really about focusing on only like what I really like. I love doing the From Rewatch. I love doing it, but I have to focus. I have to put my main focus on the current shows I'm covering, and since there are 3 of them right now, it's too much. So until we're done with The Residents, I'm definitely going to have to pause the rewatch and just do From Theory chats on Wednesday nights, like we did tonight. And if Doug is available, then Doug can join us on Wednesday nights, and then we can do theory discussions like we just did, which I love doing, and I don't have to prepare for it. And that's why I have time for this, because I can just come on here and talk. I don't have to do any preparation. I have a million things I could discuss regarding From theories. It takes 0 preparation for this type of live. 0. And just coming on and talking to Doug, I don't need notes. I don't need any preparation. We're just having great conversations. So it's awesome. So I'm going to continue doing that on Wednesday nights when Doug is available. When he's not available, then we'll just do From Theory chats for a while until The Last of Us is over. Now maybe when we finish with The Residents, we'll go back to the From Rewatch. So next week is the last week that we're going to be covering The Residents, and then after that, then maybe we could do the From Rewatch in addition. But at the very least, we're going to continue to do these lives for From. We're going to do theory chats and talks with Doug on Wednesday nights when he's around, and FROMacademy on Friday nights. That's of course continuing. So yeah, it's The Last of Us is pretty popular, and I'm, as much as I'm not like in love with the show like I am with From and Severance, and it's a lot heavier. It's sad. I'm enjoying covering it more than I thought I would, just because of the awesome people that have been involved in the conversation and the awesome people in the chat. That's what makes it fun. So I'm enjoying it. I thought it would be kind of depressing, but I mean, even this week was a rough one. A lot of people were very upset with what happened. I was very upset with what happened on The Last of Us, but I had a freaking great time on that live with Tony Teflon and Infinite Umbra and Scarlet in the beginning. It was great. It was great. We had a great time, and it was therapeutic for me. So it's all about the people you're having these discussions with. That's the best part of all of this for me. When From season 3 was airing and we hadn't gotten word yet if it was renewed for a season 4, the thing I was most worried about was losing this community. I mean, that's my favorite part. I love watching the show, of course. Obviously, we wouldn't be here if we weren't watching the show. But my favorite part is the discussion part with the community, the theorizing. That's my favorite part of all of these shows. So, I would name this From Live differently. This is Doug joins weekly. Douglas Depths. Teeter, that's hilarious. Hughes Views. Oh my god, that's great. Oh my god, that's a catchy name. Hughes Clues. Oh my god, you're on fire, Dieter. Seriously. That's amazing. All of those are amazing. Oh, that's great. Oh my god. See, what I normally name them, the Hughes line. I normally I'm losing my voice from talking so much. I normally name these lives from all capitals from The Man in Yellow, Story Time with Doug, which fits with the theme of From, and the whole aspect of story walking and all that stuff. Story Time with Doug, and the fact that he tells us so many stories that are so fun. So I normally name these lives that, and I didn't name the live that tonight because I didn't know for sure when Doug would be coming on, because he was going to the theater, and so he said, don't plan around me, just do your From live and I'll pop on when I can. So I just named it From Theories and From Mysteries, Unanswered Questions. But I think Doug was really the main attraction of this live, so I think when it's over, I'm going to rename it and change the thumbnail back to the Man in Yellow thumbnail. I might just change it back. At the very least, I'm going to change the title to From the Man in Yellow, because it was another awesome story time thing with Doug. That was an epic story, so this needs to be named Story Time with Doug live, as usual. Hughes, your daddy. Oh my god, it's so good. Hughes, your daddy. That sounds a little dirty, Dieter, a little kinky. The Hughes cruise. Doug, actually. How are you doing this? How are you coming up with all of these? Are you just pulling these out of the air, or are you using ChatGPT? Because these are really catchy names. And I'm not good at coming up with these kinds of names, actually. I could never be in marketing because I am not good at coming up with like catchy names and catchy slogans at all. I remember I was in some course in college, a writing course, where we were supposed to come up with slogans for stuff as an assignment. And I didn't know what the hell to do. I don't do that kind of thing. I'm not good at coming up with little witty like phrases or names or catchphrases, slogans. I'm not good at that stuff. I'm good at long form content, hence the whole deep dive thing. I'm good at long form stuff. That's my lane. That's my niche. I'm not a concise person. I am not good at short, snappy little bits of writing. No. It's the long stuff for me, as you can tell from from my many long live streams and long videos. Out of my ass, GPT. Dieter, you are on fire tonight. What the hell? I thought you were sick. How are you being so funny? You're still sick. AI, of course. I never would have think of. Well, I mean, I just know because English isn't your first language, and I'm like, how the hell are you coming up with these catchphrases so easily? I can't, and I'm a native English speaker. So I was like, how are you doing this? I can't come up with snappy titles, and that's not my thing. Now, Doug probably could. Doug is really good at coming up with like little witty lines, so he could do that sort of thing. I'm sure he could, but it's not my thing. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up, even though we're at the highest numbers yet. I wonder what's going on when it's the middle of the night / early morning, and I see the numbers climbing to the highest that we've had all night. There's hardly anybody in the actual chat though, so I know most of you guys must be sleeping. It says 55 people right now. Most of you must be asleep, so I could kind of screw with your brains and try to do some sleep hypnosis on you and start saying stuff to make you like to alter your behavior and mess with your mind, because you're probably asleep and have this playing in the background. And I don't know, I guess there are probably some lurkers, and I appreciate all of you guys who are not in the chat and are just listening. If you're busy doing other things, working third shift, or just don't like chatting and you just like to listen, I appreciate you all equally. From day one, I was shouting out the lurkers here. And I went back and listened to my first live stream, and I was already thanking the lurkers and the listeners, because I've got nothing but appreciation for everybody who shows support and comes in and listens to the live. I would ask that everybody hit the like button and subscribe, even if you're not in the chat. That would be really helpful. And other than that, though, I appreciate everybody who's here, even if you're not in the chat, and even if you're asleep. It's cool that people like to fall asleep and wake up to me. I don't mind. And since I'm streaming all night, I can't blame people for getting tired and falling asleep. You shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. That's a good one, Samuel. Naughty Nautical with Julie B. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's like the After Dark version of JulieBDeepDives, although JulieBDeepDives can already be taken in a dirty way, unfortunately. My mom warned me not to name my channel that. She said, you can't name your channel that. I said, look, I don't care if people's minds are in the gutter. I like this name. It fits. I'm keeping it. And when I picked it, I never expected it to actually fit as well as it did. I sat down to write my first video script, and I thought it would just be a normal length video. I never set out to do long videos every single time. It just happened that way, because apparently that's all I know how to do, is be very descriptive and detailed and lengthy with my writing. So, and the live streams, same thing. I never ever set out to be this ridiculous deep diving live streamer with so many hour streams. It just happened organically. So the title of my channel, I kind of just fell into it, and it ended up fitting. And I don't care if people have their minds in the gutter, they can go ahead and do it. Tony was joking about it on one of his streams recently, and saying, people can make some cracks. Just be prepared. And I'm like, look, it's already happened. Trust me. I've gotten a few dirty jokes, and it's fine. I don't care. I find it funny. It fits. Julie B, no safe word. You should do a morning stream one time just to test the waters and see how the views change. I know you're a night owl, so that'll be hard. Yeah, it would be hard. Although it's so weird. I've now completely flipped my hours upside down, so that I've never been a morning person in my entire life, not my whole life, even when I was a kid. And yet now I am up all night and up all morning, and then I go to sleep in the early afternoon a lot of times. So it's like all of a sudden now I am a morning person too, I guess, because I'm still awake. and it's so weird. And I'm going to sleep at the time when I used to wake up for the day. I used to wake up, like if I didn't have to go to school or to work, I would wake up in late morning. The latest would be noon and start my day. And now I'm going to sleep at the time when I used to wake up. It's completely turned backwards in the last year. It's so screwed up. It's so screwed up. I need to change it because the weather is getting warmer. And I did get to the beach with my mom, but that's because we went in the morning before I went to sleep. So this was like the end of my day. We went to the beach in the morning for an hour and a half, and then we came back and I went to sleep until evening. I went to sleep in the afternoon and slept into the evening. But I don't want to keep doing this. It's too screwed up. I want to get back to what I used to do. Go to sleep by like 3 a.m. the latest, get up in the late morning, and go back to that. The weather is getting warmer. I don't want to do this weird thing where I'm going out and enjoying the outdoors in the morning before I have to go to sleep. It's backwards, and I got to flip it back around. I'm going to try anyway. Last night I managed to wake up a few hours earlier than the previous few nights, so at least that's some progress anyway. I'm basically, so you are too, Martin. Who knew it was possible to be both? A night owl and an early morning bird. Yeah, you can be both. I have a nap in the afternoon if needed. God, Martin, when do you sleep then? And just a nap? I have to sleep a lot. I can't get by without. I used to be able to get by with like 5 to 6 hours of sleep. Not anymore. If I do that, I have a terrible headache now. Probably because of my pain condition. So I have to get. Oh, I get a lot of sleep, believe it or not. People think I don't sleep because I'm on here all night, but believe me, I sleep. I sleep sometimes way too much. It's kind of nuts how much I can sleep. Usually it's like 8 hours. Sometimes it's 9 hours, and I don't know what day it was. Not yesterday, but the day before. I swear to God, I slept for like 11 hours straight. I couldn't believe it. 11 hours straight. I fell asleep earlier than usual, and I woke up a couple times and thought, oh, good. I fell asleep earlier than usual. I can start changing my sleep schedule. I just have to get up now and stay up. Because I had gotten almost enough sleep. I could have gotten up, but I went back to sleep and I ruined it. Woke up a couple more times, went back to sleep. Next thing I knew, I'd been asleep for 11 hours and hadn't changed my schedule one iota. So it's weird. I'm working on changing it. But anyway, I'm rambled long enough. 60 people. Jesus. This is nuts. This is nuts. Hello, extra people out there that are listening. I don't know who you are, but hello. I see the numbers going up. And I'm just hanging out here, just wrapping up this From stream. And we're going to continue doing these every Wednesday. Right now, we're going to keep pausing the rewatch. We're not going to do it next week. Maybe we'll resume it the week after. We'll let you know. But in the meantime, we'll do more From Theory talks on Wednesday nights. And we'll do more fun story time with Doug when he's available. So that's our Wednesday night schedule at 10:30 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. And on Friday, our next stream will be Friday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll dive into The Residents episodes 5 and 6. That takes us about 2 hours. And after that, we'll get into FROMacademy with Doc at around 12:30 a.m. Eastern when he joins us. And we're going to discuss like strategies for solving murder mysteries, which will fit in with both From and Severance. Mystery solving techniques can also fit with trying to figure out From, and it will not Severance. Sorry, the Residents. It'll fit with From and the Residents. I still have Severance on the brain, guys. It's hard to let go of that show. But yeah, that's what we're going to discuss Friday night with Doc. Mystery solving techniques, which Doc has done a lot of hard work and research on. Looking forward to doing that. And that'll be 12:30 a.m. Friday when he joins, technically Saturday. but we'll start the live around 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to discuss The Residents, episodes 5 and 6. If you want to join us for the watch party for that first, that'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern in Discord. I'll stream episodes 5 and 6 of The Residents, which is a really fun murder mystery that we're watching. We're going to do those 2 episodes this week. Next week, we'll wrap it up with the final 2 episodes, and then we'll be done with that. I'm working, after I take a break now to exercise and eat, I'm going to get back to work and finish my Last of Us deep dive for episode 2 of this season. And hopefully people are not boycotting the show so much that they refuse to watch videos. So I'm gonna, because I'm working hard on it. I know it's tough to swallow. Try to hang in there, The Last of Us fans. It's not easy. I know it's difficult. I'm not happy with it either, but I think they have an important message to deliver to us with this show. So don't give up on it just yet, is what I would say. Don't give up on it. Right now, they're doing this on purpose. They're trying to make us hate Abby. They're trying to make us hate Abby for killing Joel, to teach us how damaging hate is, blind rage, and the cycle of vengeance. They want us to feel what Ellie is feeling. They want us to hate Abby, and then they're going to try to teach us something from here. So don't give up on it just yet. I know it's tough. It sucks. I loved Joel too. He's my favorite character. It sucks, but I think the message the show is trying to send is an important one that the world needs. So give it a chance. I'm not giving up on it. I'm still going to be covering it every week. And so all I have to do is finish getting my images together and then record my video, hopefully later this morning, if I can hurry up and finish it. I'd really like to get it out today, my breakdown for The Last of Us, episode 2. And then I can get to work on my Handmaid's Tale breakdown for episode 5. It'll be 5 this week. So that's coming. If any Last of Us fans are out there, if you don't watch, if you have any Handmaid's Tale fans that you know, you can pass my videos along to them, because it's tougher to get views on those. Although my first Handmaid's Tale video, the views actually creeped up bit by bit. They're still creeping up to 500. So I was really surprised, because at first it looked like it wasn't even going to crack 100 views. And it's great, because I work really hard on those videos and I'm proud of them. I'm passionate about my ideas about The Handmaid's Tale, and my latest video is actually really salty and sarcastic. I finally had an outlet to express my frustration about Serena Joy on The Handmaid's Tale, and I got very sarcastic in it. You'll hear a tone that it's not typical for me in a video. So so anyway, that's the latest video on my channel. It's a deep dive into Serena Joy's character, and especially her story arc in season 6, and where I think it could be headed, what the point of all of it is, why is she being portrayed in such a sympathetic light, what is going on here. Questioning a lot on that, because it's frustrating, and because she's a villain, she's a horrible person. And so yeah, my next video on The Handmaid's Tale is going to cover the rest of episode 4, which I didn't get a chance to cover yet, in regarding June and Nick's storyline and Luke. And then I'll also combine that with my coverage of episode 5. I'll try to do it all in one if I can. If not, it'll be 2 separate videos. So I've got my work cut out for me with that, and the Last of Us rather. So I'm going to be working on those and trying to get those videos out. 2 or 3 more videos between those 2 series out by Sunday. And then Monday Sunday we're going to have our Last of Us watch party as usual. So if you watch The Last of Us and you want to join us, it's at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll be streaming it in my Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of the video. And then we'll do a voice chat after, as usual, Sunday night. And then Monday I'll cover that episode 3 of The Last of Us, 10 p.m. Eastern on Monday. And most likely Infinite Umbra will join again. Who knows? Maybe we could get Tony to join again. That would be fun. And like I forget who else. We might have some others who want to join. Grant said he would like to join the Last of Us panel next time. So we might have a bigger than usual panel actually for the Last of Us next week. That'll be fun. Martin, been doing this for as long as I can remember, so it's just me. I'm goated and part vampire. You're lucky. You're lucky you can do this. Jeez. Thanks, Martin. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah. It's a lot of work doing these videos, but it's nice to see the final result when I don't screw it up too badly. My Handmaid's Tale video, I screwed up so badly I had to keep taking it down and putting it back up again. It was embarrassingly ridiculous. Like it was a comedy of errors. I kept finding mistake after mistake, taking it down, re-uploading it, taking it down. I don't want that to happen again. Anyway, yes. Still watched episode 2. What people loved the games and kept playing the second game, so the story sure is good. I think so too, Dieter. And like people loved the games. They did sell a lot less copies of the game though, of the Last of Us 2, and a lot of people wanted to return it because they were so angry. Hey, Jesse J2G, what about Jim from? What about him? What about him? Jim is, like Dieter says, Jim is dead, lying throatless on the ground. Yeah, he's dead. Although I'm sure I bet he's going to be back. Maybe Julie will story walk and he'll pop up in different places where she story walks. And also, I think he could be back as Ghost Jim. I think we might just get a Ghost Jim haunting Jade, being pissed off that Jade is moving in on his lady, his wife. Thank you, Dieter. Yeah, sharing my videos, it always helps. It's always much appreciated. Watched 3 episodes of Andor yesterday. I've never even heard of that, Martin. Yeah, that's a lot of, yeah, Martin. If you've never seen The Handmaid's Tale, it would be a lot to binge really fast. 5 seasons of a dystopian drama, that's really heavy stuff to binge. Ryan did it. Ryan, who runs one of the From fan groups, binged it really fast, and now he's watching the new season. But I don't know, a lot of people would not be up for that, and I get it. Trust me, don't worry about it. Sink into the shadows with JulieBDeepDives, unpacking the dark twists of From, Severance, The Last of Us, and Handmaid's Tale. Bold takes, deep cuts, no surface talk. Nice, Stater. I like that. JulieBDeepDives, your weekly sanity check for shows that make 0 sense until they do. Spoilers, theories, and mild existential dread included. That's great, too. Oh my God, what you're getting now? You're getting AI slogans. That's great. That's great. Oh man. Anyway, and yes, Doug is on Cameo now. If you want to order a personalized video, there's the link for Doug's Cameo, starting at only $15. You can get a video from Doug, who plays the man in yellow. It's awesome. I love mine. I'm about to play it again to close out the live. Hey, in the vacation, I slept like 9 to 10 hours, felt so much better. And now with work, barely 7 hours, and I feel worse. Yeah, but Teeter, I hate sleeping for that many hours. I feel like it's such a terrible waste of time when I could be doing all these other things. Like, well, with the amount of pain that I'm in, I'm very limited in what I can do. But I still feel like it's such a terrible waste of time to sleep for 10 to 11 hours, even 9 hours. But I require a lot of sleep. I'll have a few on the night, few in the afternoon. I'm up gaming till 2 a.m. and sleep till 5. Then have a nap like 15 to 1700. Jeez. That's all the sleep I've ever needed. So you're just like a cat, having cat naps off and on. Taking a few naps and you're good. Wow. I don't know how you do it. That's amazing. Jeez, Martin. Oh, okay. Andor is a Star Wars series. Okay. I know there was one that came out that people wasn't there one that that came out that people hated last summer? I forget if it was a Star Wars thing or if it was something else. I don't know if it was Andor actually. Like there was one that people hated. A lot of people hated, but I wouldn't know. Saturday night, I don't know. Like it's not like a done deal, but I was thinking like last Saturday night I really wanted to do a watch party for Nightmare on Elm Street in Discord, but due to the loss in my family, I didn't do a watch party Saturday night. But maybe we could do it this Saturday. That would be fun. It's a Star Wars series. Acolyte, that was it. I remember hearing about it, people hating it. Acolyte, that was it. Yep. I still gotta watch the first 3 Star Wars movies. Those are movies I've never seen, which people always think is insane. I know, but I've seen the 3 that came out in the 2000s because I saw them. I was old enough to, what the original 3 came out before I was born, and I just never got around to seeing them. And then the ones that came out in the 2000s, they were blockbuster, big, epic movies. So even though I had never seen the original movies, I went to see those 3 in the theater. And they were okay. I wasn't really that into them, to be honest. It wasn't my thing, but I know a lot of people didn't like those movies anyway and only liked the original 3. The Acolyte got bad reviews. Something about the Force isn't the Force anymore. It's a threat or something. Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember that being a big flop. Skeleton Crew was pretty good. Huh. Okay. Star Wars has a whole universe now of things related to it. Isn't the Mandalorian part of it too? The Mandalorian. Yeah, it is. I think it is. Yeah, the Mandalorian. Like there's a whole universe now. It's kind of like the Marvel universe. It's like ever expanding. There are movies and TV shows. Yeah. You've never watched the original 3, Martin? Am I so I'm not the only one on earth who's never seen the original 3 Star Wars movies? If I'm understanding that right. I have them on my list. I wasn't crazy about the ones from the 2000s, but maybe that's just because a lot of people didn't like those anyway, and I don't know. It wasn't really my thing, but maybe I would like the original 3, the classics. So I'm definitely gonna check them out. The recent Jedi games are phenomenal, and so is Star Wars Battlefront. You know what else I want to watch? Squid Game. I've never seen Squid Game, and Squid Game, I think season 3 is coming out soon in June, I think. And I love the Korean language. It's like music to me. The Korean language is like ASMR to me. I absolutely love it. I fell in love with K-pop partly because of that. And so I also like Korean dramas, but I've never seen Squid Game. So Pedro Pascal plays the Mandalorian. Oh, wow. Jeez, he is in a lot of things. I've got to look up all the stuff he's in because I love him now. I love that actor. His performance was amazing. Now I want to see him in other things. Although I'm going to miss his southern accent. I'm going to miss he used a fake southern accent for The Last of Us, and I love it. I like his slight southern drawl. It's sexy. But he doesn't actually have a southern accent. He just is really good at faking it. Yeah, and I've never watched anything. I tried the 2000s ones, and it turned off real quick. Wow, okay, I'm not the only one. How about that? We could add them to the watch list and watch them together. Yeah, that would be fun, Martin. That would be fun. Yes. We could do a watch party in the Discord and watch them together. It would be cool. Like, I want to do some smaller watch parties sometimes with less people so that I can unmute myself and actually speak and react out loud to stuff, because I miss watching shows with somebody here in the room with me where I can actually talk, react out loud to things. I'm a very social person. I like doing that. And I love our watch parties in Discord, but the only thing that sucks is that everyone has to stay muted. And when you have a whole group of people, you have to do that, or it would be chaos. It would be chaos. You wouldn't be able to hear anything. But if there's a smaller group, maybe 2 or 3 people, then we could just unmute and react to stuff and comment on stuff and pause it if necessary in order to do so. I just miss being able to do that. I love doing that. I like watching stuff as a social experience, and I laugh at stuff. I comment on stuff. You can ask Dieter because we've done this. And in fact, we need to watch. Dieter and I started watching Storm of the Century, and we never got a chance to finish it. And I want to know why the hell this guy came to town, and this freaking guy comes to town and says, "Give me what I want, and I'll go away." And he's a demon, and he keeps causing people to kill themselves, or sorry, I shouldn't say that. Maybe I'll get the stream pulled, unalive themselves, or murder people. And he's like a demon who gets people to do that. And he says, "Give me what I want, and I'll go away." But he won't ever say what the hell he wants. I've got to finish watching that. It's really good. I did suggest from Hairspray, Lost and Chill. Yeah, oh, that would be so great. In person would be so great. Other side of the world sucks. Yeah, having an ocean in between us sucks. Yeah, I hate that. That's the downside about meeting so many awesome people online. I just wish we could get together in person. And it's not possible. And on very rare occasions, you get lucky and actually meet someone who's local. Doc lives 45. I mean, if I had to guess, I would say 45 minutes away from me, which is amazing. So we're gonna get together, but most of the time it's not possible, which just really sucks. But Discord watch parties are really fun, and you can, it's fun to unmute and be able to talk to people, so you have that kind of human connection and you're not just muted the whole time. That's nice. I like when people unmute and talk, but I understand why some people are too nervous or don't want to. Yeah, it's okay, Dieter. No, don't feel bad. You've been sick, and it's understandable. And I have time. I've had my own difficulties going on, in the family right now anyway. So it really wasn't good timing last weekend for me either. But yeah, you should finish it soon. It shouldn't take that long. I think there's probably just like an hour and a half left of it. Yeah. People, please move to Rhode Island. Yeah, please. Please move to Rhode Island. And yes, I'm gonna meet up with Doc. Hopefully soon. We'll plan something. Wonder how many wraps Julie's made by now. What do you mean? What do you mean wraps? I don't know what you mean. I'm very bad at like actually making wraps out of lunch meat and stuff. Like, it never comes out right. I don't know how people do it. It's always terrible. Anyway, I've been rambling more again, so I'm gonna get off. Get off of here. Get off. Pause. So anyway, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you all. Thank you for all the support, Dieter, all of your awesome moderating as always, and hope you can kick this virus. Get rid of this virus already. It's sticking to you like glue. Yeah. Big pause. I'm constantly walking into these things lately, saying these things I don't mean to say that just sound wrong. Wrapping it up. Oh yes, I know. It takes me like I say I'm wrapping it up, and then it goes on for another hour. Gotcha, Dieter. Yeah, I'm being dense right now. Good night, Martin. Good night, Martin. And no, I get it. I get it, Dieter. I got you. All right. Thank you all so much. Thank you for being my support system and my virtual family here. It really makes, I mean, an enormous difference in my life. Like what KP was saying about how we can connect from all over the world. It's really mind blowing that we're able to do this. And it's an absolute life changing thing for me that helps me survive. I can't even express how much I need this in my life. So I appreciate you all. I wouldn't have been able to get through this time without all of you. I don't know what I would have done. So thanks, AA. I appreciate it. I'm going to get on the treadmill now and push through some exercise and then get something to eat because I've had nothing to eat since like, well, shit. I've had nothing to eat since maybe yesterday afternoon, I think. I need to eat something. Any movies? I don't even know what movies are coming up, Samuel. I live under a rock when it comes to movies coming out. I'm not really a movie person. I've always been more of a TV person, but I used to be very much aware of whatever new movies were coming out and go to the movie theater a lot in the past. And I had a lot of movie DVDs, but I would always find that even though I'd buy all these movie DVDs, I'd never actually grab them to watch. I'd always grab like the DVD set of some TV series instead. Always been more of a TV person, but and in recent years, I have, ever since COVID, I've completely tuned out. I have no idea what movies are coming out at any given time. I'm under a rock. So if you have any good suggestions, for movies coming out, yeah, you guys can always share with me because I have no idea. And Dieter has suggested that I should try covering movies sometime, which I'd like to try. I'd like to try, but right now I'm too busy with all the series I'm covering. I mean, I watched a movie that came out this year that was so freaking good, Companion. We watched in the watch party in Discord. So I know I must be missing out on some awesome movies right now that I'm just not aware of. So yeah, like I still want to watch Megan. Companion reminded me of Megan. Companion was about an AI woman and who turns violent, of course. And Megan is about an AI robot doll who's evil. So I've been meaning to watch that for a long time. Anyway, stay coded. You're sweet, Martin. Bye, Martin. See you next time. Hey, I've been in the mood for pad thai lately. I wish a place was open now. I am always in the mood for pad thai. Always, always, always. Like I love chicken pad thai. Delicious with peanuts, chopped up peanuts. You have to have peanuts on it. Yeah, I eat it a little too often. My mom gets takeout for us a lot. I'm often eating it on stream here. Yeah, koala tea. Shout out to, thank you for bringing that up, Dieter. Before I get off of here, thank you for bringing that up because I meant to mention koala tea. Shout out to koala tea for being an amazingly kind, good-hearted soul, beautiful soul, bringing my channel up again in another one of his lives and offering me condolences for the loss of my dad again. He was thanking his supporters for coming over because in a previous live he pulled up my channel with my post about my dad and he sent his supporters from his chat over. He said, I'm not doing anything until you guys go over there and leave condolences. And a whole bunch of his supporters who didn't even know me came over and said really kind things and made me feel surrounded by support. So that was a beautiful thing to do for me. He's a really kind, lovely soul, and I appreciate him. And a bunch of people subscribed to my channel in his chat when he was doing this and showing my channel. He's a wonderful human being. Now, if any of you guys like rap music and you like Kendrick Lamar and you enjoy humorous takes on this kind of stuff, then you would absolutely love him. He's hilarious. his breakdowns, even when he's not being funny, his breakdowns where he's analyzing music videos and songs are excellent as well. So that's great, and he's got insight, great insight, and he's hilarious. I absolutely love him. He's my favorite rap reactor now. I'm obsessed with his channel, and he's so kind. So there's the link. There's the link to Koala T's channel. If anybody likes rap, Kendrick Lamar, humor, gonna love this guy. So can't recommend him enough. Fell asleep and you guys are still going. That happens a lot. Yes, that happens a lot with Alice. We get that a lot here. I didn't intend for it to go this long, but we got carried away. KP was here and we got talking, and it's easy to to lose track of time. We get into long conversations. Yeah, I need to order some healthy food boxes, Dieter. Some healthy stuff would be good. Sinners is super popular right now. 28 years later, Weapons, Pedro Pascal is in it. Ooh, okay. And Neon, Dave Franco is in it. Thanks for the recommendations. I will look those up. Yeah. Make sure you start Squid Game soon. New season in June. Yes. I'll check it out and see if it's something I want to cover. I know it's a popular show, and by the time June comes around, The Last of Us will be over. So my goal is to try to cover a current series as much as I possibly can at all times, because it's good for the channel. And it's not good to just pigeonhole yourself to one show. Jeremy taught me that I should cover multiple shows. Don't just do one thing. Then you've got to wait for that to come back around. So I built the channel on From, but I want to continue to cover new series as much as I possibly can. So I'll see if Squid Games is one that I would want to cover, and if people would want to come to live streams for it. I'm going to have to start doing polls. Like, I'll run a poll and see if people would be interested in live streams for that. First, I have to see if I like the show enough to do it. But then, yeah. Pad Thai pause. What? I don't think that one needs a pause. If you like Pad Thai, you might like Pad See You. What is that? Oh, okay. I've never heard of that. It's not as sweet and nutty though. I like the sweet and nutty. I have a sweet tooth. Big sweet tooth. The sweet and salty combination is amazing. Sweet and salty is amazing. If you've never dipped French fries in soft serve ice cream, then you haven't lived. You got it. You got to try it. Dip French fries into soft serve ice cream. You won't regret it. Thank me later. It's amazing. There is just something about sweet and salty combination. I used to go to Chick-fil-A and get their waffle fries and dip them into this soft serve vanilla ice cream they have. It is absolute heaven. I'm like, now I need to go get some. I haven't had that in such a long time, but I stopped going there. I don't eat fast food. Oh, I almost never eat fast food now to try to eat healthier, but now I'm craving it. Anyway, Him is also coming out. I don't know how sports and horror are going to go together, though. Sports and horror. Okay. What is with all of these weird, vague titles? There's a movie called Him now. So we have movies and TV series with these weird, vague titles that are hard for people to find content on. You've got From. You've got the movie Us, that Jordan Peele one, You've got the movie, you've got the TV series See. Next we're going to have a series or a movie that's just called The. It'll just be called The, and people will be like, the what? Coming soon. The what? No, it's gonna be The. And you would go back and forth like a freaking comedy routine trying to tell people it's the new series coming out called The. What is wrong with these companies naming these things? I guess they think they're being artsy. I don't know. Him. Interesting. Okay. Good night with Alice. Yeah, KP's the last person I remember speaking before I dozed off. Yeah, we had a long conversation. It was fun. The salty nuts. Oh God, Dieter. I love Us. It's so underrated. People hate it. I love Get Out too. They're both great. I never watched Nope though. Us, I liked Us. I was a little bit disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. I loved the concept of Us. I was so excited for the concept of Us. I was a little disappointed with the way it panned out, with what it turned out to actually be about in the end. But I didn't hate it at all. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It was very creepy, unsettling, creative, as always with Jordan Peele stuff. But I was hoping for something a little bit different than what we got, but still liked it. Get Out was phenomenal, amazing, kind of disturbing, but great, unique. I need to rewatch Get Out. Nope. I tried it. I started watching Nope, and I just could I don't know. I couldn't get through it. I turned it off. It was just a nope, 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 nope for me. Nope was a good title for the movie because I got bored. I couldn't get into it. Maybe I should try it again because I know Jordan Peele. You know, he doesn't do anything like. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say everything he does is great because his version of the Twilight Zone was usually mediocre, but that's not all his fault. He was attached to the project, but he wasn't as involved in it as he is in his movies, I think. So, but yeah, I've heard good things about Nope. I just could not get into it. Nope was a nope. Yeah, Nope was a nope for me. There's shows named Them and You. Yes, see what I'm talking about? There's also a movie called Them. And a lot of these things, that's right. I forgot about the show called You. A lot of these have just come out in recent years too. It's a trend. I'm telling you, it's a trend. The movie Us, that was like late 2010s. The TV series From, which was like 2022 when it came out. You've got that series SEE that came out in like 2021 or something. And yeah, on and on and on. The series You, that was like I think late 2010s when that started or something. It's a recent trend. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. Him, her, they, we, I, me, it, you, all the pronouns. Yes. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah. It's shows are getting really artsy now, I guess. Maybe they think it's artsy, and yeah, I don't know. It's murder on content creators trying to make content for this kind of stuff. It's very difficult for people to find content on things with vague titles like that. And it's difficult for people looking for content. I found it hard to find From content because the name is so obscure and it's so vague. Her with Joaquin Phoenix. Yes, that's another one. It's another one. I think there is one called They, as a matter of fact. Now that you mention it, that rings a bell. And of course It. I mean, It is the classic. Her was a movie about falling in love with AI. Yeah, that's right. Hey, SL Rhodes. Her with Joaquin Phoenix. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was too hard to find From content at first. It really was. You'd have to type From MGM, and even then, I still have trouble. Because, like, I actually tried this just recently. When I was looking for something related to From, I Googled From MGM Plus, and all I got was, like, a bunch of stuff that MGM Plus produced over the years, or different movies and things. MGM has been around for a very, very long time. MGM is, I mean, that's a very old company. So I got a whole bunch of stuff that had nothing to do with From, because the search engine thought that I was looking for just stuff that was made by MGM. It's a terrible idea to name the show that. Sorry, From creators, but you should have just called it Origins like it is in certain countries. They Live. They Live, yeah. That's a vague one. That's a great movie, actually. I've only seen it maybe once. John Carpenter movie. Really good. I like those weird mind-bending reality concepts like that. That was really cool. Like the guy puts on special glasses and all of a sudden he can see that aliens are just walking among the human beings all around. Yeah, that was a really good movie. I have a lot of movies that I want to rewatch, but I feel like I shouldn't because I have a long list of stuff I've never seen before. I think this is probably why there are so many things I've never seen before that people recommend classics, because there are so many favorites of mine that I want to rewatch, and I've watched too many reruns of TV shows, rewatching movies instead of getting new content. So I miss out on a lot of classics that I'm catching up bit by bit, though. Now that Doug is back, we can start doing some watch parties with Doug again. I've been waiting for him to do more Mel Brooks watch parties. We're gonna watch Blazing Saddles. We already watched Young Frankenstein with him. He suggested The Producers, the original one. So we're gonna do watch parties for those with Doug. Movie called Julie. Okay. Anyway, 65 people. It's crazy. I don't know how this happens when I've been streaming for 6 hours. I know a lot of you guys must be sleeping with the stream on, but then I keep seeing numbers go up and I don't get it, who the new people are. Maybe they're just listening, but it's interesting and I appreciate it regardless. People have the stream on and drift in and out of sleep or whatever's going on. I appreciate you guys. And anyway, I was supposed to be wrapping up and I went off on a tangent. I was supposed to be wrapping up a while ago. I could have been on the treadmill this whole time and then I'd have it all done. Damn it. I should have done that. Anyway, thank you guys so much for all your support. Thank you, Jeter, for being amazing, moderating, judging until lattes and initiate enlightenment. What in the hell? That's a weird, I think, what do they call those? When you, what is that? What is that? There's a name for that when you, well, I mean, I guess you could call it an acrostic poem, but there's a word for it when you do that with somebody's initials or like the initials of a word. I don't know. My brain is broken right now. So I'm going to go exercise. Just unhinged, loud, irresistible, extra. Oh, God. I don't want to be called. Well, actually, some of those things are good. I don't want to be unhinged or loud or extra, but irresistible is a good adjective. Extra is just being ridiculous. No, I'm not on the treadmill. I was, Dieter. I got off because I thought I was gonna wrap up, so I figured I'll just get off while I'm wrapping up, and I've been wrapping up for like an hour. That's what happens. Final Destination Bloodlines. Oh, a new Final Destination. Wow, I shouldn't be surprised. Franchises just go on and on forever now. And just when you think they're over, they get rebooted or remakes come out decades later. It's crazy. Like Indiana Jones and Top Gun, maybe. I forget. And there was one with Tom Cruise, this action movie that I forget. They did a remake many years later. Terminator, all that stuff. Final Destination Bloodlines. I loved the original Final Destination. That was one of the scariest movies I've ever seen, actually. The scariest thing about it is that the villain was something like it was invisible. It was just death stalking these people. That was terrifying, actually. And the sequels have never been as good. I liked them, but none of them equaled the original for me. I haven't seen all of them, but there was one that was really gross because I watched it in 3D. And if you ever watch a slasher, or not, it wasn't a slasher movie, but if you ever watch a horror movie in 3D, it's really disgusting. Because people die in horrible ways and it's in 3D. And I remember I think some guy got skewered or something in 3D. It was so gross. It was really gross. But Yeah, I'll have to look into Final Destination Bloodlines. Dieter doesn't interact, eats tacos, exits room. I like that one. That's funny. No idea. I just asked what the letters Julie could mean. Gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna go get on the treadmill, get this done, and then I'll get back to work on my Last of Us episode 2 breakdown for season 2. Hopefully I can get it out today if I really get to work and focus. And Friday night we'll be back with our next live stream for the residents at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, episodes 5 and 6, breaking those down for about 2 hours, and then we'll switch to FROMacademy at 12:30 a.m. Eastern with Doc, diving into mystery solving techniques. And make sure to check out the Discord and the FROMacademy channel for more information on that if you want to know more about it. And maybe Saturday night we'll do a watch party for Nightmare on Elm Street or something. We'll let you know. We'll announce it in the Discord if you're in there. And yeah, I actually I forgot to put my banner up, so my banner wasn't even scrolling for most of this live stream. I didn't put it up till like, I don't know, a couple hours ago. But like Dieter said, Dieter set up this PayPal account for me on my behalf, and any little bit helps. Right now I do have a Cashapp and a Venmo, but the best way to support right now is through this PayPal account that Dieter set up, because he fronted the money so that I could get a functional laptop, a really nice laptop. Mine was just garbage and holding me back. So yeah, any little bit helps, and helps reimburse Dieter for that expense bit by bit, which is always appreciated. And also, if you're listening on the replay, the link to that PayPal account is in the description of the video right underneath. It's right near the top. You can't miss it. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Dieter. Hopefully people won't be so mad at the show that they'll just boycott all the videos about it too. Together was the Dave Franco movie, not Neon. That's the advertiser. Oh, okay. I would have thought that was the title. Okay, thanks for clarifying. Got it. Yeah, it's good. I don't know anything about what movies are coming up, and I gotta come out from under my rock. My mom tells me stuff all the time, like this happened or that happened in the world, and I'm like, what? When did that happen? And she's like, where have you been? Are you under a rock? And I guess I am. I'm very tuned out of a lot of things right now because of everything I'm going through in life, with all my physical pain. So I'm kind of living in a bubble, and I don't pay attention to things as much as I used to in terms of current events and all kinds of other things going on. And like I didn't know the Pope passed away, and like my mom mentioned, like the next day after Easter, my mom was like, did you know the Pope was blah blah blah? And I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? He was. She said, well, he died yesterday. I was like, what? What? I'm so out of the loop. It's terrible. I have to come out from under my rock. But when you're in constant pain and living in survival mode, you kind of have tunnel vision, and it can be difficult. Anyway, sorry, I got to get off of here. My mom's dog is barking, and I got to go help him up on the couch and get other stuff done. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you, and we'll see you on the next stream. Keep an eye out for my Last of Us breakdown and Handmaid's Tale breakdown. If you watched Handmaid's Tale, yes, I need to get a news app, Samuel. You know what the problem is? I used to get all my news from Facebook, because I'd follow all kinds of news pages on Facebook, and I'd get them from my Facebook feed. But I stopped going on Facebook. It was kind of triggering. Don't ask. It's a long story. I stopped going on Facebook, and now I'm kind of out of the loop of everything, so I'll get a news app. Good night, AA. I'll see you on the next one, hopefully. Appreciate all of you guys, and until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together. Have a good night or a good morning, everyone, and hopefully see you next time. I'm trying to find the clip here so that I can play it. What the hell? Where are all my clips? Oh, here we go. I'm going to play the cameo from Doug, the latest cameo from Doug, and I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts. We know you're going through a rough time right now, but you will get through this. And in the meantime, if you ever need to talk, you know where to find us. Anything you'd like to add? Yeah. Hey! Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you, 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.